Man, that school shit is a joke. The same people who control the school system control the prison system and the whole social system ever since slavery. You know what I'm saying?
She like the way that I dance, she like the way that I move, she like the way that I rock, she like the way that I woo, and she let it clap for a nigga, she let it clap for a nigga, and she do it back for a nigga, yeah she do it back for a nigga, Michael, Billie Jean, Christian Dior, I'm up in all the stores, when it rains it pours, she like the way I what I wanna do. Time will tell when it's told on you. Yeah, I'm in hell with a bitch too. The devil put up on me, I got the speed. And every day I put holes in my demons. Every day I get high like an ignorant. I was popping pills when I was a feeder. I dropped the top on the thought, I pull up in the yacht. Fast like shit get red.
Your last chance. If you don't identify yourself, you're going to the county jail.
30 on me, like the club niggas know that I'm paid. Bitch, I'm a thot. Get me lit, I can't fuck with these niggas cause niggas is gay. All in my page, sucking dick. All in my comments and screaming my name while I'm in the club. Throwing them hundreds and fifties and ones and ones. She like the way that I dance. She like the way that I move. She like the way that I rock. She like the way that I woo. And she let it clap for a nigga. She let it clap for a nigga. And she do it back for a nigga. Yeah, she do it back for a nigga. Michael, Billie Jean, Christian Dior, I'm up in all the stores. When it rains it pours, she like the way I
okay, shorty, 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 go to that bag, that bag, yeah, go to that bag, hey, yo, she on my dick, look like a midget, okay, let's shorty, won't eat on my body, just like a Frito, like, yo, just like a Finian, all that little bird, what did you do today,
really on.
You're a hypocrite, lying government parasite. Period, point blank.
Listening to that Beyonce, right? She's gonna be bitches, damn right. Hoes gonna be hoes, damn right. Gonna be women, damn. She like the way I rock. She like the way that I. She like the clap for a nigga. She like the clap for a nigga. Baby, like a man. Billie Jean, Christian Dior, I'm up in all the stores. When it rains it pours, she like the way I.
If I know he did it, I give him a grin. If I know she with it, I give her a glimpse. I be busting moves, I don't gotta flinch. Baby, I'm a boss, I can pay your rent. I'm OC, not OT. Nah. I be hyping myself in the mirror like go me. Big clip, handle the truth. I handle the shoes. I take a perky to handle my mood. It keep me calm and help me not to shoot. Nigga from here on, 100,000 to clear songs. My nigga die, be steer wrong. I've been in London for beer long. What is this foggy in real form? I might do the night for a year long. All this famous get on. Get sit at the table with chick on.
Did you want to have an attorney appointed to represent you?
No, I think you should focus on having an attorney representing for Samantha Walker when I sue the fuck out of the dumb cunt. Is today my trial date or not?
Sir, interrupt me again and you're going to be in contempt.
Fuck you, cunt.
To set this for trial today, that's it, remove him.
Sometimes a basic question like that will really fuck me up.
Yo. Good to see everyone. Thanks for coming out. I rarely get on, but I figured I would today. Come on up and join if you want. I'd love to chat with you. The reason that I got on today is, well, I'm usually watching cop videos or working on like suing cops, and it'd be interesting to run it on here. Today I was watching, what's that guy from, the real famous guy, Sean Reyes, his Attorney Shield. So, I came across a video from Attorney Shield where this guy is using it, at a traffic stop. And what I do is I usually watch a lot of body cam footage, and then I will pick out the civil rights violations that the police did. I'll basically create a defense for the suspect that can beat their charges and then counter sue the cops. Now, in this attorney shield video, I'm going to show you guys here. We're going to take a look at this and actually kind of grade and critique the attorney from attorney shield. So let's check it out.
You requested support for a traffic stop today, is that correct?
Yeah, my daughter was pulled over and now they want to search the house.
Oh, great. So I've got to try to get the sound working on there. Apparently I got to run the sound a different way to get it to play on. Let me see if you guys can hear it this way.
That's hi.
All right. So I got to get the sound on this video working. I don't think you guys can hear it, right?
Yes, I am.
If you can hear it, let me know.
So what we have
Otherwise,
is we had a road rage incident where somebody described a
I got to figure out
pistol with an extended magazine was pointed at
how to
them
get the sound working real
from a
quick.
vehicle that's here in the driveway.
Sorry,
People that are here in the driveway.
I don't usually go
here
on
live them go into the house. And
so
we
I'm still
want
working out the kinks.
try to confirm whether
once we
there's
get
somebody
this
in the
thing
house with an extended magazine.
the kinks worked out. Guys, hold on a second.
Or we could apply for a search warrant.
Let me
And
fix
but
this so you
first
can
we
hear
would
the
probably do a
audio.
protective sweep of the home to make sure there's nobody. But that's where we're at.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Ward, you understand that they don't have a right to search your home without a warrant, correct?
All right.
told them that
I have no idea why the sound is not coming out of the. Let me know if you guys can hear the sound. I don't know if you guys can hear it or not. I'm going to play it again. If you can't hear this
not
video,
enter the
I'll
house
just play
without a
it.
warrant. Well, there's a difference between entering the house and doing a protective sweep to make sure there's not somebody that's pointing a gun at you right
I
now.
know.
We wouldn't be searching the house, but we'd be first doing a protective sweep, making sure there's no other people in the house that would do us harm. Then after that, we would apply for a search warrant to search the house for evidence.
So, all right, I apologize for the delay.
Yes,
guys.
sir. But you understand that he doesn't have to give you permission to enter his home unless you have a warrant.
Correct. For searching it, the protective sweep.
Why is it coming in with an echo, right? Thanks, man. Hey, man, machine lies. Good to see you, bro. Thanks for showing support, man. All right, guys, we got technical difficulties. I got to figure out how to get this thing not to echo. I don't know what the deal is with that. So I apologize for the delay, guys.
A case law saying that we can make sure. Somebody in the car videotaped that person. I'll report you. Okay. So what happened that up? We were driving, we got in front of them, they were honking the horn, flicking us off, so we flicked them off back. You know why they were doing that? We got in front of we're like, oh, you mean where the 2 lanes? Yeah, yeah, we got in front of like the old Sherpa.
Yeah, and they were slowing down for stop or going faster, so I need to get over, so I just cut it over.
Okay.
And then they got all mad about it.
Where's the
Right there by the.
Here, it's working for me. It's working for you guys. We're all good. Here we go.
there's a bullet.
You guys are good. I'm good. I'm going to run it back. We're going to
This
start
is attorney.
the video over, and I'm going to show you sort of the mistakes in the attorney shield that they're making. All right, one sec. Here we go.
So you requested support for a traffic stop today, is that correct?
Yeah, my daughter was pulled over and now they want to search the house.
That's hi.
I'm Sergeant Good with the York County Regional Police Department. Are you his representing attorney?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So what we have is we had a road rage incident where somebody described a
You are muted, Tim. You muted. I mean, Stillman, you muted. You're muted.
Okay, thanks, Stu. Thanks, Stu. I think I got it. How we doing? You there?
Yep, I can hear you fine now.
Dude, thanks, man. You're a lifesaver. I would have been fucking up here for the next hour fucking talking on mute.
Good to see you, bro.
Yeah, you too, man. I'm really glad you came on. I just wanted to let you know that for some reason there's like a little pop, like popping in your audio, and I don't know, there's some kind of weird connection thing, but if you do drop off and reconnect, you know, I'll look out for you. Otherwise, you know, stick on, and good to see you, man.
Appreciate it. Is it still sounding bad? I'm on my phone. I can go get on my computer if it's bad.
Yeah, you know, I mean, yeah, if you can, that'd be cool. Cause yeah, it's consistent.
All right, I'll be back.
All right, awesome. I'll keep an eye out. Thanks. All right, guys. That's cool. You guys are all here.
This is
All
attorney.
right, so I'll go ahead and start it
So
for
you
you guys.
requested support for a traffic stop today, is that correct?
Yeah, my daughter was pulled over, and now they want to search the house.
That's hi.
Yeah, I'm Sergeant Good with the York County Regional Police Department. Are you his representing attorney?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So what we have is we had a road rage incident where somebody described a pistol with extended magazine was pointed at them from a vehicle that's here in the driveway. The people are here in the driveway. The police officers got here and saw them go into the house. And we want to try to confirm whether there's somebody in the house with an extended magazine pistol that was waving at the people or not. I explained to your client that one, we could get his permission to look for that specific style weapon, or we could apply for a search warrant. Somebody in there pointing a gun at us right now. But that's where we're at.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Ward, you understand that they don't have a right to search your home without a warrant, correct?
I told them they cannot enter the house without a warrant.
Well, there's a difference between entering the house.
Oh, there we go again. So exigent circumstances means he can't enter without a warrant. Thanks, guys. I'm going to keep an eye out for that. Sorry about that. So she gave him the wrong information, said absent a warrant, they can't enter, but actually exigent circumstances would allow them to enter. So if somebody stopped the car after a seizure and they ran into the house fleeing from the cop, that would be an example of an exigent circumstance where he could enter absent a warrant. So she's kind of wrong on that point.
And doing a protective sweep to make sure there's not somebody in there pointing a gun at me right now.
So, and I just wanted to bring this up. You'll hear him say he wants to go in there for a protective sweep. So he's kind of trying to cite around the exigent circumstances rule. So instead of saying, well, I don't need exigent circumstances, I don't need a warrant, I can do it under the guise of protective sweep. But technically a protective sweep actually only applies yeah, the protective, he'll say it again too. The protective sweep only applies after they have lawfully entered the premises. If they want to say they have a search warrant to search, your dining room or something like that. Well, if they have reasonable suspicion to believe that, say, somebody is hiding in the closet with a weapon, they can like open that weapon. That would be considered the sweep that he's referring to.
wouldn't be searching the house, would be first doing a protective sweep, making sure there's no other people in the house that would do us harm. Then after that, we would apply for a search warrant to search the house for evidence.
Yes, sir, but you understand that he doesn't have to give you permission to enter his home unless you have a warrant.
Correct. For searching it, the protective sweep, I believe there's plenty of case law saying that we can make sure there's nobody armed and dangerous in there wanting to hurt us. Again, not to search the house.
All right. Good to see you, Marilyn. Nice to see you. Right on. Yeah, feel free to come on up. I think I got the link posted. We could talk about whatever, but, you know, I just kind of like to talk about body cam and law. He's going to argue with her what a protective sweep is. She doesn't know what it is. He doesn't know what it is. It's just after a search warrant, they can look around, or during a lawful search warrant, they can do a sweep for any danger.
But to enter for a protective sweep.
This game, you're not ready for it.
You know, it is his private property, so unless you have a search warrant, you don't have a right to enter.
That point.
And so I want to just, I don't mean to keep pausing it, but I'm trying to double down on, she's actually giving misleading information unknowingly, right? As lawyers, we're supposed to be very technical. She's saying, well, unless you have a search warrant, you're not allowed to enter his home. That's just ridiculous. Like I said, there's other situations like exigency. So she's kind of discrediting herself by throwing that baby out with the bathwater.
For entry, but anyway, we'll apply for a search warrant, and as long as these people all stay out here, maybe we don't need to do a protective sweep. We'll just apply for the search warrant. So, all right, very good. Thank you. I want to talk to her about. So I understand his, you know, animosity towards us being here and everything else like that. But we are trying to solve a crime. I don't know if you want to talk to him that
they have no witnesses here saying that it happened.
Right. We normally don't have the witnesses.
They just took a 911 phone call.
So I'm trying to look for cooperation, look for a specific weapon. If it's not there,
Please
great.
don't touch
But
me again.
if you know, if you want to talk to him, see if there's anything that he wants to do with us, great. If not, we'll just secure the way we're at now. But we're not. And he's actually admitted there's other weapons inside. So we're going to be sitting out here for several hours waiting for the search warrant. Okay.
Yes, sir. I just, you know, I have to protect my client's constitutional rights.
No, I get it. I totally understand. Yep. No, I get it. I just didn't know what all conversation you had before I got here on, you know, whether, you know, and then obviously too, I mean, you know, well,
yeah. So
if somebody has this weapon, they're
touch on Brandon's comment,
escort us to it,
which was, yeah. So the cop wouldn't be asking for consent if he didn't need consent. If he could legally do a sweep of the house or legally run in there for exigent circumstances, you know, that's not a time when they ask permission. You don't ask permission. Hey, can I do a sweep? Unless you don't have the lawful authority to do that. So that's exactly right.
Get it? Great. You know, if
there is no weapon they're talking about in this premises.
If there is no weapon, then I understand that also. But we can't just say, you know, somebody says somebody did the same thing to you.
So anybody can call and say, hey, this guy has a gun. And you're going and they're not here.
And what's really weird about this that a lot of people kind of goes over their head is that there's nothing illegal about owning a gun, right? In fact, we actually have the constitutionally protected right. So this cop over here all trying to search people's houses and whatnot because they got a call that somebody had a gun. There's not even a crime. There's not even a crime.
So they can't say anything. They took a 911 phone call.
No, we talked to the person. Anyway, all right, good enough.
Okay, so this part coming up.
They don't have permission to search anything.
Is why I wanted to play this.
We're going to go to search. I have a lawyer on the phone. So they're looking for a gun, and there is a in the trunk of the car.
Okay. This is the juicy
So
part. This is
last
why
night-
where I paused it and said, all right, I got to get on here and show you guys this shit. First of all, he said there's something in the trunk of the car, and you'll see they gave them consent to search the car. This is fucking retarded. Here we go.
Okay.
I mean, they're going to get a warrant to search for a gun. So anything outside of the gun is nothing, right?
They can take it, right? That's all.
Unfortunately.
Okay, so let me answer their question. If the cops get a warrant to search for a gun in the house or whatever the warrant is for, and anything else is in plain view, the plain view doctrine immediately applies. If they walk in the house and they see drugs or paraphernalia or anything like that, any other crime, that's all admissible evidence. So they're wrong. The cops, if they walk in, these guys are thinking if they find something else like the dope in our trunk, they can't take it and charge us because they're looking for a gun, right? No, that's not right. If they find dope in the car after they get a warrant for searching for a gun, you get charged with the dope.
If they get a warrant to search the car, I believe they can press charges for something else being found in the vehicle.
And the fact that she says, like, I believe that they can, this girl is so amateur. I'm actually kind of ashamed of, Sean for hiring these amateurs, dude. Listen to what she says next.
What if we just let them search it and all they find?
It's going to be up to their discretion on
I
whether
would sit and smash it right now. And what can they do? About
Okay, it's going to be up to their discretion, she says. Yeah, it's always up to their discretion. The Supreme Court has ruled that police have no duty to enforce any laws or protect anybody. We saw some videos last week where, they're too gruesome to get into, but the police did not protect people who needed it, and they're not held liable. Of course, they're not obligated to charge them if they find anything. But instead of saying, well, they have their own discretion, she should say, look, they're on a fishing expedition, and if they can't find a gun, I'll be damned if they're just going to walk away. They're going to try and find anything they can to pinpoint something on you.
They charge you. All right, go ahead. Okay.
So yeah, if you do give them permission to search, and they find something like that, just know that it is up to their discretion whether or not they want to press charges.
Okay, let me just pause it right there again. She says, if you do want to give them permission to search and they find, you're supposed to be acting as his attorney. You don't say, if you do give them permission to search no, you say, if you gave them permission to search anything, you revoke that permission immediately and do not give them permission to search anything. Unfortunately, she failed as an attorney right there.
I got you.
And sometimes, when you are cooperative, they might let something like that slide, but there's no guarantee.
Okay, that part is why I had to get on here. I don't know if you heard that, but she says, sometimes if you are cooperative, they might let that slide. Sean, she needs to be fired. Fire or retrain this girl immediately. She's telling the clients, oh, just cooperate with the police and maybe they'll go easy on you. Have you ever in your life heard an attorney say something that stupid?
Guarantee. So giving up your rights in that instance, the charges.
I got you.
And just so you know, just because they're going to apply for a warrant doesn't mean that they're going to be successful in getting one.
I got you. So I had to flip.
Okay, her whole job here is garbage. Yeah, they're likely not going to be successful in getting one because, as the guy just talked about, the only evidence they have was like a caller, probably an unsubstantiated call of somebody with a gun. No judge is going to sign a warrant to search a house for something like that.
Because I need to have this recorded, but I'm still here.
So this one really gets me. What's this?
You're going to trash the car.
Listen to this.
The driver did give him permission to search the car, which.
Okay.
When he pulled up, we were outside.
The attorney's on the phone. The cops are searching the car by consent.
I parked up there, kept an eye on it. It wasn't until
whoever was parked down there seen us the whole time. We're outside.
Yeah, we kind of see him. Okay. Once I saw him get the stuff out of the car. That was for no. I never.
This stuff.
That stuff.
Okay. All right. So they just bring the fishing rod. So nobody carried something in there.
Not that.
That's their business.
We're just looking for a large pistol with an extended magazine. So that's it. Okay.
Okay.
What's the crime in that?
You have a card?
In my car.
You got a card?
I'll grab it for you.
Looking
Then.
You
for
ain't
a
got a
Second
card?
Amendment?
He's brand new. He don't have a card.
Makes no sense.
He looks like he's 18.
Here's why it makes no sense that he's looking for a gun, because he's not saying, oh, we're linking this gun to a felon who's not legally allowed to own guns or something. No, somebody with a gun, or they saw a gun. There's nothing, literally nothing inherently criminal about a firearm. So the fact that they're looking for a gun, that's not contraband within itself. Why are they looking for a gun? They're not even linking it to somebody who's not allowed to own a gun. If they find a gun, is that a crime? No, that's not a crime.
Take it how you want.
Okay, look at this cop searching this
I
car.
don't care how old you are.
All about a firearm. I don't have a gun, so I don't really care what you guys think. I'm talking under 8.
Dude, I think I skipped the part, or I think I was talking over the part where the guy says, "I'm so glad I have this app." Let me see if I can play this one more time. Back it up.
They might let something like that slide, but there's no guarantee. So giving up your rights in that instance, the charges.
I gotcha.
And just so you know, like, just because they're going to apply for a warrant doesn't mean that they're going to be successful in getting one.
I gotcha. So I had to flip it around because I need to have this recorded, but I'm still here. You're going to trash the car. So the driver did give him permission to search the car, which
When he pulled up, we were outside.
When I got the reason that car's here, I parked up there, kept an eye on it. It wasn't until
Whoever was parked down there seen us the whole time. We're outside.
yeah, we kind of see him once we start.
So I just want to point out what's going on here again, because I was trying to back up to that part. I don't know if I found it. The guy looks at her at some point and says, "I'm so glad I have this app," as the police are behind him searching the car. The lawyer's looking at him and the police searching his car on consent. He's saying, "I'm so glad I have this app." And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Why doesn't she tell him, "Hey, tell the cops you revoke consent. Tell them to fucking get off your property." Done. Instead, the attorney is just sitting there watching them ransack the fucking car based on a consensual search. What the fuck is going on here? Sean Reyes and your stupid fucking attorney bullshit shield. This is retarded. She needs to tell him right now, "Hey, revoke consent. Make them get a warrant if they want. You just told me you had contraband in the fucking trunk and they're sitting there searching it. They're going to find it. You're about to get your dumb ass fucking arrested right in front of your fucking attorney, dude, because the attorney doesn't tell him to revoke consent."
I saw him get the stuff out of the car. That was for no. I never.
This stuff.
That stuff.
Okay, all right. So they did
Give consent, you can revoke consent.
So nobody carried something in the open.
Not that.
that's their business.
We're just looking for a large pistol with an extended magazine. So that's it. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
You have a card?
In my car.
You got a card?
I'll grab it for you then.
You ain't got a card?
He's brand new. He don't have a card.
Yeah, it's awful attorneying is what it is.
He looks like he's 18.
Yes, yes, Brandon. Even this attorney shield from Sean Reyes
Take it how you
staying
want.
butt buddies with the fucking cops. Look at this. Look at the attorney's face. The cop searching the car. She's saying nothing.
I don't care how old you are.
All about a firearm. I don't have a gun, so I don't really care what you guys think. I'm talking under 8.
They're letting this attorney is sitting here letting this happen. I cannot fucking believe this. She should be fucking outraged, telling them, "Get the fuck out of there! Revoke, revoke, revoke." I cannot believe this. She needs to be fired or retrained immediately. Look at this attorney just sitting there watching this search go on by consent. Are you guys seeing this? This is fucking insane.
Go for it. And you can argue.
Thank you, man, for your patience.
I can stay on.
No. So
This is
glad
the
I
part.
have this app now.
Did you hear that?
It's definitely
Oh, I
a good
gotta show you that
resource.
again. This is where he said
Yes, I can't.
it. Let me play this one part.
I can stay on with you as long as you are interacting with the police.
Okay. It's crazy. I just talked to Sean the other day, and so glad I have this app now.
Did you guys hear that?
It's
I just want to
definitely
make
a good
sure that you guys can hear what he's saying. Look at the screen. The cop is rummaging through his fucking car, and he's saying, "I'm so glad I have this app now." What the fuck is he talking about, dude? How is she helping him at all? Is this guy fucking retarded as she is, or what?
Source.
Yes, I can't wait to tell him about this interaction. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to. She's saying I can't wait to tell Sean Reyes about this interaction. It's crazy. No, I can't wait to tell Sean Reyes about this interaction because it's fucking crazy. Dude needs to get some better, competent attorneys if he's going to have this fucking thing.
I'm just trying to speed it up. Because if my cops are saying that nobody carried
I'm just going to go on the other side, dude. I don't want to be in your way.
Is there, you know this other person? Never met him. Okay. I didn't hear the first part.
Okay. The cop is sitting there asking this guy questions. And what is the attorney doing? She's just sitting there fucking with a dumb look on her face. Instead of telling him, hey, don't answer their questions. Invoke your Sixth Amendment right to counsel. Don't say anything. Invoke your Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. Don't say anything other than tell them I revoke my consent. Get off my property. That's what he's supposed to be saying. That's what she's supposed to be telling him. Instead, she's just sitting there with a dumb look on her face while the cop is searching his fucking car. What kind of a, what is that? You see why I had to show you how dumb this shit is?
From what you guys said, was there somebody in the car videotaped that? I'll report you. Okay. So what happened that up? When you were driving, you got in front of them. You were honking the horn, flicking us off, so we flicked them off back. You know why they were doing that? You got in front of them. We're like, oh, you know, we're the 2 lanes. Yeah, we got in like the old Sherpa.
Yeah, and they were slowing down or stop or going faster. So I needed to get over, so I just cut it over.
Okay.
And then they got all mad about it.
Where's the
Right there by the steering wheel.
Ever wondered what your home looks like from space? Enter your address and get a 360-degree satellite view of your home.
There's a bullet there.
There's bullets in my house everywhere.
Yeah, I don't know if this relative or not, but he was saying like you guys do have your legal firearms in the house and everything. That's fine. And we're not worried about your life or anything like that.
Yeah, sorry, the audio is kind of crap on this part. I haven't gotten to this part yet.
And if you want,
As soon as they were searching and she's just watching them search the car, I was like, you guys got to see this. This is fucking stupid. Way to go, attorney. I can't believe they put this on the website for Attorney Shield. Look at this. This is an Attorney Shield ad right here. How fucking dumb. Are you serious? This is on the Attorney Shield's YouTube page. Look at this. Cop fucking rummaging through their shit with this attorney just staring there like a moron that she is.
I mean, they can't have it, but we're not worried about that.
Why don't we wait till we find something so I can say, what are you doing, girl? Just billing hours? Somebody needs to have a talk with this chick. For real, dude. If I called and got this chick,
But you gotta understand where we're coming from. Yeah, and then, little things like the holster and everything else. I mean, it doesn't look good. But if my guys are saying that nobody had a gun that they saw go into the house, but when these guys got here, then we can rule out that it got snuck into the house. You know what I mean? Then we can rule out, then we can say, okay, well, then this person must be confused. You gotta avoid yourself.
All that stuff good.
Yeah.
You want me to take that in, or you want it from?
Car's all good.
Yeah, car's all good. So, like I said, I don't care about this. We got to take it and dispose of it, but not making a problem out of it. I appreciate you guys. Look at the car. Really, no gun in it. So yeah, I mean.
All right, man. Glad to see you're back. Just wanted to give you a little mic check and see if everything's.
All right, man. I'm on my tablet. All my electronics is acting out right now, so hopefully I sound a little bit better.
Oh yeah, it sounds great. Hopefully you can see okay and everything.
Yep.
On there.
Everything's good on my end, and you are right. This should be.
I don't know why the caller's adamant that.
What's that?
No, I said you're right with your commentary on this. This is an absolutely disgrace.
Okay. That's what I thought. I know, right? Like you're not even like a legal expert or whatever, I'm sure. And you can tell just like you said, how disgraceful it is, right?
Yeah, it's just some damn bullying going on, man. These people are crazy. And like you also said, the lawyer is shit too.
Yeah, so that's what I'm like. So you know who obviously Long Island Audit and Lackluster are, I'm sure. That their app, the Attorney Shield.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's what this is. Is that clear? That's what this is?
No, I didn't know what this was specifically, but I know there are apps out like this to where you can like call your attorney to represent you in real time. So, but
yeah. So Lackluster and Long Island Audit have the app, the Attorney Shield, and this was on their YouTube page, which is blowing my mind because I would fucking bury this video if I was the Attorney Shield, right? And they exactly Long Island Audit. Lackluster put out Attorney Shield. Here's the thing. So all of this is going on. She's just sitting there watching. The guy told her this was a consensual search, right? So at any time, literally at any time, they could just revoke consent. The cops would have to stop searching and go away or get off the property or find something else to do, right? And she's just sitting there, letting it happen. At any time, she could just say, hey, revoke consent. Why doesn't she?
What law was even broken? What's the crime?
Well, yeah, you brought up an excellent point too, because actually there was no crime, right? There was like a call that somebody had a firearm, which is not a crime. So now they're looking for a gun, and then the guy gets on the phone, tells the attorney, hey, I got something in the trunk, but I don't have a gun. And she's like, okay, well, let him just keep on fucking searching it. It's like, what are you talking about, girl,
Well, what did he say he had in the trunk?
He like said it quietly. I think he had like some dope or something. He's like, well, they're going to be looking for a gun, but I've got, he's like, since it's not a gun, they won't charge me.
That's crazy. He should have just buckled down, said, no, where's your warrant? Where's the injured party? What's the crime? Things of that nature. And let the police just do what they do. Yeah.
And instead I don't know if you caught it in the beginning too. She's all, well, sometimes if you're like nicer to cops or whatever, then they'll like go easier on you or some shit. Like, she was like telling him that as advice, like, go ahead and just let them search it. Maybe they'll go easy on you. She's like, they can decide whether or not they want to charge you with something. Like they might go easy and not charge you if you're nice to them and all this shit. It's like, no, right? They're going to be looking for anything they can to charge him. If they could find, a little gnat on his ass to charge him with, they're going to at this point because they got to find something. They're just on a fishing expedition,
Absolutely. And that's why at times a lot of people feel like the cops, the judges, and the lawyers are all in cahoots. Because talk like this, if you're really on my side, then you should be telling me to tell him to get the fuck out of my shit. You know what I mean? To respect my rights. Like that's what you should be saying as my lawyer instead of telling them to be obedient to obey.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
And she saw.
That's because we were recording them because they had a fucking bat. Like they were literally waving the bat out the window. Like, pull over, pull over, pull over. There was a lady driving and a dude in the front. Did we talk to the other guy?
Yeah, I talked to the female.
All right.
Yep.
There are lots of VPNs out there at all different prices.
Yeah, I'm going to try and get a faster computer so that I get less lag here soon. Working on it.
If I was more, I don't know, I'm not sure how I'm talking. If I was more certain that somebody could have snuck the gun into the house, we would get a search warrant for the house.
That's the only way you're entering the house.
These guys are saying, what's that?
It's the only way you're going to enter the house.
Right. No, I get that. And I'm not here to, you know, flex on you or anything like that. Okay. But if my guys would have said, yeah, somebody carried a bag inside or something. But under the circumstances at that point, I don't think we are gonna search the house. I don't think you saw your attorney on the phone down there. I don't think we are, since we were able to check the car. And they're pretty certain that nobody's found the gun in there.
So they were getting closer. And then once we started saw you out, like, wow, now we better make contact before they start.
We're gonna head over to the other half and talk to them. Do they have video also?
They do. Bring up anything. I promise you they do. I'll ask them to do. They gotta do. I mean, I would hope to see it. They could have also just been holding their phone, that's scare type thing. But it could be a multitude of things. So yeah, I mean, I'll see if they have video. Except we're not just harassing you guys here. We're gonna be talking to them and making sure.
And the reason why there is 4 cops is that, you know, one, this is one that will automatically send 2 guys off. And I'm the 5th supervisor, so I'm gonna come. You know what I mean? And the other guy was semi-close at the south end of red line, so I told him.
Yeah, looks like that's about done. I'm going to see if they have any other videos. They posted that one up.
So still.
So yeah.
There have been times in my life that I have let the police violate my rights just to get through the situation, just to not complicate things. Because where I'm from, a lot of times, if you don't cooperate, you're just going to go to jail. And they're going to say you did anything, and then you have to fight what the cops say you did. It'll probably get dismissed, and it's just a complete fucking waste of time. And as a young man, you know, I didn't know how to, you know, protect myself or sue cops. And even nowadays, I'm not all the way certain. I'm sure I could figure it out how to sue the police department or whatever, you know, but I've never done it. I know that you advocate for that, but I'm saying this to say, right? Sometimes you do have to let certain things go, right, in order to just get through. If you just don't want to go to jail for nothing, that you could potentially lose your job, get your car impounded, cost you a lot of money in the long run, you know what I mean? But other times when when the police are being strenuous, right, and they're really just being disrespectful, then you got to do what you got to do. So have you ever taken it all the way and sued some cops or police department?
Yeah, well, so it's interesting that you'd ask that, considering I'm actually taking the day off. I've been working like 10-hour or like 15-hour days the last week on my first lawsuit to sue the cops. So I didn't sue them the first time. I actually got arrested, my car impounded. Did you see that, my false arrest video from like 10 years ago?
Yeah, I think I've seen some of that. Yep.
Yeah, so that's kind of reminded me of the scenario you were talking about where, you know, they impound your car, they arrest you and all that shit. And at the time, you know, I didn't sue them because I didn't really know about it all. Like, you know, I was just more naive as well. And so I looked back and I was like, yeah, even though I stood up and did what was right, they still fucked me basically.
Right.
And like me standing up and doing what was right didn't actually do any good.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like you're saying. And what I learned from that was the only way, it's the new Second Amendment, is lawsuits. So the only way to actually fight and make a difference, I've come, at least for me, to think from that experience, was I should have sued then, and we need to sue every time, right? Otherwise, they get away with it, and they get away with it. And if they get away with these little violations, then they become bigger violations, or they do multiple little violations, and then it becomes, common practice. And then this is how, tyranny sort of emerges, I feel like. So to your point, like I said, I've probably spent 15 hours a day. I actually had to force myself to take a break today from it. Otherwise, I'd be spending all day on it, right? So to file a lawsuit against police, people make it sound like it's super easy. Just sue the cops. But as you're pointing out, it's actually like a lot of work, So my friend got the case I'm working on right now. I kept telling my buddy, don't call the police ever because they're just going to give you a hard time, But, he had some people fighting in his house. He called the police and they came and they arrested the people or whatever. He left, came back home later. Apparently they were waiting for a search warrant outside to search the house for weapons that these fighters might've been using or something stupid. He went back inside his own house. They come in, fucking detain him, search his bag and all this shit, and tell him we were holding this house down. We were waiting for a warrant, and you came in, and in his bag they found his girlfriend's ID because she had asked him to hold it for her when they were at the fair the night prior. And they said, well, it's your girlfriend's ID. And he's like, yeah, but I'm in lawful possession of it. She asked me to hold it. And they're like, well, it's not your ID, so we're taking it from you. And she can come pick it up at evidence. And which, again, most people these are going to be inconveniences that most people are not going to like. They are violations, but most people aren't going to sue for, right? So, but they stole his property. They seized his property unlawfully. They had no reasonable suspicion, no probable cause to believe that was stolen. It'd be like I explained, to him, is if somebody lets you use their bike and the cops, they don't come up to you and say, oh, well, this isn't your bike. It's your friend's bike. So we're going to take it down to evidence and your friend can come pick it up, even though we have no reason to believe it's stolen. Right? That's not how this shit works. And so, like you're saying, kind of like you mentioned, I mean, so I said, look, we're going to get these motherfuckers. We're not going to let them get away with this shit. And if they don't know that that's an unlawful seizure, then they need to fucking learn, and what's great about it is normally they can't just commit one violation and be good, right? They gotta they just keep stepping in shit wherever they walk, right? And so, they ban him from the house. They're like, you can't come back here until you get permission from the homeowner, because he was renting it, a room and shit. And they had no lawful authority to say that either. They can't just arbitrarily ban someone from a property until somebody else says they can come back on and all this shit. I mean, they're just making shit up. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
do that. Yeah, because most people aren't going to sue, right? What are most people going to do? Just fucking take it up the ass. Basically, that's all they can do, unless they want to spend. I looked into it because I was like, holy shit, this is a lot of more work than I thought. I was like, how many hours does it take to fucking file these civil rights lawsuit? And I looked it up, and it's the average defense lawyer spends somewhere around 30 to 100 hours on a defense case. The average civil rights attorney spends on average 300 to 1,000 hours per case.
That's right.
Yeah, that's
insane.
That's insane. That's fucking insane. I agree, dude. And that's why I say that's why they're so far and few in between. They call these civil rights lawyers unicorns in the law field because they're so rare. Why are they so rare? Because it takes them fucking 6 months just to handle one case,
Absolutely. And like you're alluding to, we got to start holding ourselves accountable if we want the police to be held accountable, because they don't hold accountable themselves, right? They don't hold themselves accountable. So it is kind of up to us. And so I'm interested to see, how far your case goes and if you're going to win your case and how it plays out. Maybe you can start teaching us how to fight these bastards, because I think that will be something that I will be interested in investing my money into, how to fight these motherfuckers. Because if we don't, we're just going to be dealing with these damn gangsters every day. And while they try to portray us as the bad guys, well, these people are tyrants and do whatever the hell they want to do, just go around harassing people, which is not right either. So I agree with you. We got to start getting knowledgeable on how to fight these people, and that's the only way to hold them accountable, or else we can't complain.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've been thinking about that, as I've been building this case. I thought, wouldn't that be cool if I was like streaming it the whole time, um,
I hope you
and
do.
people could.
Even
What's
if you
that?
don't even if you don't necessarily stream it, record it for sure. Get you like some of those new glasses with the, you know, those new
Yeah.
glasses or something like a pen, something. That would be that would be
Yeah.
that would be really you know, informational. Give people some grasp on how it really works. Because it's one thing to talk about it and preach about it and tell people what they should
Uh-huh.
do. But if you was to show the process, I guarantee you a lot of people would be interested in that journey.
That's cool. Thanks, man. That's good motivation. I might do that, because I've been thinking about it. Yeah, and because like they might say like, draft a demand letter or something like that, right? And they make it sound like it's just this simple thing, and then you get like pro states who will be like, yeah, I demand, $10,000 because you seized my ID unlawfully or whatever. But to do it properly, like to craft a demand letter, I realized like I've probably spent, like all week working on this demand letter. I have to transcribe all the body cams, and like you can try to use like Otter AI to do transcripts, but like it's not like litigation reliable,
Mm-hmm.
Hold on a sec, Sonny. Yeah, so I basically have to go through all the body cams, transcribe and timestamp everything that everybody said at every time, and then link that to like every claim I make, and link every claim I make to what you have to decide. Because if you sue in federal court, then it's all United States Constitution violations, but then they have qualified immunity, and then it's also a bunch of larger hurdles, and more expensive. Or if you take it to state court, then you have to link all the violations to a state constitutional violation. And luckily,
not to mention, following procedure is big too, because you can have standing, right? Your rights be violated, but if you don't know how to follow proper procedure, you can get thrown out on technicalities on that. If you don't use the right verbiage, right? And a lot of people, they think they can just use these boilerplate documents. No, because things are specific to different jurisdictions also, as far as wording, as far as like how to like structure the document itself. Sometimes, they'll kick you out, and then sometimes they can just see how you write up the document and know you're not competent, and just throw you a curveball and you don't know what to do if you don't know how to counter. Sometimes like litigation can be like chess, right? And people will be doing things just to test your knowledge to see what if you know what to do on the next move, and it can have nothing to do with the case, and you can lose case on technicalities like that.
right, exactly. Exactly. So with this demand letter, I was like thinking the same thing. I was like, look, if I send them a demand letter, they're just gonna likely brush it off as this guy's incompetent because he's, just got a generic weak demand letter. But if I send them a demand letter that's basically my what I'm doing is sending them my lawsuit. I'm basically preparing the lawsuit with all the exhibits, all the affidavits attached and everything, attaching that to the demand letter, making the demand letter literally basically almost a reflection of my lawsuit, so that they can see exactly how serious I am. And like in a demand letter, sometimes they're like we're gonna sue you in civil court or federal court and all this stuff. You violated the Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution and the Second Amendment of the state Constitution and all this stuff. But that's muddying the waters, right? So because then they're going to be like, well, he doesn't even know if he's going to sue us in federal or state, and so they won't take that seriously, right? So exactly. So I've like pinpointed exactly the court we're going to sue them in, exactly the charges we're going to bring on them. Here's the evidence. It's all attached. It's all time stamped. It's all fact based. Like that's all just going into the demand letter. And then, well, to touch on what you're saying about like, yeah. So then you have states. All the states are different, and this, about APACS, that program that I was creating. You just plug it into AI. You plug in your case scenario. It pulls out the civil rights violations, and and with that, kind of like you mentioned, is so now what we need. I work with AI to do this, so I couldn't even have done this before. I was like, how did anyone do this without AI? I've been working with AI, and I still have to spend all day doing it. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah, because it's hard to shepherdize cases manually, and good thing they have the digital stuff, because think about back in the day when they didn't have, the digital case law where you actually had to go to the law library and shuffle through books all day. I couldn't
Oh my
imagine.
gosh.
Yeah, I couldn't fucking
Yeah,
imagine.
I know it. I can't either, man. I really couldn't. Exactly. And so this is helpful because now with this program, we upload the state, like the rules of procedure, the rules of criminal procedure and whatnot, and apply and send that directly to Apex, directly to your Chat GPT. So now, instead of us having to parse through all the rules and everything, then you can just upload that. So it makes it a lot easier.
Man, I'm excited about the thing that you have created, and I got some similar stuff that I want to share with you at some point, right? I'm working on the app myself, and I've been working on it for a long time, and I was trying to get some funding for it. It's similar to what you're doing, but kind of different. But yeah, I'm just curious to see
What you
your.
working on?
We'll talk about it later. I'll talk to you about it another time. But I think you'll like it.
Oh yeah, nice, nice.
I forgot what I was getting at. I was about to say something, but before that, because you were talking about, we were just talking about just jumping through the legal loops of procedure and just having your ducks in a row, right? Like that's half of the battle is just being like your format, right? Knowing what format, knowing what court, like the procedural things. Like people don't know how tedious just that part of it. Not to mention finding case law that applies and and having the courage to just fucking do it. and knowing the counters. Like if you don't know the counters, you're a sitting duck, man.
Yeah, exactly. So I actually, I've published a couple editions of a book, that's available at Walmart. It was available at Barnes and Noble, and Amazon and whatnot. But like so that was all like experience that kind of like I needed, right? And I published multiple papers and whatnot, but I mean the formatting,
Published
just
papers
doing
about what?
Well, I published several papers particularly about like ancient Egypt, the Great Pyramids, or sacramental ritual throughout different cultures.
Okay.
And then my book, is the origins of religion, as reference to sacred mushrooms. And but the thing is, like you're mentioning, is that you basically have to be a master at Word, Excel. Like you have to know how to get the headers in, the footers in, break pages, break headers, and and then just the different formatting and whatnot. But like it's very tedious, like if you want a header on your first page but not on your second page, you got to go do all. And I'm saying these sound like little things, and they are little things, but they add up, and you can spend all day just fucking trying to properly format a document. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a shame that it has to be that way also. It shouldn't be this time consuming dealing with like structure, things of that nature. Like they definitely, I think there's a purpose, but it doesn't have to be as complicated as it is as far as structure. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
At least I think so.
Yeah, and I'm working on actually perfecting mine, like doing it better than like, a lawyer, because at first they're going to look at this and say, oh, it's a pro se, immediately they're going to try to brush it off. But if you come at them at a pro se with, stronger legal grounds than an attorney, you can probably get some credibility there,
Yeah.
See
You'll still be pro se nonetheless though, right?
Yeah, no, definitely. What sucks is that if you don't have your bar card, which I don't, I'm like in the middle of like applying for law schools this fall and whatnot. But
congratulations.
with a bar card, yeah, thanks. There's only like 5 in the nation I can apply to, because I'm going to do it fully online. So hopefully, I actually applied to them last year, and now I'm applying again this year. So we'll see. But this year, I'm going to. I spent all year studying on my own. I'm going to submit APACs with my application, and that might help. Hopefully, we'll see.
I wouldn't submit it.
Well, they have like this. Yeah, maybe not, but this thing I'm telling you is far more rigorous than these attorneys that when they get out of law school that they would be using Apex. You know what I mean? Because they do ask you on these applications, like, is there any other additional information or, you know, references or sources and whatnot that you would like to submit?
Hey, will you let me in on my other one? I'm gonna jump off my tab, but I'm in the
Oh yeah, cool.
All right.
All right. You're muted, but I can unmute you or whatever.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, right on.
All right.
Cool. Well, so yeah, it's interesting is that you can collect. So the most profit in a civil rights case comes when you have your bar card. So a barred attorney can charge, you know, per hour on the civil rights case. They can charge that to the defense. So, you know, if you sue the cops, like all these hours that I've been working, the attorney would actually get paid for. I would get paid for if I had my bar card. But since I don't have my bar card, I have to do it all for free, which is really silly because it's the same work. But that's kind of one of the caveats of the federal lawsuit is that they will actually pay the attorney's fees. And so that's where, yeah, the big money is. The attorney's fees can get up to be $100,000, $200,000, you know, even on a small settlement.
Man, whether you got your bar card or not, I've seen attorneys, you like somebody that represents you can charge whatever they want, as far as I know, because it's a contract, right? And I've never signed a contract with an attorney. Attorney don't sign contracts as far as I know, especially when dealing with in the legal system. I've dealt with a few different attorneys and there was never no paperwork exchange. It was just like, you know, this is what I'm charging, pay it or not. Or if I was to go and get somebody to sue, they'll say I want this percentage if you win type of deal. But you know, it just seems like it's arbitrary. Yeah.
Oh, well, so the thing is though, with a civil rights attorney, it's a little bit different. Because they usually, so they get paid, they usually do it on a contingency basis, which means that they don't usually require money up front. They look at the case and say, can I win this case?
And they take a percentage.
Yes, but also, oh no, that's fine. Because see, the thing is, this is like the caveat of the civil rights lawsuit, a federal civil rights lawsuit, is that the plaintiff or the defense, if they lose, has to pay the attorney's fees. So that's tacked on. So if I say I got $50,000 in damages, the attorney can say, okay, he's got $50,000 in damages. I put in $200,000 worth of attorney's fees. So now the defense has to pay $250,000 instead of just the $50,000.
Nice.
Yeah, exactly. That's when I was like, nice. I got to get that fucking bar card, you know? Yeah. And then I can help you, my friends and all that shit. I can help anyone that gets stopped. I can turn a criminal charge into a civil rights case pretty much anytime. Almost all criminal charges can be jujitsu'd into a civil rights case.
I've seen you kind of demonstrate that with your app, and I'm excited about it too. So yeah, I've seen you demonstrate it. It's nice. It's a nice tool. It's a really nice tool.
Nice. Yeah. Thanks. And it does require a lot of knowledge, like to actually, you know, pull out the nuances and to spot things that, you know, that most systems and whatnot won't recognize right away. Like an example, just a little nuances, like I'll take a transcript from YouTube and I'll run it through Apex and it'll pull out the rights violations, but it can't see everything that we're seeing, right? So like the other day I saw this video where these cops got a call that somebody had a gun and these guys were walking up to their porch. They were on their porch going inside and the cops come up and say, stop right there. You know, we're doing an investigation, and they seized, and the guys stopped. Okay. Once the guys stopped on command, that was a seizure, but the guys were on their porch. And see, even though Apex can't see that and the average person might not realize that that's a relevant detail, but the fact is that because they were on their porch, they're in their home's curtilage. That's Fourth Amendment warrant protection grounds. that would be an unlawful seizure, absent a warrant, since the cops seized them on their front porch. So everything that happened post that unlawful seizure becomes inadmissible. So when they found the guns and all this shit and they arrested these guys and all that shit, not only does all that shit get thrown out, but now we countersue for an unlawful seizure without a warrant.
Absolutely.
Just on that minor technicality.
And these are the nuances where people get their ass kicked if they aren't astute with the law. Little things like that can change your whole cases. So yeah, I agree with you. It's going to be hard for AI to pick up on some of the nuances. So you're going to have to do your due diligence yourself and just be up on the law yourself. You can't just rely on an attorney. You can't just rely on only AI. You have to get your knowledge up as well, because nuance is huge in law.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, it can't. Yeah, exactly. So it kind of does. Like, I saw that guy, like lawyer friend of mine or something like that. He's got a channel, something called that. And, you know, he was doing this interview where he was like, is ChatGPT going to replace lawyers? And he was asking it like questions. And he was kind of fucking himself because at first he was trying to show that it wouldn't replace lawyers. But he was like asking it questions and it was like getting the answers right, you know, of course.
Right.
And it was making it look like, yeah, and I used to think it could replace lawyers, and he was even making it look like it could. But then the more I started using it, the more I started.
Go. I'm sorry. I think we delayed a little bit too. You're kind of echoing on your end, and I'm trying not to talk over you. But when I start, you know what I'm saying, like, go ahead.
Did that help? Did I turn on my echo?
Yeah, that sounds a lot better.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. So what I was going to say, but I wasn't meaning to cut you off. If you're not finished saying what you're saying, go ahead. I wasn't trying to cut you.
Oh, nothing. Just that actually ChatGPT is very far from replacing lawyers, farther than even most lawyers realize, I think, because most lawyers aren't even very good. They just. But anyways, what were you gonna say?
I don't think it's far, and I think you're saying that, but you don't mean like far. What's far for you? Like 5 years, 10 years?
No, I mean, like, it's actually impossible. You have to have humans working with these systems in order to look for and pick out anything they might have missed. Like they told my buddy, now don't come back to the house until your mom gives you permission and stuff. Well, AI didn't automatically flag that. It should have, right? Or it can get lost in the mix, like in the demand letter or something like that. They might have forgotten it. And then you got to look back and say, hey, wait a second. Why didn't you flag the fact that they banned him from his property, which was, you know, a violation? We have the quote here in this transcript, you know, link them together with the constitutional violation, get that, make sure it's added in the demand letter, you know? But it's got to be checked, you know?
Right. I see what you mean, but I think the exponential growth with AI, I think AI will be able to handle it. And it's all about, you know, information, right? If AI has all of the information to the case law, right? And like you said, it's working off whatever you feed it. So if you don't have those stipulations inside the system, then it won't know to grab that nuance. But you can plug that into the machine, right? So I think that AI will, in the near future, play a substantial role, could potentially play a substantial role in the legal system if they allow it. But did you see the one case to where the attorney was using AI and it had hallucinated on some cases? Like, it tried to bring up some case law that was actually didn't exist. And I think the lawyer like won the case, but the other side had to come up and back and check those cases and figure out that those cases didn't exist. And the other lawyer had to admit that he used AI, and they figured that AI hallucinated.
Yeah. So that was like an earlier model of AI, but yeah, it could still happen. What I thought was most interesting about that case, though, was everyone was trying to put the blame on AI, right? Instead of saying, wait a second, look what AI just showed us. AI revealed to us that these lawyers aren't checking their shit at all, that the defense isn't checking, the offense isn't checking, and the judges aren't checking. And that's actually what is designed to do, where I take these cases like Heibel that said that the courts are saying, Heibel says we can demand ID. Nobody's checking. Nobody checked Heibel. Heibel doesn't say we can demand ID. Heibel says you can invoke your fifth not to ID. But the courts and lawyers currently accept, if you quote Heibel in your briefing, you're saying, that cops can demand ID. That's like if AI quoted Heibel and said cops can demand ID. No, it doesn't. The courts are doing that wrong all the time too, though, right? So nobody's checking each other's cases, and
Yeah, that's the
so
thing. That's the thing. These go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. No, yeah.
No, these motherfuckers
So
are
it's not just
lazy.
AI,
Yeah. You definitely have to double check and triple check. And that's the thing about just legal work in general, right? I do think that AI and humans will have to work together, like obviously, but I think that in the end, the AI will have a huge advantage over traditional attorneys, and traditional attorneys will be used to catch the nuances, and AI will be doing all the hard work, all the donkey shit, the horse carrying, carrying the bulk of the weight, shepherdizing cases
Yeah.
mainly.
Yeah, exactly. It's really nice because you can just say, hey, show me cases that are related to this type of incident, and it'll pull them all up. And then it normally is accurate. Like you said, maybe they'll hallucinate occasionally, but that can be checked. And what I always do is run my stuff through a separate AI, right? Like I'll take ChatGPT and all the answers and all the documents that it gives me and that we craft, and then I'll run it through Grok, put it on like advanced mode and have it like fact check, every citation, every case, make sure it's all quoted properly and everything like that. There's no hallucinations,
Right.
So that's, another way.
Big plus, big plus.
Yeah, and actually,
big tool.
Yeah, like before, I wouldn't have even known how to file a civil rights lawsuit. Like, in fact, I've spent all week, like I've said, like learning how to file it. Like, you have to have like the cover sheet form, which is like a specific form that then you have to have, the summonses for each person on your lawsuit. The summons forms, the motion to waive fees. When you do all this too, you like there's a process to it. Like first send a letter to it, internal affairs, and then you like CC like the attorney, like the city attorney or whatever, and like then you send like the demand letters, and then like yeah, exactly. So it's not like just this simple where you just walk in and
That's a
There's
lot.
this whole process. But if it wasn't for AI, I have to ask AI like.
And that's why it's so discouraging for people like us, because man, people got 9 to 5s, kids, and you expect me to go through take a law class in order to figure out how to protect myself against the people that's supposed to be protecting me is bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm lucky I don't have to, go to a 9 to 5, because otherwise, like you mentioned, this would basically be impossible, which is really unfortunate. That means that it's impossible for the average man to, or pretty much anybody, but yeah, to, stand up for their rights,
To protect
hold these people
themselves,
accountable.
right?
Yeah. Yeah, he would have had basically no remedy,
That's all of us.
and it's going to take.
We're all in the same boat when it comes to that, man. It's like it's totally discouraging that you have to learn so much to do the simplest things in the legal system by yourself. It's just like you said, the average person, like, you and I still, what I'm saying? I would say we are average guys, right? But the guys that are even like, it takes a lot to do this shit, man. Like for real, for real. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to talk negative against anybody, but if you're not an astute person, if you're not a disciplined person, you're not going to be able to do what you want to do inside the law in no capacity. And that's just the truth.
Yeah, it's yeah, man. I know, dude. Like it takes pure dedication, laser focus, and I'm actually like, who are these lawyers, right? I'm like, who are these fucking guys who have been like doing this shit? Like, who are these people, right? Like, how do they think this way? Like, I mean, it's just another type of like, you know what I mean, human being almost. It seems like that can actually navigate this stuff. Like, you know, the only reason I am is because I'm super passionate about it. You know what I mean? A lot of these lawyers aren't even passionate about law or freedom or anything. They're just doing it for like money, I guess. You know.
Absolutely.
It's
Absolutely.
funny because the cop I'm suing right now, her name is Sergeant Amy Hill, and the cop that falsely arrested me was named Sergeant Amy Moon. So, you know, it's a little bit of a
Attack of
sweet
the
revenge, a little
Amy's.
bit of a personal. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna get Sergeant Amy back for this shit.
Oh yeah.
Okay, let's see. You want to put on you want to watch a body cam with me real quick? There's some random one and see if we spot some, if I can, you know, if I can actually point. All right, let's see here. Let me know if you have a body cam that you would like to watch. Otherwise, I'll just try to find one random one.
All right. And if anybody's listening in the chat, if you have some cool body cam footage, drop it in the chat. Let's check it out.
Oh yeah. And if anyone wants help getting their body cam, I mean, that's how I first started, dude. That's what's crazy is I used to not even know how to get body cam. And that was like the first step into me learning this stuff is I got the body cam footage like 7 years after my false arrest.
Is that how long it took you, or
Yeah.
is that how long? Really? So I'm saying,
No, I wasn't diligently working on time.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Did it take you 7 other years to eventually do it, or it was a 7-year process to actually get it?
So just to actually do it. So I don't. Do you know who Delete Laws is?
I don't.
Oh man, he's great. He's got like, he's kind of a big channel, you know, but he's like a real personal guy, like with a big heart, you know. And he does like cop watching. He got arrested and served like 6 months on a false. It was eventually let out on appeal not long ago, but he made this video on how to get the body cam footage using Chat GPT. So if it wasn't for Chat GPT, I would have never even fucking figured out how to get the body cam footage, you know. Which is like super easy. Like, well, with Chat GPT, it was like I got it like very quickly. I just went on to Chat GPT and I said like, you know, you just basically say, how do I get the body cam footage? And then it'll tell you, and then you say, okay, write me the request. Who do I send the request to? It'll write the request and tell you who to email it to or whatever. And you just basically tell the records clerk what you want, whether it's a body cam footage or a record or something. And then they give it to you, right? So it's not super hard, but if you don't know, then you just don't know, you know?
Well, how long after you filed the paperwork did it take you to get the footage?
Yeah, so mind you, like I said, isn't this crazy that I made the records request like 7 years after the event. They still had the video. Oh my God, dude. Normally that shit would have been deleted. They normally delete that shit. Like policy is like deleting it after like every 2 years or something, you know? And it only took like a month. You know, they usually say they'll take like 12 to 14 weeks to fulfill a records request, but sometimes they'll get it back, usually get it back within like a couple weeks, you know? And yeah, there's like a small fee, you know. I think mine was like $30. I got one for like $15. Sometimes they'll charge more, try to overcharge you if you ask them for a bunch of documents and shit, but body cams are pretty cheap. So like my ex, my baby mama, like she's been arrested in a different state a bunch of times. Every once in a while when she gets arrested, I'll pull her body cam footage just to see her crackhead ass fucking getting arrested.
No, but a month's time is that's not bad. I was thinking maybe like 3. I know how they like to drag their feet on some type of shit, but a month's time. I wonder, like, what about if it's something that's like extreme? You know what I'm saying? If it's like a deletion or a homicide or something like that, do you think you'll still get the footage back in a timely manner like that?
You know, I'm not sure actually, because I can't necessarily say, because like with my buddy, when he got his small event that just happened, and I applied for his body cam footage, and they told me, you know, it'll be like 12 to 14 weeks, and I was like, oh man, that's a long time. But then they came back, and I think it's because we submitted some documents, like we submitted preservation of evidence letters to them, and like intent to sue letters and whatnot, and then they immediately came back with the body cam footage. And so I don't know if they expedited it for us, which I was surprised that they would, you know, but I almost felt like they expedited it, or but they didn't delay it, you know, which I thought it was going to take longer. So what I mean is sometimes I think I've seen in these extreme cases, the police, sometimes I think that they do withhold it, but sometimes they release it sooner. Sometimes I think it's going to exonerate them, you know, when it actually incriminates them, but they still think it's exonerating. I don't know, you know, you know how they work.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then, so this is another piece. You're getting into actually more nuances of it. So what I've come to find out too is that, so subpoena power, you get subpoena power once you file the suit, and that surpasses all of their, you know, discovery obstacles, and can help, depending on if you're indigent, it can help with the fees. And especially if you have a mass amount of discovery, you know, if you're trying to get employees records and a bunch of different records or stuff like that, in addition to just body cam, then your costs could add up. And, you know, as you mentioned, like the average person doesn't have like a lot of money to just throw at this shit, and it can get expensive. So, but if you subpoena them and you file, or, you know, if you file the civil suit and you get the indigent waiver, then you should be able to, I think, subpoena them for records with like fee waivers, you know?
Right. Without it
And they're
costing.
compelled to, they're going to be compelled under court order.
I've seen people get past
so, but
those.
Like you're talking about that.
I was going to say,
Oh,
I've
sorry.
seen
Don't let me.
You good, you good, you good. I was saying, I see like people like Donald Trump. I think it was Hillary Clinton. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you know the law, like sometimes these people find ways of getting around subpoenas, because you can just like, you can say different stuff. Like, if you don't have it, you don't have it, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, we destroyed the records, right? Or like, remember when Hillary Clinton got subpoenaed to turn in like a laptop or something, and she just fucked up the hard drive and nothing happened? They was like, oh, well, she fucked it up. You know what I'm saying? What can we do? And then like they was trying to subpoena Trump to turn in his records, and he didn't for a long, long time. You know what I'm saying? Probably doctored this shit up real good. So that's just another little nuance that I was throwing in there in regards to subpoenas, man. I've seen people like wiggle their way around those subpoenas also.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, it's not supposed to be like that, obviously. It's supposed to just be strictly business and nothing personal, right? So, like, that's how I felt when I'm dealing with suing these people now. At first, it was like a personal thing, you know? But the more I talked to like internal affairs and like started getting records back, I started realizing like it's supposed to just work like a business, right? Like, they have like insurance set aside. They're not supposed to be like hiding things or doing shady shit. They just, everything's supposed to be on the table. Everything's supposed to be done up and up by the book. What's that?
You went back echoey.
Oh, but yeah, sometimes. Oh shit. Oh, hopefully that helps. Sorry. I got this little knob on my mic. Sometimes I hit it and it echoes or something. Is that better?
Yep.
All right. Yeah. Yes. Nice. So yeah, I mean, of course Trump is shady as fuck, but like they're supposed to be it's supposed to be like you're dealing, this is why like normally it's easier for dealing with like supervisors and shit like that, right? Like, and like, so they're supposed to like have records, and like it's not supposed to be personal. But like you said, it can get personal, I'm sure, especially if you're dealing with
It's hard not to
like
take it
that.
personal when people are trying to fucking take your money and put you in jail and shit, violate your rights. So it's hard not to take it personal. But I know what you mean. Like government is business. Like police, they got supervisors, and like you said, insurance has essentially it is a business. But it's hard not to take it personal when someone's trying to mean you harm, and it's supposed to be the people that's supposed to be protecting you.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's kind of, I think, where it's supposed to help when, like, I'm representing my buddy, the internal affairs or the attorney general or the city attorney or whatever is going to be representing their client. And then, right, so now it's just me doing business with the city attorney rather than my friend and the cop arguing, you know what I mean?
Right. I think the biggest thing is just pointing out the corruption too, because it's not personal, but at the same time, you know, it's kind of personal whenever, you know, you have somebody that's placed in office that's, you know, trying to usurp people's rights. You know what I mean? Like that's a personable thing, right? Like violating somebody, a violation is something that's personal. But we have to go through it in a business type of manner with all these procedures and dealing with the legal system, right?
Yes, I get what you're saying. Yeah, well, unfortunately, you're pointing out to me that something that's probably unfortunate to me, which is that the money, even though I've never been about the money, I'm almost, I see it like from the position I'm in, right? I see it like, oh, great, these cops are just trying to give people money.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
They're
That's the
not
better way
violating
to
your
look at
rights.
it. Yeah, we're missing
Exactly.
out on a fucking blessing. That's what it is. We're too fucking ignorant to receive our blessings.
Preach, brother. That's what I'm saying, man. Straight up.
Yeah, we got to get it together,
Yes,
man.
dude. Yeah, I look at every encounter as a winning lottery ticket that needs to be cashed in.
Yeah, and that's not in an egotistical sense either. I know what you mean. Like, really, we the ones that are fucking ourselves over if we don't do our own remedy, which is a free ticket, like you said. So yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Nice. All right, let's see here. I've got a video. I've never seen this before. I just pulled up a random one. I like the ones that aren't in cars a little bit more because we don't have to discuss the nuances of traffic law.
I hate fucking traffic law.
And
It's the worst.
it says,
Like traffic law
yeah,
ain't even really fucking law
exactly.
anyway. That's a whole nother discussion.
Exactly right. There's no crimes. It's all citation, right? It's all infraction. It doesn't even. It's kind of hard to make sense of. So, all right, I'll hit play on this and we'll see because it says she catches 3 felonies. Now, anytime they're not in a car and somebody's catching charges, I can almost guarantee you, you know, that there's some dirt going on with the cops. So
Before we get into this,
all right, I'll hit play on here.
Before we get into this, can I say something about traffic charges, man? Can we agree that, you know, like the whole traffic thing is like a fucking it's a fucking racket. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that there are not good traffic laws, but whenever you have to have a driver's license and you have to go through all these damn tickets for non-injured parties and stuff like that, man, it just seems like it's a way for the city to like just generate revenue. Anyway, that's enough.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean that's such a large can of worms. But I think you're right. You know, like I was watching this movie just yesterday, where one of these mayors or governors or whatever was talking about, we need to get more money to fund this other, you know, program. So we're going to add a tax to real estate sale to generate that revenue to pay for this program. And that's the thing is, these are all just ways of generating revenue for the city to, you know, so they can basically have more programs, grow, make more money. These politicians, you know, these governors, mayors, and all that shit. I mean, it's sick, you know, for most of them. I'm sure there's a couple good ones out there that usually get weeded out if they are good. But I mean, it's all about money to them. Yeah, it's all about lining their pockets. It's all about donors and lobbyists. And so traffic, I'm sure, is the same, right? It's just a way of generating income for the city. Yeah. All right, let's see what this one says.
2024. Officers were dispatched after a woman was recklessly driving her car onto a path that was meant for dirt bikes.
What's going on?
Senator, please give me.
Can you step out of the car for me?
Yes, sir. Hey, can you come over here?
No, put your shirt on.
I can't.
I just had to say, I had no idea how this was going to start, right? This is fucking funny as fuck.
Yeah. I don't think this is going to go where we wanted to go.
Because this is not how that goes.
Yeah, this is going to be a hard one for me. If I can get this one, you know I can get any one of them. And she's in a vehicle topless. You can't, my hands are tied right now.
Okay, you need to put your shirt on, okay?
I can't.
What do you mean you
I
can't?
don't have a shirt.
You're holding a shirt right there. Put that on.
And this,
Okay, I got one for you right here, right now. Okay, you ready for this? Unlawful order, bro. He cannot order her to put a shirt on. There's no law against her being topless. The only laws against being nudity laws are if you have intent to whatever word they call that for arouse. They call it intent to arouse. If without absent intent to arouse, she can actually be nude in public. So he just made an unlawful command for her to put her top on.
my shirt for this outbound. It's not my shirt. It doesn't matter to me. That's their outbound.
I don't know what you're talking about. You need to step out of the car and turn that car off.
You
okay?
need to give me something to put over my skin.
You're holding a shirt right there. Put that on.
No.
Hi, I'm Ryan Reynolds, and welcome.
I just want to say real quick I feel like he just made another unlawful command. He told her, you need to get out of the car and turn the car off and all this shit. What the fuck is he talking about? Like, what are the charges here? No offense, but I know it looks crazy, but A, it looks like she's probably on private property. And B, is he making an arrest or what? You know, the cops don't have authority. She has no obligation to turn the car off, right? There's no statute that says when you're stopped at a traffic stop or whatever, you have to turn the car off. Or you have to turn the car off if the cop tells you to. Who the fuck is he to just sit there and treat her like a dog and tell her she has to do this, she has to do that? You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think in the beginning, whenever the police starts making those commands and demands like that, I think they're just trying to test the person's compliance, right? I think whatever they say, if you go for it, it's legal. That's how that works. You got to be able to assert your rights and know how to say no. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Skin, cause I'm like you. I'm not gonna get.
Put that shirt on. Put that shirt on, man.
Can you please do that to me?
Put your shirt on. Put that shirt on.
By the way, this is one of those body cams of my ex I was talking about. I'm just kidding.
Man, put that shirt on. What
on?
It's not on. Put it on. Put it on.
Okay.
No, you got to put it all the way on. Put the shirt on, okay? You're holding a shirt right there. Put it on.
Sure.
You're holding the shirt. Put it on.
Although I will say, normally when I'm dealing with stuff, it's not like some drunk, crazy lady driving off the street naked. Like, this is probably the worst case I've seen yet.
Man, it's hard to defend this right here.
Yeah.
Put that on. Tony, I got a 28 for you. 10-4.
I'm good.
Yeah, go put your shirt on so I can talk
I'm
to you.
good.
Okay.
Why the f are you guys doing this to me?
I got to talk to you. You're in the middle of a dirt.
Why are you guys doing this to anybody?
Doing what? You're at it.
Sucks, dude.
This isn't even a roadway. Do you know where you are?
Do you even know what it is?
Okay.
And what people are doing to other.
Like, is this cop or women? Like, fuck.
Oh.
Yeah, this is like women privilege or something like that, right? If this was either one of us, we'd be on the fucking ground right now, dude. What the
Face in the mud.
Yeah, dude.
Put that shirt on, okay?
Yeah, the shirt's been on.
Put your arms through the other arm through the hole.
All right, here. I'm so sorry. Here, you can have it.
Have what?
Non-legit.
What?
I won't do anything wrong to you. You can understand, and
Okay.
tell me what I'm supposed to do.
If you can, just step out of the car. Just be careful stepping out because it is muddy.
Yes, sir. I don't want to hurt you.
No, I don't think you want to hurt me. I got to figure out what you're doing.
Don't worry about the keys. Just step out for me.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just wow.
Do you have shoes?
No.
Where are your shoes?
Are you serious?
Where are your shoes?
In a car.
Okay. Here, we'll come over here in the grass, okay?
Yep.
Where are you coming from?
Life. My house. I live down the street.
Okay, where at?
Okay, so right here, I would say that he's starting to ask her questions that could be incriminating. He has not Mirandized her. You know, I would argue that this is a Fifth Amendment violation because he didn't let her know that she had invocating rights that applied right now, that she could invoke her Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. He's supposed to notify her of that when he's asking her these incriminating questions. At least at this stage, I feel it. Context does matter, you know, when they're required to be Mirandized. But I think in this context, she's out of the vehicle. I don't even think she was actually technically at a traffic stop. So anyways, you should have Mirandized her.
Like you actually.
Can I give my take on it?
Oh, please.
So I believe that in this particular instance, the cops had a duty to come check on this woman. She's obviously fucked up. She's not even on the road. And he did basically a wellness check. She didn't have to follow any of the commands that he gave her. But I'm glad that she did, because she's clearly too intoxicated to drive. And I believe that this woman needs to go to an intoxication chamber or whatever they call it. She needs to go sit down and detoxify before she's released back into the public, because right now she's a danger to the public, as I see it.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, where do you live? Where
do I live, or where do I actually reside? What do you want me to say to you?
Where do you live?
So do you want to know Keith's actual fucking situation, or do you want to know mine, honey? What do you want to know?
I want to know where you live.
Do you want to know where I can get choked off and die? Or what do you want to know?
Okay. Where do you live? That's all I ask. Stop touching people.
You know who I am, though, right?
Don't touch me.
They keep asking her where she lives. Sorry, it doesn't matter, but it just seems like a weird question. They don't even know her name yet. You know? Whatever.
Do you know who I am?
I didn't know you guys assist Elwood all the time, man.
Are you ready?
Yeah, where do you live?
You guys actually don't know who I am?
No. I don't know you.
Wow, I'm sorry for you, man.
Okay. I don't know you.
All right, understood.
No, stand up. What are you doing?
I'm good. I'm not paying for any of this. This is going to be a lot of...
What if you could taste the movies?
See, cops are so fucking dumb, no offense. But if you're standing up, they want to tell you to sit down. So she sits down. They tell her to stand up. What the fuck is that?
Hey, and I don't want to pay for that.
Medical pay? What are you talking about?
Dumb shit that you don't do when you don't write off shit.
Okay.
This bitch
Can you
is
stand up and
belligerent
talk
as
to me
fuck.
so we can figure out what's going on?
What's that?
I said, yeah, she's belligerent as fuck, bro. Like, it's kind of hard to. I think the police are being a little over abrasive, right? They don't have to be. It's clearly she's drunk. Just give us sobriety test or let her go. You know, they like badgering her at this point.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, why aren't they fucking actually pursuing the criminal charges at this point? They're just like kicking the shit with her. It's like, come on.
Yeah.
But I am surprised. Like, yeah, no, this is only a third of the way through, so they're not gonna be able to get the rest of the way through without fucking up a bunch of shit, I'm sure. But this one's putting me to the test.
What's your name, first of all?
What was the name that you back on that place? Tony.
No, that's my name.
Your name's Tony?
No, that's my name. That's not her name. She shouldn't be saying that. That's
Okay, your name's Tony.
Yeah, she shouldn't be saying that.
Okay, that's just your plate. Your plate comes back to you, Tony. Okay, so your
she
name,
shouldn't be saying
your
that.
name's Tony.
Yeah, so you need to fucking understand that, like, you guys both already knew, right?
Well, I already told you I don't know who you are. Okay.
It's okay then. Okay,
all right.
I'm sorry.
Can you stand up and talk to me?
Absolutely not.
Why?
Because it doesn't mean my job to stand up to talk to you.
Nice. Get it.
You know what you need to do is you need to talk to your job and ask them
Nice.
when people should stand up and talk to you.
Okay.
No, I love this. It's getting good now. Right? Because her point is, just fucking talk to me, you dumb fuck. Don't tell me to stand up and sit down. Who gives a fuck? Just, right? Pursue your job and continue the investigation. You don't need me to stand up. I mean, this is an irrelevant point, but it's like she's even drunk enough to notice that shit.
Do you know where you are?
Yes, sir.
Where?
You are on a right side of a bound that's gonna come in and you're gonna get so nothing.
Okay. The right side of a what?
Oh God.
A good data AI assistant. Think
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
You like want to assume that you're going to do something that's really good for your benefit of your doubt. You have a daughter or something. You got a 9-year-old daughter.
No, I don't. I don't have a daughter.
All right. Well, whatever you're doing, like you think that you could do something good, but it's just not.
Okay. Can you stand up and just walk with me?
Absolutely not. I haven't been asked to. I'm not
just
gonna
asked
take
you.
you. That's my
I just
fault. I'm
asked
not
you.
gonna
He said
take
absolutely
you.
not. Have you been
No.
molested?
Okay.
No way. Is that what
That
she
bitch
said?
is belligerent. That's what it sounded like
Oh
she
my God.
said. He said, "Can you stand up with me?" She said, "Absolutely not. Have you been molested?" What the fuck? Belligerent.
Yeah, this cop too. He's like wanting to go on a walk with her and shit. It's like, dude, fucking.
Can pay me. Put on a piece of paper that you offer me payment to get up.
I don't.
Because I don't have to do that. I don't have to do that. And what you're doing is fucking bullshit. And you're not fucking playing me. Because honestly, you're cute as hell.
Okay. But, and I don't mean to keep pausing it, but it is kind of silly that she's like so belligerent, and yet she's even like on her point a little bit, like more than them. She's getting at that fact, which is I don't have to stand up. Like, what the fuck are you guys doing? What are they doing now? They're just standing around talking to her about, whether or not she should stand up and walk around and shit. It's like, what the fuck? Not a crime necessarily, but it's just stupid.
Get out of here.
Okay.
No.
Can you?
I'm not doing that. Absolutely not.
All you have to
I
do
will
is stand.
not.
All you have to do is
Go
stand.
the fuck away.
We're not going anywhere.
Call your boss. Come here.
I'm not
I'll
calling
do
my
your
boss. I'm
Nope.
not calling my boss.
Then that's your problem, baby.
All I want to do is talk to you.
Cool. You can talk to me all you want.
Okay.
But you know what's gonna happen is not gonna happen.
Okay, I don't mean to pause again, but this chick, for being, like I said, as being as belligerent as she is, she's still fucking manhandling these fucking retards, dude. What the fuck? She's like, you want to talk to me? Well, then fucking talk to me, you dumb fuck. Holy shit.
No.
Okay.
No.
How much have you had to
No.
drink today?
How much have you?
Me? 0. I mean, I had some water.
Okay.
How much alcohol have you had to drink today?
Obviously, I've been in front of you. You fucking idiot. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, how much have you had to drink today? She's been sitting in front of you.
Nice.
So the reason we got called out here, you were driving in and out of ditches on Kelly Road here, okay?
So what do you want?
So somebody called the police on
So
you.
what do you want?
I want to talk to you and figure out what's going
What
on.
do you want?
Told
Because
you.
I'm fucking done.
I don't know what that means, but
It means shut the fuck up.
So we
That
had it-
means like if this guy is a guy I'm dating, I gotta suck his bro.
Oh my god.
That was hilarious.
This shit is too funny.
That's what it means.
I'd rather you not. Okay. Well.
I suck the baby.
Okay. Okay.
You
So
know you hate.
here's. We have to figure out what's
Not
going
my
on.
problem. I don't.
This is.
care.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
No.
This is your problem.
Not my problem.
We're
Because
here
you know
because of
what?
you.
I don't actually have to listen to you.
Okay.
Yeah, look at.
Okay, although there's no although I would actually question that civil rights violations are starting to occur. Okay, and it's because they're prolonging this detention. They're literally not, and they're not diligently investigating the crime anymore. They're like, she's pointing it out. She's saying, look, I don't have to talk to you. I don't have to listen to you. And in that case, go about doing your job otherwise, right? And they could and they should.
This is how you provoke and, antagonize someone, right? They could have left her alone. They could have been like, ma'am, call you a ride. We see that you're intoxicated, but they're just prolonging the situation, trying to let their body cams get some context so they can say, look, judge, she was belligerent and we took her to jail, which is true. But at the same time, they could have really minimized the situation and just called someone to come pick her up.
Yeah, or cops, they can't let a paycheck go, so they could have given her a breathalyzer. I think they can actually even legally blood test, which I'm not saying they should, and they should not do that. But I'm saying I think there were other routes they could have gone for a DUI check, right? Rather than just talking to her while she's sitting down and shit, like that's not protocol. I'm sure that's not policy,
Absolutely not.
All right. We're not going back to the car. Hey, you're not getting back in that car. Come
Yeah,
on.
because you know
No,
why?
you're not. No,
you
you're
know
not.
why, though?
No, you're not. Come back over here.
Yeah, you know why?
No, I don't know why. You grab my shit again, you're going in handcuffs.
All right.
Cut it out.
All right, grab you again.
You do it again, you're going in handcuffs right now.
All right.
Stop. I just want to talk to you. Come on. Come on. No, come on.
Are you gonna
Come
act
on.
like an
We're just
adult?
going to walk over here where there's no mud. Nobody wants to stand in mud.
Can I kiss this guy?
Come on. Right over here.
I'm
Can
gonna
I
kiss
kiss
that
this guy?
All right. Okay.
Can I kiss you?
How much have you had to drink tonight?
Can I kiss you?
Okay, you're not.
I got it.
It's kind of funny.
Okay.
It's actually kind of.
Okay, how much you? Hey, you're not going anywhere. Okay.
We'll buy your
my
home
God.
as is in any condition and
If I've ever seen a fucking privileged video ever, this is the one, right? Holy shit. Dude, people have been shot in the back for what this bitch is doing right here. Holy shit. She's just running off now, and they're just.
You know what she really said? She was like, let me give you some pussy.
What's that?
That's really what she said. She's like, she said, can I kiss you? Which is really interpreted as, let me give you some pussy.
Right? Yeah, trying to get her way out of it.
Yeah, try to give up some pussy to get out of it. And I think that's probably a norm too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, come on, girl.
Knock it the f off.
Damn it. She's not very smart. Stupid charge for
All right, come on.
Somebody please put my pants up, please, so I don't look weird. I know I'm a girl, baby. Come on.
Come on, let's go.
Somebody please put my pants up now.
Yeah,
Pull my fucking pants up, dude.
Come on, let's go.
I'm a fucking female, dude.
You're gonna get carried if you don't walk.
Now I'm gonna fucking fight you.
You already kicked me. You're getting an ass.
Yeah, well, did you fucking like it?
Hey, knock it off.
Shut up before I kiss you.
Nice.
No.
Let's go.
No, please. Let me breathe.
You are breathing. You talk.
No.
Start acting like an adult.
Oh, can I hug that guy?
No hugs.
Why are you charging me? I didn't do anything though, man. Like my kids are with their dad.
All right, have a seat in the car.
Oh, my kids are with their dad, and I already know that. And he told me. No, you know that too. You know that too. And you're gonna hurt me. You guys are gonna hurt me.
Nobody's gonna hurt you. Sit in the car. Hey.
All right, so. Next time, what are the odds, right, that this is the video?
Told me that you would do that, and you did it.
Sit back. I got that.
And you know how much I hate the cops, but this one's a hard one.
You can hurt me, bro.
All right, what do you want?
Her phone is sitting on. Yeah, you want to get her phone? Try an ID. I'm gonna try an ID her through Aegis real quick. She kicked me like 3, 4 times in the chest, ripped my mic off my chest. I walked up and she had no shirt on in that dirt track. It was a struggle to get her to put her sweatshirt on. And she gets out and she's just obnoxious. And hey, she just threw up all over my car. Does the jail clean that? Like, how to? I'm not cleaning that.
Okay, so
I can tell you, I'm not cleaning that.
dude, I feel like a fucking idiot. All right. That one's gonna be tough, dude.
Where'd
So
you
what I
find
want to
this
do?
at, bro? Is that random or what? You just randomly pick one?
Yeah, I searched body cam and then I put in body cams that were posted within the last 24 hours, and that one came up. And I just saw the thumbnail. You know, it was like, it was obviously, if anyone was going to put me to the test, that was it, right? Let's run the transcript through Apex and see if it finds anything, you know. That one was a tough one, honestly. Like, normally I can spot him like a pro. That one's going to take a little reading into. I mean, if she was parked, if that field was a private field, that's what we needed to know. That's what we would need to know. If that field was a private field, everything is dismissed, right? But if that field is not a private field that she like had lawful access to be, or
STEELMAN. I'm gonna
yeah.
give you a little pushback, man. I think you're being a little bit too stringent, right? I think you're being an extremist, right? Because these cops are assholes, but in that situation right there, like maybe they did do. I would agree with you. They did do some stuff that was illegal, and I agree with you. But at the same time, this would be one of those exceptional cases.
Yeah.
An anomaly to where I wouldn't do nothing to the cops in this aspect, right? Would you go with these cops looking from that? Now, if you're her, that's another situation. If I'm her, I would probably go after the cops. But looking at it from the outside, I'm not going to use this as an example, as a reason to condemn cops for how they treat, regular citizens. I don't see this as that.
Let's see here. Hold on.
And that's one of those nuances too, man. We don't want to start becoming too biased to where we just nitpicking everything, because they do deserve a little grace. I'm not pro police or nothing like that, but it's sometimes, man, we can't just be too much of a stickler.
Okay, so no, I'm granting you that the it seemed like those cops were fucking super nice to this chick and gave her far more leeway than they even maybe should have. Totally agree with you on that. I was not expecting it to go as smoothly and for them to handle it as well as they did. I personally, like you're saying, I personally don't see really anything that they did in particularly wrong from like a personal standpoint. Like I said, if I was her defense lawyer though, then I might want to look at whether or not she was on private property when they, seized her. Then that would be her defense.
For sure.
So I ran it through Apex though, and I want to curious because, like you said, this is actually a really textbook kind of appearing scenario. So
this is one of those scenarios that you was talking about in the beginning. Would AI catch these nuances, right? This is a prime example, right? And that's the first thing you said too. You said the first thing that I would want to know is a private property, right? And that was the same thing in the example that you used previously to that, whenever you said those guys were on their private property on their porch, right? So this is exactly what you were alluding to at the beginning, one of those nuances.
Yeah, exactly. So with the transcript, for example, when I typed that in there, we don't know where she was located. We can't put any of that information in. So yeah, so without that, we can only locate so many, flaws. So Did they mention trespass in there?
No, he just said that you're not on the road and you was going in and out of the ditches. But it didn't say whose
Yeah.
property or where. He kept asking her where she was.
I wonder I wonder why they didn't just chart, like, why did they stop? I get why they stopped her, but I don't get why they didn't immediately detain her, why they didn't immediately pursue the stop as far as like charging her. You know what I mean? It was almost like they just like stopped her, like you said, as a general welfare check and then let it escalate into criminal charges. But how
That's
is that a
exactly
general?
what's happened. That's exactly
Yeah,
what happened. I think they did antagonize the woman to where it made it something worse than it had to be.
kind of, right? But had she been driving on the road like that and she was totally belligerent, like, the thing is they didn't see her driving, but she would have gotten a DUI charge if she would have been driving, a reckless endangerment or something like that. And well, my question is, why would they go up to her and immediately just pursue it as a welfare check? If I'm sitting on the side of the road in the ditch, fucking belligerent in a car, cops aren't coming up. Hey, well, this is just a welfare check. No, they're
Well,
gonna
they said someone called.
right, but instead of something, they should say, "Hey, get out, cuff them, get in the fucking back, run the plates, fucking tow the vehicle, fucking ask her if she wants to do a DUI test, and if she doesn't, take her down, and fucking draw her blood. Don't do that, I'm saying, but that's what the protocol policy probably is. Why
Yeah,
would
they
they?
drug it out. They drug it out.
Well, yeah, and approached it as a welfare check, right? That was the weird part. I wanted to know. That my point being is that for Apex and for this defense case, we have no like idea. We know that the cop came because he got a call that there was a driver. But at what point did like he have probable cause? You know what I mean? They don't make it clear when probable cause was obtained. I would say probable cause was obtained the moment that she opened her mouth and started speaking slurs or slurish words.
I think the probable cause is the caller, the third party that called in on that person for them to do the check.
Okay, so that would activate the reasonable suspicion. If it's a substantiated call, right? So if it's an unsubstantiated call, then that's not reasonable suspicion, right? Like if you were, say, sitting outside and I called the cops and said, "Hey, there's this guy sitting out there. I think he's involved in crime," and hung up, they can't go up and harass you and demand ID from you and all that stuff because that's just a hearsay, unsubstantiated call. And if they allowed that, then essentially I could just call anytime I wanted and force people to show their IDs and all that shit to cops, based on hearsay,
Yes, but in this case, I would think the call is substantiated, being that the woman is clearly belligerent, doesn't have on a shirt, which none of these are crimes in and of themselves. But I think in the position of protecting the public and protecting the person themselves when they can't protect themselves, I think it's substantiated.
Yeah. All right. Should we try a different one? I think you're right. I mean, I think you're right on about like a lot of this. Like, yeah, this one's just so like, like you're saying, I mean, I would be hard pressed to really make a good case in this one in
For
particular.
Sure.
As much as I would, as you know.
We can see what the AI want to say. If you're not just want to waste any more time, we can go to the next one. I'm here for a little bit longer, so it's whatever you want to do.
Okay, yeah. Well, the thing is, like you're talking about, is AI. It's even having let's see here. If the woman was cited for trespass or another charge following the ID demand, it's having. We're all actually having a hard time figuring out, even after the end of it, what the fuck was she charged for ever? That was a weird video because they literally didn't even show what she was charged for.
That's true.
That was probably. Yeah, if she was charged for just the assault, then that would be a bad charge because the assault didn't take place until if they didn't have any, right? Unless they had. What I mean is, why weren't they? If they had probable cause or reasonable suspicion to detain her, like for what reason? Like you said, you can give a general reason, but I'm saying, what was the statute that she was breaking? Maybe she was.
There's another one of those nuance slash technicalities too. We have to discuss the fact that the police can wait to tell you what you're being charged with, right? Like they can put you in jail and say that you're charged with one thing, come back and you'll be charged with another thing. All of these things is bullshit when it comes to you having to defend yourself in order to stay out of jail, right? So if somebody can actually come and place you under arrest, not tell you what you're being charged with, you won't know until you go in front of a judge. Like you will sit in jail and they won't even tell you, right? I've had that happen to me, and that is complete bullshit too. That's not innocent until proven guilty. That's guilty until proven innocent otherwise.
Yeah. That was actually, so that's a flaw in the system, at least I think it is, that you're pointing out, because I encountered that very flaw, or one very similar to that. When the cop stopped me, I said, I'll be happy to show you my ID if you can tell me what crime you suspect me of having committed. Right? So I was telling them, hey, I'll show you my ID if you can articulate your reasonable suspicion. That way I know you have lawful authority to demand the ID. And she made it clear to me, and later the internal affairs made it clear to me, or her supervisor, that they don't have to articulate the reason, kind of like you're pointing out. Not only do they not have to articulate the reason for the arrest, but they can detain somebody and not tell them why they're being detained, you know, or as you say, it goes farther, not even tell them why they're being arrested. And an innocent person who's going through that is going to be obviously very unhappy and fighting it, right? So like I was saying, no, you can't, because you don't have reasonable suspicion, you know? Even if she did have reasonable suspicion, though, even if she actually legally had reasonable suspicion, there was no way for me to know.
Right.
There was no way for me to know. Right. So it was literally a coin toss of me saying, I don't think she has reasonable suspicion, so I'm going to not show her my ID. And I was luckily I got the coin toss right. She didn't have it. But if she did have it, and I didn't know what she knew, then the charges would have stuck. Right. So that's what. Yeah.
Right. And the other thing to that, it makes it hard to where you can't even say no to these cocksuckers. Right. Like you can't, if you know you're being violated and they want to arrest you, you just have to submit to it, or else you're going to be in the wrong, because you can't fight them. You can't say no. You can't say, if you put your hands on me, I'm gonna knock your ass out, because you know that you're in the right, which you should be able to. So there's another one of those catch-22s or catch-21, whatever it's called, to where you're in the right but can't even enforce your own rights because you have to submit in order to get arrested just for not committing no crimes. You know what I'm saying? Which is crazy.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yo, it does. What was that? Ortho. Remember that guy Ortho something? A couple of years back, he was defending himself against the police, and ended up having to go to jail for like life and shit for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. And it's actually, so what's crazy too is it's like Black Horse versus U.S. or something like that, is this Supreme Court case that determined that people don't have the right to use deadly force against an unlawful arrest, which basically is ultimately what you're saying is you have to submit to an unlawful arrest according to the law. You cannot defend yourself.
Exactly.
Ultimately defend yourself. Yeah.
So and the thing is, you have these bully police officers that are out there on the force that are just arresting people, hoping to get lucky, right, and find something, right? So they're breaking the law to do it, and then whenever they do break the law, but they find something that the person shouldn't be doing, like let's say they're a felon and have a gun, or let's say they selling drugs or whatever. A lot of times the judges will overlook the laws that the cops broke in order to get there, especially if you don't have a good lawyer to defend yourself, or you're not aware, or whatever the case may be. But yeah, man.
Yeah. Well, and then to double down on that point, then the remedy should be the attorney, the city attorney or whatever, files criminal charges against the police, right? So like, if I had stolen my buddy's ID and said that, then I would get a criminal charge. But if the cop steals my buddy's ID, nothing, no charges.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of weird to me.
Yeah, what's the point of having these laws if they don't apply to the people who's enforcing them? You know, it applies to everybody else except the people that's enforcing them. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd think that it would actually apply like double down, right? Like they should actually receive like expounding punishments or whatever. Because I mean, not I'm trying to hand out punishments, but what I mean is like, right? They should be upholding the law and exemplars of upholding the law. You know.
Absolutely. They should hold the law to a different standard than everyday citizens. Since they are the people who we appoint to enforce it, but they have a much higher bar than the rest of us. And that just comes with the duty of the job. If you don't want it, then step down. But we have to hold you guys to a higher standard than even us and to a higher consequences. Because you have the ability to do the most damage, right? With the power that you have. You know what I'm saying? That's what it looks like now, just power run them up, right? Just because they can, right? Just flexing their power, going around bullying people, seeing what you got. If you ain't got nothing, they send you on your way. If you got something, they'll overlook the laws that you broke just because you found some fucking pills or something. It's crazy word.
Yeah, I agree. All right, I'll try this other one, and we'll see if it goes a little better than the last one.
24th, 2025. Police in New Jersey conducted a motor vehicle stop over an improper display of a license plate when things became tense. Here are the events that occurred.
Improper display is what reason.
36, go ahead.
Gonna be at a traffic stop on County in front of the Dunkin' Donuts, 39 Jersey.
All right, I mean he's got this joke coming, you know. Of course he's sitting out in front of the fucking donut shop, only place he's ever made a stop.
It's gonna be Hotel 23 November Lima Whiskey. The reason is gonna be improper display. Hey guys, how you doing, sir? Just it's gonna be improper display, sir. You have that really dark license plate cover.
I just went to court for it, and I didn't get a chance to take it off. You're right.
Okay.
I just went to court for that. It's for the covering on the license plate.
Okay.
And
you went to court in Sea Caucus?
No, I went to Jersey City.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So.
All right. Well, just so you know, I'm Officer Mikros with Sea Caucus Police. I just gotta let you know my camera is on, recording audio and visual. All right. Okay, no, but well, I'm just gonna make sure everything checks out. If you just went to court for it, you know you gotta take it off. So, all right. And I see my man right here. You don't got your seat. Okay, you don't got your seatbelt on, man. Well, you don't have it on when I come to. You got your ID on you as well, man. I understand you're not driving, man, but you don't got a seatbelt on.
I just took it off to reach for that. I gotta put it back on. I put it back on.
Well, yeah, you do have to put it back on, but if you could just give me your driver's license, you don't gotta make it a big deal, man. Okay, that's fine. You can give me your name. That works.
RP Foreman. He's Horman. I'm a Horman too.
Okay, no problem. We don't gotta make it a big deal. No, you're good, man.
Okay, so you see what the cop's doing? He's secretly escalating this shit. You see that? So the passenger has no requirement to give any information, you know, but the cop is trying to force him into that situation by saying, you didn't have your seatbelt on, therefore now you're required to give me your information so I can cite you. It's just, in my opinion, it's just another fishing expedition for that ID crack, because they want that ID so they can run him for a warrant so they can get that easy arrest.
What's your name? How do you spell that? Quise. And what's the last name? Harmon?
Sorry, I just wanted to pause it again real quick because I hate when they're giving out the names, man. Because cops love the names. And again, I'll just reiterate that in Hybel versus Nevada, the Supreme Court justices specifically state in the last two paragraphs that If giving your name could possibly furnish a link to a crime, then your invocation of the fifth applies. And Hoffman, or we can get into this, but anytime you're giving your name to an investigator, then there is a potential link to crime, because that's what their whole job is, to investigate and link people to crimes. If they have your name, you don't know what they could do with it, but it could potentially link you to a crime. So anytime a cop asks you for your name, I say that requires a Miranda warning, and a Fifth Amendment incrimination clause could be applied.
Indeed.
All right, my man. And what's your date of birth? All right. Okay. And just real quick, so what's a good...
Okay, and you see how they're getting the phone numbers and shit, dude? It's just another fishing expedition. So, like, there's no statute, I'm sure, even in the stop and ID states, they don't require you to, like, give them a physical driver's license, right? They'll require you to give them, like, a name and an address. But, like, and now he's saying, okay, what's a good phone number for you? I would actually argue that that is actually a civil rights lawsuit right there, because he's using the color of law, forcing them under duress to ultimately give them their phone number. That's protected information. That's they need to be secure in their person's houses, papers, and effects, right? So he's just seizing, he's unlawfully seizing that information from them.
Sometimes they'll ask for your social also. Have you ever been asked for your social before?
Yeah, now that I think about it, yeah. And the thing is, these stop and ID states are very specific on what the police can ask for, and never a social, right? It's always just like a name and an address, and then that's even contingent upon absent Fifth Amendment invocation. But exactly, they shouldn't be asking for all this stuff. That's one of the things, dude, that I got in this lawsuit right now. When my buddy and his girlfriend went down to pick up the ID, the cop that took the ID while she was still holding the ID, she told the girl, "Okay, what's a good phone number for you?" Dude, I put that in this lawsuit. I said, look, she held that ID, illegally seized, and that woman was forced under threat and duress to provide that ID in order to feel like she could provide that phone number in order to feel like she could get that ID back properly. Like, the cops can't just coerce people like that. That's coercion,
That's bullshit.
A seizure. Yeah, and so just taking that phone number, that's in this lawsuit. And if I was these guys, I would add that into the lawsuit. Let's see here.
He was like sitting there. He was refusing to look at me.
Well, and I don't mean to keep pausing it, but it's like, do you see that they have these cars all backed up? They're blocking this fucking lane that no one's supposed to park in and all this shit. And what was it for? Like, it was for some dumb thing that, like, now they're creating an even bigger problem.
Yeah, like,
oh yeah, his plate wasn't.
Yeah, he has some dark over his tag, invalid tag display.
Yeah, exactly. Now they're gonna hold up all this fucking lanes.
Just staring straight ahead. You can have a seatbelt on.
I mean, look at that. There's a no parking sign. They're at a bus stop. Do you see this? That cop is parked at a bus stop that says "Do not park here." It's a bus stop. But no, this guy doesn't. We couldn't see his plate as much as we wanted to in case we needed to fucking chase his ass down. It's like, move out of the way. Cars are trying to drive by. Buses are trying to get. Go to a place that's proper for this shit.
Have an ID. Just has his. Yeah, you can just stay in the car, sir. I'll come back.
Oh, okay. Listen, I have a question though.
What's up?
My name is Rich, Minister Rich, but I just went to the website, and you guys, he did say I have to remove that license plate, but you can't really see that license plate from here.
I couldn't see it from where I was
telling me the truth.
Yeah.
The camera is recording.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Can you see it from here?
Yes, I can.
You can see the L?
Yes, you can.
And you out of New Jersey, you cannot have a 10 on that license plate cover.
Okay, and that's what I just had that altercation in Jersey City. It was a transit cop that pulled me over.
For the same plate cover. And
For
you
the
said,
same.
like you said, you went to court and they told you guys to remove it.
Yeah.
So.
I didn't get a chance to do it.
Right,
because I'm coming through I just left the inspection station.
Okay.
Actually, I was going to make that left-hand turn, but you guys was right in the way.
Okay.
Yep. You guys was right there. So.
Well, we were in the exit of the motor vehicle. You were.
I was coming out the exit, and I was going to make the left hand because I'm going back toward Jersey City.
No problem, sir.
But then you was in the way, so I came around and made this here.
I hear you.
Stop at Dunkin' Donuts.
So I'm not trying to argue with anything. If you can just wait back in your vehicle, and anything you want me to explain, I'll explain it further. I just got to do a few things on my computer.
Okay.
Does that make sense? That's fair?
Makes sense.
All right, sir. Thank you. Yeah, I asked him for the. You got the social?
Nah, he doesn't want to provide it.
Or an address?
Isn't that funny? Did you hear that? They said, "Did you get the social?" So they are pestering for the social.
Yep.
What's your address? No, where his ID is located.
What do you know?
You want to take him out?
Get him out of the car.
Yeah, I got it.
What's going on? Step out of the car for me. Can you step out of the car for me?
Step out the car for what? What's the charge?
I'm going to explain if I need you to step out of the car.
Because you explained it right here. I'm not doing
step out of the car.
Can you step out of the car? Sir, you can stay in the vehicle. We're going to explain it.
I don't want to pull you out.
You can stop it. Listen to me.
Yeah, shut up, bro. Because this ain't got nothing to do with me. Why are you touching me, bro? Why are you touching me?
Hey, I want to run that back one more time just to see why they pulled him out. Do you know what happened there?
I missed it too. Yeah, it escalated really fast. I don't even know why they messing with this guy.
Right.
What do you know?
You want to take him out?
Get him out of the car.
Yeah, I got it.
What's going on? Step out of the car for me. Can you step out of the car for me?
Step out the car for what? What's the charge?
I'm going to explain if I need you to step out of the car.
Because you explained it right here. I'm not doing
step out of the
nothing.
car.
Can you step out of the car?
Sir,
So I don't mean to pause it, but I'm just like, this is the juice right here. You know, they must have a fucking warrant. He must have a warrant. They must. Let's see.
Sir, you can stay in the vehicle.
we're going to explain it. I don't want to pull you out.
You can stop it. Listen to me.
Yeah, shut up, bro. Because this ain't got nothing to do with me. Why are you touching me, bro? Why are you touching me? Why are you touching me? You're gonna take it. You're gonna take it. The hands for what? Bro, why is that? Bro, what are you doing? How are you detaining me for nothing?
Sorry, but what the fuck are they detaining him for, right? If they don't, it's detention, so they don't have a warrant. If they had a warrant, he would be under arrest. I'm curious as to why they're detaining him.
And this is exactly what we were talking about earlier, to where the police can arrest you, not tell you why, and then you'll figure out afterwards and it not be accurate, and you still had to sit there and get your ass kicked. It's crazy.
Yeah. True. No, yeah. And see, the thing is, they weren't very verbal about it. They should have given more verbal commands. That's the thing. Is like what they did was they put hands on immediately. I would say that they probably have an excessive force charge right there, because they're supposed to give verbal commands like saying, "Hey, you're being detained right now while we investigate. You're not free to leave." Absent anything else, like just putting hands on him. They didn't even tell him. They just grabbed him, right? Put hands on him. And then they kind of mumbled, well, you're being detained. But that wasn't like, they should have given him more verbal commands. They, instead of going directly to hands on, they were supposed to notch it up from verbal commands, and things like that. And they did tell him to get out of the car. But the thing is that they don't even there's no statute that allows them to order drivers out of the car. They'll use a Supreme Court ruling to say that they have the authority, but the Supreme Court doesn't give statutory authority, you know how like you have some stop and ID states and some that are not stop and ID states. So if that's a perfect example. The Supreme Court ruled that it's not a violation to have stop and ID states, but they have to have the statute, right? So you can't have a state that's a stop and ID state that doesn't have a stop and ID statute, because by saying, oh, well, the Supreme Court said it's not against the Constitution. No, it's not, but you still have to have power from legislators. Right. The legislators never granted these guys the authority to order drivers out of a vehicle. That's not legislation. That's not within police authority. Yeah.
You're being detained. For what? You know what's this? You're not. Stop. Stop right now. Bro. Stop right now. Bro. Right now. Yo, get my face up. Yo, get my face up.
It's not even an arrest.
Give us your hands. Give us your hands. Give us your hands. Give us your hands. Bring your hand from out behind your back. I'm suing. 41. We got one detained. I'm suing. Yo, sue. Make sure you sue. Make sure you sue. Slow it down. Make sure you sue. Make sure you sue. All right, sir. Sir. One detained. Okay. All right. Look at his ID. All right. Look at his ID, because I didn't do nothing. Right away. Look at his ID. Let's get him double cuffed. Look at his ID. Everybody okay? Look at his ID. All right. Come on up. One. Take a picture. Take a picture of his ID. Yo, shut the fuck up. Take a picture of his ID. I didn't do nothing. Get my phone. Get my phone. Get my phone. Stop touching me, bro. Hold on. Yo, get my phone on the floor. Hold on. Stop telling me relax. You slamming me for nothing. Let me tell you, please run back to me.
And by the way, when he says get my phone, that was the last thing he needs to say, right? No, don't get the phone, because then they're going to take that.
What's my rights? You didn't read my rights. I have to read your rights. Hold on. You're awesome, bro. Stop touching me, bro. What you mean stay calm? Breathe for a minute. Bro, this shit don't even have nothing to do with me. Bro, telling me to relax. You put handcuffs on me for what? Stop touching me, bro. What's your name? Marquise. Marquise. Yo, look at his plate. Look at his ID. Yo, he's trying to get me away from you. Knock it off. Come here. Knock it off. Sir, knock it off. Yo, Pop. Sir, there's no reason for you to yell. Why you got me in cuffs for? I want you to take it. Calm down. I don't want you to accrue any additional charges. Marquise, I don't want you to. You don't know me, nigga. Well, yo, Marquise, I don't want you to accrue any additional charges. Incriminate myself. You forcibly put me on the ground for nothing. I'm a passenger and I did nothing. Stop telling me to fucking relax. Yo, Bob. Yo, Bob, come on. Get a lawyer. Come on, bro, relax. You relax. You calm down. I got 4 people. You're not helping, bro. Y'all racist as fuck. Y'all racist. I got y'all racist. Search, okay? Racist. Racism. I don't have no drugs on me or nothing. Pulling y'all searching for nothing. Racist. Yo, Pop. One at a time, I'll have one. Yo. Y'all fucking racist, bro. Racist as fuck.
So, since he said it so many times, I just wanted to point out that I know, and maybe maybe the numbers will agree with him, but I tend to argue from my experience that cops, the only color they see is blue. They see blue and you, as I say, they don't see black and white. They see blue and you. If you're not one of their gang members in blue, then they're all the same. They don't care what color. I mean, that woman apparently proved that sex, might be a factor, and maybe race is, but I've noticed that white people, I just want everyone, like this guy to know, maybe like, for example, that these cops are fucking dirt criminals to probably everybody they encounter. regardless of their race, you know, unfortunately. And I just wanted to kind of, that was
I
my
agree.
personal experience. Nice.
I don't want to stand. Get already. What are you talking about? I just shut up, boy. Come on. Stop telling me to stop. You shut up, nigga. Soon y'all niggas. Soon y'all niggas. Soon y'all. I have nothing on me. Fuck out of here. Lame ass niggas. Yo, look your pops. Look what they doing to me, yo. I don't have nothing. Bro, get the fuck. Yo, y'all niggas some bags, bro. I know y'all was fucking dorks at high school, bro. Yo, pops. Pops. I got this. Keep moms on the.
Sorry, I'll let it play
This
through
is
because
so sad, man.
Oh, what's that?
I said this is really sad because he's right. He just don't know how to articulate himself well enough. You know what I mean? But this is again, like we said, another case of that. We arrest you now and tell you why later. And I don't like having to go for that shit either, because essentially they treating you like a child or something that's like less than a man. How can you just impose yourself on me, make me do whatever you want me to do without telling me what I've done wrong? It's definitely, you know, super offensive to anyone, right? And that's how these police be antagonizing situations and escalating situations. Like somebody could really lose their temper and be like, really still feel like the police are trying to harm them whenever you're not expressing what you did that was against the law.
Right. Yeah, it seems like they're using a lot of excessive force too. And like you're saying, they're not like de-escalating. They could sit them down and kind of explain. And instead, it seems like they're just kind of like pushing him around and shit. Like they're not even putting him in the car or like setting him down. They're like, how long are they just going to manhandle him with no explanation and nowhere to go? You know.
I don't have nothing on.
This is fucking crazy. Sorry, they're fucking literally searching all of his pants and shit, dude. What the? I've never seen some shit like this. They're telling him he's being detained. They're not even telling him he's arrested. He's still not been arrested. And they're fucking have his pockets out. What is going on here?
We gonna have search. So, yo, bro, y'all stretch. I have nothing. Yo, look at it. Yo, bro.
Oh, dude, here's the thing, man. I'm sorry, but this is fucking pissing me off, dude. I can't believe they're continuing. Like, this guy actually has a lawsuit. When he was saying, let's sue, we're going to sue, he like might not have had a lot of grounds, but he's gaining them as this is going. A Terry stop, what they're doing, or I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but a search, a pat down. This is not a pat down, you know. A pat down comes from Terry v. Ohio. It allows the police to pat you down on your outer clothing at a brief search for weapons, if they can articulate that they believe you're armed and dangerous. Pulling your pockets inside out and fucking all that shit far exceeds the limits of a pat down. I don't know what these guys are doing. They don't have consent. Now, if this was a search, you know, post arrest, that would make sense. But at no point, here's the other thing. They've never given him any verbal articulation that he's under arrest. And so at this point, he's not technically under arrest, as far as I can tell. He's just being illegally, you know, all of these other things.
Him in the face. Me in the face. Slip me on the fucking face. Bro, I have nothing on me. Just be clear. 4 people for 2 people for a fucking license plate? Bro, yo, I want them sued, bro. I want them sued. I want their badge number. Get their badge number. Take a picture of their badge number. Okay, do that. Do it now. 183, 183, 2112, 2112, 2112, 206.
If you're speaking, I can't hear you.
Oh, thanks. So this guy is actually really smart, smarter than I thought. In the body cam footage of my buddy, for example, there's like 5 cops around him, but we can only like identify like 2 of them. I only listed 2 of them on the lawsuit, and I could have put, you know, and others until identified, and then try to like pull the records and figure out who the other cops were on the scene and all that shit. But it would have been like a lot more time and effort. What this guy is doing is great. I wish my buddy would have done that. Listed the cops' badge numbers or names on camera, so that when I got the body cam, I could immediately know who to put on that lawsuit, you know?
Yep.
Look how you do it! Sir, take my face mask off. Your son to get hurt. Please ask him to stay calm. No, you got my son on the ground! No, that's not wallet! Get him down now. That's not wallet! Yo,
Keep following me. Keep following me. Cause they ain't gonna try to do something to me. Follow me.
What the fuck happened to the audio?
No,
Did
I
it
don't
go out
trust
on your
these
side
niggas.
too?
Three
Was
white
that part of
dudes.
the video? Or
Three
was that
white
your
dudes.
computer
I don't
messing up?
trust-
Oh,
Did
so
a
I
big chunk
can
of the
hear.
audio just come up missing?
Oh, maybe it was lagging. Let's see if it comes. If you can hear it. Oh wait. Okay, hold on.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. 'Cause you
Can you hear that?
Yeah, I can hear it now, but
would not. Y'all would not do that. Y'all would not do this about my friend. Yo, he keep throwing my shit on the ground. Pick my face mask up. He throwing my face mask on the ground. I have nothing on me. Get my face mask. You get my face mask off the ground.
Yeah.
Look how they treating me, bro. I have nothing on me. How you then don't hurt. Then don't hurt me. He in my ass. Get out of my butthole, bro. No. Yo, you just hit me, bro.
So, and he says, "Look how you're treating me." The thing is that, and these cops don't even seem to realize it. They are damaging this guy for life. So it's not just a short. You know, he's going to be okay after they let him go. For the rest of this guy's life, he's not going to trust police. He's not going to want to call police. He's going to have a distaste and disdain for them. And he's going to spread that to other people. So it's bigger than just this one little 5-minute incident, right? This is going to affect him for the rest of his life, and multiple people know.
No one's
You just hit me. You're moving around. You just punched me. You just literally punched me in my face. You just punched me in my face. Yo, he punched me.
No one.
212. 212. 212. I have nothing. How many seconds I searched? 212. 212. I know I'm good. I'm a civilian. Y'all treat me like some nigga right now, bro. I'm a civilian. Yo, 212. 212. 212. I have nothing. I don't do drugs. Look at y'all. Y'all wasting your fucking time. Y'all treat me like some nigga, and I'm a civilian. The fuck off me, bro. I have nothing on me. Bring it fucking 5 cars for. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Man, get off to me, bro. Bringing 5 fucking cars for 2 people, bro.
Everything's good on him?
I have nothing on me. Everything good on me. Stop touching me, bro. Yo, bro, what are you doing?
Dude, I just got to saw this because I've watched hundreds, thousands of body cam videos. You know, I'm always surprised. Like, I always learn something new and see something new in everyone. I've never seen cops just fucking searching somebody so hard on the street. Like, going through all of his shit, like trying to fucking unclothe him and go in his pants and shit. Like, what the fuck are they looking for?
Behind a license plate violation at that, like, this dude is all the way in the right as of right now. Maybe they know something that we don't, but right now, I haven't seen any laws broke.
Dude, and can you imagine? Just imagine the possibilities of what they could know that we don't know that would lead them to do this. The only thing that they could know that we don't know that could lead them to fucking do a full-blown fucking cavity search on him in the middle of the goddamn street is like something I can't even imagine.
A warrant for the person's arrest is the only thing that's really plausible that can get you searched off the top.
So, and even if they had a warrant for his arrest, I would say that this search is not protocol. You know what I'm saying? That he's like moving back and forth between cars and between the middle of the street as they're fucking like just groping him and shit. It's like, is that really how you search somebody? Like, when I've been arrested, you know, they just like pat you down and they say, okay, if you got anything else, you're going to get fucking charged at the jail. Why don't they just tell him that?
Exactly.
Yeah, I've never had.
These guys are excessive as fuck.
Yeah.
Look what you doing to me, bro.
I want to click your head right.
I have nothing. Yo, what the fuck, bro? Give me my fuck. Look what you doing. Look what you doing, yo, bro. Look, yo, he throwing my shit on the ground.
Come on.
Look, he throwing my shit on the ground.
Sit down.
Bro, get off it. Yo, bro, stop
Sit,
touching
sit,
me, bro. Move.
sit. We're checking your shoes. Put your foot up.
I have nothing on me, man. I'm trying to. Yo, can you stop? I'm trying to take my sneaker off.
Dude, I might like kind of hit this dude up and follow up, you know, and be like, are you suing? If not, let's do it, you know?
Hell yeah. I want to see what
Bro,
all this
put my
amounts
sock
to.
in the ground.
Sit, sir. Sit.
No.
I don't want you to get wet.
Bro, you already got me wet. What the fuck? Pause.
Come on, man.
I have nothing.
What's that? Let's see what comes out of this.
Yeah, I want to see what this is going to amount to.
Yeah.
They doing too much, bro. You see what? No, bro. They doing too much, bro. They trying to humiliate me. Yo, I got his 212, 212, 212, 212. No, you're not helping me. You're gonna ask me, yo, can we get out and check your stuff? They forcefully threw me on the ground, pushed my face in the ground. They didn't ask me to get out the car politely. They ain't say why they want to search me. They threw me on the ground. I'm good. Get the fuck off of me. Get the car for what? You're under arrest. I'm under, yo, bro. How they arresting me, bro? How is resisting? How is resisting? Bro, how is resisting? How is resisting arrest? Come on. These niggas. No, bro, yo, y'all racist, bro. Y'all racist, bro. Too much. Yo, just get my shit, pops. Do you want your wallet to go with you? Give my pops everything, my phone, everything.
Okay, wait, was he just charged with resisting? Let me see.
How is resisting? How is resisting the ground? They didn't ask me to get out the car politely. They ain't say why they want to search me. They threw me on the ground. I'm good. Get the fuck off of me. Get the car for what? You're under arrest. I'm under, yo, bro. How they arresting me, bro? How is resisting? How is resisting?
Oh my God, dude. This is what I'm talking about. We went from the worst video to the best example, right? I mean, fuck, dude.
Yep. Yeah, this
Oh
is
my
a prime
gosh.
example. These guys are just flexing. That's some of that either. See, he could have obeyed and probably got off easy, but the fact that he bucked the whole way and he was in the right, it's like, we'll show this nigga.
Yeah, exactly. And the resisting, they do that as like a, when they don't have a charge. But resisting makes no logical sense. You can't resist arrest and be arrested on the sole basis of resisting arrest. That makes no sense, right? You have to. It's a cyclical, right? Well, what was the arrest charge that I was resisting? Resisting. Well, where did the fucking probable cause for the original arrest originate from that I was resisting?
Right. You can't resist an unlawful arrest. And that's what's going on right here, right? It's an unlawful arrest. And at that point, you can't say he's resisting because he hasn't broken any crime.
Oh, yeah. And according to them, there was no arrest. He until he's resisted. And then he was resisting arrest.
Exactly.
Dude, that's the fucking, Yeah,
it's a straight fucking scam, bro.
Yeah, dude, it looks to me like if this guy doesn't have a case, none of us do, right? I mean, this guy's got to pursue, and he sounds like he, knows some things and is willing to. So let's see what happens. Maybe he will.
Get in. Bro, how is resisting arrest? Get in. Come on. These niggas. No, bro, yo, y'all racist, bro. Y'all racist, bro. Too much. Yo, just get my shit, pops.
Do you want your wallet to go with you?
Give my pops everything, my phone, everything. I'm his father. You're not.
And sorry to interrupt, but the reason you don't want anything to go with you is because they'll either hold it all for a fucking ever, or they'll go through it and search it all and all that stuff. You don't want. All it does is he's not going to get it. It just goes to them. So.
Because if that was your son, you would do the same thing. I give you a lot of courtesy. I'm Sergeant Spangler. Can you help me, please? I want to make sure we get everything straightened out here. Okay? I need you to have resolve. You're his dad. I need you to be the person who's calm and has some resolve in this matter. Well, come over here. You screaming and yelling, it's not going to help. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get him to calm down. I get it. He knows this. Like, I get it. You were talking, right? The whole time.
Whose car is it? His?
This is the dad's car.
I'm gonna grab my earbud or something. You good?
Yeah.
Stop me for a plate. Yes.
Did you run it yet?
What do you mean run?
Run, because I told you in the beginning, that I just went to court for that, and they just resolved it on Friday. So did you, no, did you run the plate and found out that I don't
know when you do or do not go to court. Listen, can you hear me out?
I'm hearing you. Listen.
So listen, I don't know when you do or don't go to court, right?
I don't go. I'm trying to explain to you, sir.
Listen, so after we ran the plate, that's why we stopped you, right? Then we got your son's information. We checked your son. He came up, he had a child support warrant. We're trying to confirm it. So we get your son out of the car.
I told you.
We're just going to
told
detain
you.
him. That was, just hear me out. So we're getting him out.
Didn't I tell you? Did you hear what they said? I can't hear you if you're speaking.
Oh, sorry. I was just reading up on this. No, what are they saying here?
They said he had a child support warrant, the son. That's why they did him like that.
Okay, this is exactly why, and I feel like I'm the cornerstone of this message because it's been so hidden. This is exactly why in Heibel, the judges say you can invoke your Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination if you're ever asked to produce ID by police, even in a stop and ID state. This was the message I've been kind of tout to people, but it kind of like it's hard, to get out there. This is the prime example. So oh my God, it's the prime example, dude. Because they say, well, if police have RAS or you're stopped, whatever, you're required to produce ID. But the Supreme Court literally said, and I'll say it again, it's Heibel versus Nevada, last two paragraphs, they say, if you invoke your Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination because giving your name could furnish a link between you and criminal activity, then the Fifth Amendment applies and you're not required to produce your name or identification. That's exactly what's happening here, playing out in real time. And that's exactly what Apex flags for, that because he had that invocation right, when they asked him for his ID, and he could have, according to the Supreme Court, he could have said, I refuse to provide my ID by invoking my Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination because providing my name could possibly furnish me, could possibly furnish a link to criminal activity. Then they could not have compelled him to ID. But they did not Mirandize him. They didn't. So there's invoking rights and there's self-executing rights. And for example, you have to invoke your right to counsel. You have to invoke your right to remain silent. But some rights are self-executing, like they can't search you absent consent. So like you don't have to invoke your right not to search, right? That's a self-executing right. But the Fifth Amendment and Sixth Amendment, incrimination and counsel clauses are invoking. This is what Miranda pointed out. And this is what the Ramos gems, I think I was talking with you about that, how we're supposed to be, the Ramos found these rights and Miranda found these rights. Yeah, Miranda discovered that police need to notify you in real time of your invoking rights when they could attach. So that's why they have to say, you have the right to remain silent before I continue, because if I don't read you and let you know of your invoking rights here, that's a constitutional due process violation. Well, when he said, let me see your ID at that window, and that ID, by him providing that ID, directly furnished a link to him and criminal activity, he was protected by the Fifth Amendment right there. And the cop should have notified him. The cop failed to Mirandize him of his invoking rights. And I say that everything after that becomes fruit of the poisonous tree.
Absolutely. And then to the other side of this, let's talk about what would have happened if he hadn't the ID, right? So usually what happens, I don't want to say usually, right? But sometimes what happens when a person like fails to ID, the police will just arrest them, take them down to the station, and then ID them, fingerprint them and ID them that way. And usually the person who's refusing to ID has something as to why they're not IDing. A lot of the time, like in this case, probably, right? And so then the police are justified in violating people's rights, and the judge looks past it, right? When what STEELMAN is saying is that he should have never had to identify anyway, right? and then the dude should still have some remedy concerning that. Like, well, I guess in this case, these guys did have a reason to arrest him, right? But let's say you don't have a reason to arrest somebody, and you don't have to give your ID. There should still be some consequences for officers arresting you, not knowing if anything, if you had a warrant per se, a situation like this. You understand what I'm saying? Am I saying that right?
Yeah, well, you point out a really interesting thing, and I have it in my posts on my YouTube, where what you're pointing out is an interesting dilemma that the courts created, where they actually give more rights, in this case, to the criminal, and they actually criminalize or give less rights to the innocent man. And what I mean by that exactly is that in Heibel, they said, or in Hoffman, for example, they say that in order for your Fifth Amendment to actually apply, like you can't just invoke your right to remain silent for no reason. Okay, that's why like courts can compel you to testify. Like Lil Woody, for example, or whatever in the YSL trial, like the courts told him, you have to testify or we're going to hold you in jail until you don't. You can't invoke your Fifth Amendment right to remain silent because it's not incriminating. A Fifth Amendment invocation only stands when there's actual tangible link to criminal activity or potential tangible link to criminal activity. Absent a potential tangible link to criminal activity, the Fifth Amendment invocation fails.
What?
So, if that makes sense. So exactly, because it's a self-incrimination clause. And so they're saying, look, if there's no self-incrimination or potential self-incrimination here, then it's not a valid invocation of the incrimination clause.
Wow. So actually, this case right here would be a prime example to invoke the Fifth, and then they find that he has a warrant after the fact. He may have some remedy. Is that what you're saying? Excuse me.
Yeah, he has more defenses than an innocent person in a way, because if an innocent person says, I invoke my Fifth Amendment right not to produce ID, and they can't later articulate to the judge or somebody how that could have furnished a link to criminal activity, then they're going to say, well, now, even though because you were innocent and because you weren't possibly linked to any crime, you were forced to ID. Now, if there was a criminal who was, yeah, exactly.
I have never thought of it in that way. I've never heard those were the stipulations to invoke your Fifth, that those clauses come with that. That is an interesting perspective. I never knew that.
Yeah, in Apex, we argue that anytime you give any information to an investigator, that is potentially linking you to a crime. Whether or not you're innocent or not, the investigator then could use that piece of evidence to potentially use that evidence to link you to a crime. Therefore, innocent or not, all Fifth Amendment invocations should stand prima facie when invoked to an investigator. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
because anything you say.
Yeah, it should. Like they say, because anything you say can and will be used against you. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And so what I learned is through all this is you hear a lot of people saying like, I plead the Fifth on the streets, or like, I don't answer questions and all that stuff. But that is actually improper. And what they're going to do, just like Trump did, how he jujitsu'd the whole flag burning thing. He used some laws, like, for example, like there's some laws on the books that say he's doing what I'm doing, but he's trying to do it against us now. He's jujitsuing the laws against us. Where was I going with that? Is that, fuck, man, I lost my train of thought because I was like, went off the rails and didn't really explain all that. But
you were talking about,
okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So with that said, if you tell a cop, say if you walk up on the street on the cop and you say, I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent, then boom, what does that tell the cop?
You're guilty about something.
Exactly. It's the bar of RAS. It's the bar of reasonable articulable suspicion. Boom, you've just hit that bar. You've just articulated to him that you're linked to a crime. That's the exact definition for RAS. Therefore, now you are detained. Now you are legal detained, and we can investigate you because you've invoked your Fifth Amendment. You've articulated RAS.
That's so crazy, STEELMAN. I would never think that invoking my rights will automatically subject me to be a suspect. You know what I mean? That's crazy to think about. And if that's how that goes, then you know that chain of events is geared towards against the citizens, right? Because they're saying that, hey, I'm trying to protect myself. So they're giving you say, hey, you can do this to protect yourself, but then it also triggers the other side to say that you may be potentially, yeah. It's just, man, that's a crazy dilemma right there.
Yeah, and that was introduced with Terry versus Ohio. Like delete laws I mentioned earlier. He campaigns on overturn Terry versus Ohio. So pretty much all of these laws, even the ones where they're ordering the drivers out of the car and all this stuff, these are all hinged on Terry versus Ohio, which was, I don't know if you know what that is or not, but it was like around the 60s or 40s or between 40s and 60s. I forget what day, but it was actually during like the time of like right after civil rights era, actually. So it's probably like right after, I think it was 67. But anyways, that was important because what happened was this was right when like racial segregation and everything, or like was ending and stuff like that. And there was a guy who was looking in a jewelry window, and he was the fact or that he was black and that this was a racist white cop is sort of important because the cop was historically racist. He was actually a cop during like segregation and everything like that. And then he sees this guy looking in this jewelry window, and ultimately he goes up to him, stops him, detains him. This is the first time a detention had ever the first legal detention, right? And pat down. So he walks up to the guy who's looking in the jewelry store because he suspects that he's going to rob the place. And even though it was like midday and all this dumb shit, but anyway, I mean, not that people won't rob people in midday, but anyways, his suspicion was just a hunch. And he said, well, all my years on, it was just a hunch. But my point is that he stopped Terry, and he patted him down, and he found the gun. And even though it's a Second Amendment, for whatever reason, maybe he wasn't allowed to own it or some dumb shit, he got like charged with the gun and all that stuff. And that all went to the Supreme Court, and that was the first time the Supreme Court said, this is the first time that a detention and reasonable suspicion came into play. So they said, okay, as long as the police had reasonable suspicion, which was later upgraded to reasonable articulable suspicion through a different case, but as long as they had reasonable suspicion, they could detain somebody temporarily while they investigate and do a brief pat down for weapons. That's where the pat down and the detention comes from, So before that, before Terry, that wasn't really an issue because police had to have probable cause in order to arrest. And so the police couldn't just come detain people like they do now and pat them down and fucking investigate. Mm-hmm. They just had to have, yeah, exactly. They had to arrest people or leave them the fuck alone. So if you invoked your right to remain silent, that's not probable cause. So they couldn't detain you. There was no detention. So really the destruction of that right and that whole problem that we mentioned only came into play because of the bad ruling of Terry versus Ohio, which has actually led to almost all the problems within our police today.
So you're hitting on a problem that plays the judicial, excuse me, a problem that plays the judicial system like generally too. I literally was just talking about the same thing regarding another issue concerning reparations. I'm not going to turn this into one of those conversations, I promise, but I just want to give you a parallel about what we was talking about earlier and how it was linked, right? So we were talking about, I brought up the issue because reparations has been shot down in court a few different times. And when people of, like me and you were knowledgeable about the law, we look at the cases that were thrown out and we say, why did these cases get thrown out? Because, and when we look at the cases, we've realized these people are coming at the issue from bad angles. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense, right? But in doing that, you can actually bar other people from bringing the same issues up, right? So if you take your case up and it has no merit, but you just ran it the wrong way, the court will say we're not dealing with this issue anymore because we already decided on it, right? But somebody could be doing that on purpose, right? Losing cases and setting bad precedents, right? That way you have bad law in place, right? So how do you deal with those type of things, right? Because do you then say, hey, the only way that you can delete those type of laws is saying that this goes against the Constitution. So you can have bad laws on the books, but what one of the judge says is like listen, the judge, excuse me, concerning this issue, a judge said that, hey, we don't write the laws. Whenever individuals come up in the courts expressing these laws, a law that is not lawful, we ignore, right? It's you guys' job not to write these bad laws, but we can't even acknowledge these things that are against the Constitution, so we just ignore them. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what happens. We have a lot of bad laws on the books that judges ignore because they don't want to step on the feet of the legislators, but these laws that are not lawful still work in their favor, right? But they don't. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it reminds me of it. It does. It kind of well, it makes me think of this. I was just looking into the statutes the other day, similar to this, and one of them for Raz or whatever is if police have reason to believe that you have committed, are committing, or are about to commit a crime, that they can detain you and ID you. And when I read that in the statutes and I saw this is what the legislators wrote. If you read it and when I say it, it sounds okay. But if you look at it in words, it says if you have committed, are committing, or are about to commit a crime. I said, wait a minute. This gives the police power to stop anybody that's ever committed a crime and demand their ID?
Right.
Yeah. What kind of a lawyer wrote that?
Exactly. So to the point that I was making, so you do acknowledge still, man, that there are so-called laws on the books that are unlawful.
Yeah, and so I talked to ChatGPT about it, and I said, well, since this is obviously prima facie unconstitutional, and it's like, well, yeah, but that's not what the legislators meant. What the legislators meant was, that if you're like involved in criminal activity at the moment, and it's like, yeah, but that's not what it says, and it's like, and it says, yeah, but that's how judges apply it, and I'm like, yeah, but it's not what it fucking says, so why doesn't the judge just fucking throw it out,
right?
And say this is,
and they say that's how the judge applies it, but there are always exceptions, right? And there's a thing, it's always interpretation at the end too. That's the other thing, right? Because that's what the court's duty is to interpret the law, right? The legislators draft it, and the judges get to interpret it and say what it fucking means, right? And that can vary upon judge, and that's scary too in and of itself.
Yeah, man. Yeah, they're really ambiguous laws for sure. Yeah. All right. And I just want to mention you did make a really excellent point, and I've actually brought this up before too, and like not many people have noticed, is that if a bad lawyer loses a case, then it becomes precedent for everyone, right? And like you're saying, and I've thought about that with Terry. It's like, how do we know this wasn't a straight up setup from the government, right? All the government has to do is just set the stage for the two sides, get it up to the Supreme Court, and they can rewrite the Constitution without us voting on it, basically.
Exactly. And I think that they do. And we're not talking about this because we have to stop letting bad laws stay on the books, right? We can't just ignore them because people going to use them. You know what I'm saying? Because they are there, so people are going to exploit them. So things that are there is law too, right? That says that there's no responsibility, there's no duty to submit to a law that's not lawful, right? I'm saying that wrong, but you know what I'm trying to say, right? You have no duty to submit to a law that's not in line with the Constitution, right? But in practice, you can't because you have situations like this, right? So that's the dilemma. So you have these two things that can't live together. You can't say you're guilty until proven innocent to when you have to let these people arrest you when you know you've done nothing wrong, right? And then you have laws that say that, hey, I don't have to identify. And then you got laws on the books that say, well, in certain situations, they may have to, or they don't have to. I can arrest you. And if I find something, then they'll overlook me breaking the law. Man, the shit is just so fucking, it's so fucking nuanced and so complicated and so fucking wishy-washy. You can't win because it's pivots upon pivots upon pivots, right? It's all contingent.
Yeah.
It's all contingent.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, with that though, that's how I realized that kind of like Apex could be built, right? Because it's like such a revolving door, and everything is so cyclical. That's how you're able to like turn it around on them, because everything they do can be contradicted by their own fucking, at least in theory. That's kind of what I'm hoping to get at, is they've got so many.
Yeah, that's what I was saying too. Like the counters, you got to know the counters. It's like chess, right? Every move has a counter in law on both sides.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, man. That's what's crazy about it. Yeah. All right. Let's see here.
So did you? No. Did you run the plate and found out that
I don't know when you do or do not go to court. Can you hear me out?
I'm hearing you.
Listen. So listen, I don't know when you do or don't go to court, right?
I don't go. I'm trying to explain to you, sir.
Listen. So after we ran the plate, that's why we stopped you, right? Then we got your son's information. We checked your son. He came up. He had a child support warrant. We're trying to confirm it. So we get your son out of the car. Explain it to him. We're just going to detain him. That was just hear me out. Then you call. So we're getting him out to detain him. As we're detaining him, he's freaking out. He's pulling away. You're getting out of the car. Good. And then as they're putting him in, listen, Dad. This is that. But as they're trying to put him in handcuffs, come over, please. Come over, because they told me over to the no, Officer Kelly is what I because I this was before in Jersey City for the plane covering. Wait, hold on, go ahead. And what happened? I said on Friday, I just resolved the case for the license plate covering. Okay, I just went there and paid the ticket and everything, right? Fine. So I asked you both, all three of you. I said, well, did you run that and found out? Well, I was telling the truth about me going to court. So we would
you
not
said
know
no.
that you.
Why would you know that?
How would I know that you've been to court? We don't.
I just told you to run it. You took my license. You got. Listen. You got.
And that has nothing to do with you going to court. You don't understand that.
Listen, please listen.
I'm urging you to listen because you're going to get.
What's that? This guy saying too much?
Yeah, because like this is a prime example. He's just like the everyday Joe, right? And he's just like, listen, I'll settle this in court, which he really didn't, but he don't know no better, or he's just bullshitting, right? He's trying to tell the police that, hey, I just went to court. None of that has nothing to do with what's going on. You know what I mean? And he doesn't know that, right? So he's just one of these people, like, you know how everybody is, that just don't know their fucking rights. And it's sad, but this is the case.
Yeah, well, and it's funny because he actually stupidly incriminates himself. Like, he's all, I just got to stop for this, and I just got out of court, and the judge told me to fucking remove it. It's like,
right.
That was about the dumbest thing you could have said.
Right, and now he's trying to switch it around and be like, this is settled. No, you still have the thing on your card, bro.
Yeah,
shut up.
It was settled.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's an idiot. He does not know his rights, right? And he's just he's not going to win this, right? Dude had a warrant, and the argument, like you said, was the position was to just not identify, right? That was the only position that they had, and they fumbled.
Sorry, I was thinking about how they fucked up, I think, by not telling him. I don't know if they can, but I feel like by not telling him he was under arrest, they're going to get some sort of excessive force charges on that shit. If they would have just said, sir, you have an outstanding warrant, please step out of the car and put your hands behind your back because you're under arrest, I think that would have been protocol. But when they start just throwing hands on him and saying you're being detained, and they're just roughing him up and shit without ever telling him he's being arrested, when he was, in fact, according to them, they were in fact executing an arrest warrant. That seems a little bit like
it's extreme. It's extreme. They do make the situation. They blow the situation up, right? And I'm not saying the dude would have calmed down if they told him that, because I don't think he would have. But regardless of the point, they could have de-escalated that whole situation. And I agree with you. It's an atrocity that they do that to people without telling them why first. I agree to that. But they're going to always win in the end, right? Because you said that that's the lawsuit. I wish somebody would go and try to win that, because I'm saying that the judges be looking over that all the time. Whenever they get somebody that has a warrant, that this stuff like this gets looked up over. It's like, it's not a matter of, not giving your name or go ahead.
Yeah, and it's because the lawyers as we kind of mentioned, but the lawyers aren't looking for it. The lawyers aren't fighting it. They're just rubber stamping everything.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sucks.
All right. Yeah.
I need somebody that's going to be teaching with that. This way, I'm trying to give you I'm trying to give you my card and all my information and tell you everything. When we conduct a motor vehicle stop on scene, we do not pull court history from Jersey City, from a separate municipality, because that is not our primary function through the course of this initial investigation. Now, if you claim that something else happened, different court proceedings in Jersey City that you believe is relevant, you could inform us of it. I did when you pulled me over. But that doesn't matter. If you are still in violation of a statute, improper display, is that the reason for the motor vehicle stop today? Improper display, heavily tinted license plate that's not even completely readable, where I'm maybe 20 feet away from the plate. So you can't read that, sir? The last character appears to be a W, but it appears to be. Appears? Come on, yes, bro. Sir. I would want to be on top of it to be sure. Your right eye and read that license, sir. Sir, I'm not giving you any mistruths here. I'm trying to be 100% factual and clear cut with you. All right? Your plate cannot be distorted to that degree. I want you to be, I'm not pulling any punches. I'm being very straightforward with you right here, and I want to be clear and direct, okay? Through the course of their investigation, they discovered that your son had a warrant. And I just, and let me ask you this, because you probably don't know that. Okay. A child support warrant, when I go to pay it, or when he goes to pay it, they would say he has a warrant, correct? I have never dealt with a family court child support payment. So well, I have. I've been on this since.
Okay, so I just wanted to tell you. So this is what I would normally do, and I kind of do it on the side here. I was researching: is a passenger even required to produce an ID for an officer to write them a citation for no seatbelt? And the thing is, this is so crazy. Give me a name. Hold on. So the thing is. Yeah. So that's why they claim that their demand for ID was because he wasn't wearing a seatbelt, and they needed to cite him for not wearing a seatbelt.
Mm-hmm.
I think I think that's what happened at the beginning.
I don't think it was, but even if it wasn't, that's still an interesting question, though, right?
Yeah, and it does discuss how because a seatbelt is a traffic citation and not a crime.
Mm-hmm.
That the demand to produce ID, it actually says that the courts are split on it. So it's not a settled issue. And that depending on, what circuit you're in, I guess, would depend on whether or not you would, according to your, your circuit court. I mean, like I said, the Supreme Court hasn't said anything about this, but yeah, so that in itself, sorry, I don't have, but that's something to look into right there,
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And then I think in some states, only the driver is required to wear a seatbelt. Also, I think in some states, I don't think the passenger is required. I think it's the driver. But anyhow, that doesn't negate anything that you were saying, though. So.
Well, yeah, that would be interesting to look into too. Yeah, if the state, doesn't require that, because the reason that would be important is because if they somehow obtained his ID and name under false pretenses, then I'm pretty sure, I'm not positive, but I do think that they would have to release him even if there was a valid arrest warrant for him.
Mm-hmm.
Because the execution of the arrest warrant was like unlawful in itself.
Right.
I know it sounds crazy, that they would have to basically say, okay, this guy's got a warrant, but we're just going to kick him out in the front door and then wait to catch him again.
Right.
But I do think that's I think that's how that would work.
That's how that would have to work. And yeah.
Arrested too. Okay. When they pulled me over. Yep. Okay. They pulled me over. and they come up with this child support stuff. Okay, it's always a child support stuff.
Not in custody.
Actually, I'm sorry, if I can cut you off for 1 minute, I'm gonna have a question from my headquarters. Give me 1 second, please, because I want to make sure I have the most clear, precise information for you. I want you to have everything before we leave here today, all right? 40 to headquarters. Is there any additional ACS warrants?
Wait, this is for you. No, I want to find out what's on me. I need you to check that for me because that's the
2022.
You can check criminal. No, I want you to check the original stop display. And I was telling you the truth. I'm not saying you were lying. I never accused you of lying.
5,000 as your sure. So one thing I wanted to be clear about and make sure I had the exact numbers for you. Your son had an additional criminal warrant for $5,000 for resisting arrest, okay, out of Jersey City. So it's not just a child support warrant. He had prior criminal charges from 2022 that he's also under arrest.
So let me ask you something.
Yes, sir. Of course, please.
You see caucus, right?
Yes, sir.
You just told me that you have nothing to do with Jersey City, but now you're coming back.
I'm not pulling up a summons that you have either adjudicated or completed.
Just now.
Yes.
So, and I guess, obviously, since they said that was a resisting arrest charge in the previous one, that would come into play when they explain why they, were being so evasive and aggressive at the beginning, I suppose.
Yeah.
And I just told you that I had something with Jersey City, but you just said...
I'd be happy to clarify that for you. I'd be happy. You have settled a fine for an equipment violation. We are not checking your prior equipment violations. When we are running somebody for a warrant and we find out they have an outstanding criminal warrant, that is a totally separate matter. We do not go into basically we get a field of information in front of us. Things say ATS, automatic traffic system, okay? That and if it's
I'm surprised they even explaining all of this to him.
Yours would say.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't want to go through all of this. You know what I mean? If I was the officer, I just would have left. You know what I mean? Like he don't understand anything that's going on right now. He really don't.
Yeah. Yeah. But he was smart enough to record, so I got to give him props for that. It was cool. Yeah.
That's all. I'm sorry, sir. But I'm going to try to write everything down for me. Yes, sir. Not a problem at all. Each officer.
Do me a favor. Write on the slide. You can call me or email me. My information's on that card. I'll give you everything you'd like.
Any complaints you want to make, we'll give you everybody's information here. You can comment. Because now I got to go through this with my son.
What is it you would like, sir?
I want every officer that's involved.
Sir, can I just explain why you're calm, like the procedure, what was going on? So once we saw that from your son, we only saw the child support. Half the time, Hudson County might not even come here. We would let him go from the scene. But our procedure is we were just going to put him in handcuffs and detain him. He was not under arrest. If they wouldn't have came here, he didn't have this.
Hey, STEELMAN.
He would have been placed back in the car. You would have been on.
Yeah.
Think about how hard that is to watch as a father. You know what I'm saying? Like, because essentially, like he looking at it like they're in the right. That they didn't know he had a warrant. Obviously, you know what I'm saying. And it kind of sucks that it turned out that he did have a warrant. But you being a father and your son is not knowing that you have a warrant, you thinking there's some thugs out here just harassing you. Like he thought. He kept saying y'all racist, y'all racist. So it's just sad that because people of different caliber, some really bogus, some really horrendous could have happened. You know what I'm saying? Like some atrocities because two people feel like they're being violated. The cops feel like they're being violated, but they're not being transparent of what's going on, right? Because people want to actually really stand on their rights if they believe that they were in the right. And I believe that this family believed that they were in the right. And if they were a different type of people and they had guns, maybe if they was really like true patriots, right? Things could have really went bad right there, considering the father-son dynamic also.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could have got.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Yeah, I agree. And let's see here. I think he's just telling him like everything that we were. Let's see what he says here.
Card. I'll give you everything you'd like.
Any complaints you want to make, we'll give you everybody's information here. You can comment.
Because now I got to go through this with my son.
What is it you would like, sir?
I want every officer that's involved.
Sir, can I just explain why you're calm, like the procedure, what was going on?
So once we saw that from your son, we only saw the child support. Half the time, Hudson County might not even come here. We would let him go from the scene. But our procedure is we were just going to put him in handcuffs and detain him. He was not under arrest. If they wouldn't have came here, he didn't have this resisting arrest charge. He would have been placed back in the car. You would have been on your way, no issue.
Yeah.
One more time, bro. My bad. But
Oh, no, that's cool.
You got kids though, right? Imagine this happening with you and your kids, or you and your son, or your daughter, and your daughter say, or your son say, "Dad, look what they doing to me," right? And in your mind, you know y'all haven't did shit. You and me is just every day. You know what I'm saying? Shit could go bad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. And especially when they say you have the right to resist an unlawful arrest, and then they're not telling you, then of course you're thinking, I have the right to resist this unlawful arrest.
That's a scary situation right there.
Yeah. Yeah. And the thing is, would be nice too, I feel like, especially in that case where they weren't like investigating, like I could see like in my, well, I don't know, but they were saying like they didn't need to tell me what my RAS was because like they wanted to investigate and they didn't want to give me any information that might like blow their investigation or something. Like I could see if there were like exigent circumstances, maybe like that. But yeah, when they're not really investigating or seeking further evidence, you know, they don't need to hide anything from him. Letting him know the reason would not have hurt their investigation at all, you know?
At all. It would have helped.
Yeah, I think it would have helped too. And
potentially.
Yeah. And I don't see how it could have harmed. And and in those circumstances, I think it should be policy, you know, that unless there's some sort of exigent reason, like you're saying, that it should be, everything should be transparent.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there should be a law on the book that says police have to articulate their reason for arrest at that time. You know what I mean? Like that should be the standard right there, instead of making people get some action after the fact. You know what I'm saying? Like they should have to at least articulate that. There's nothing wrong with that. That way you have something on the record saying why that you are going, and that way you don't have to, by them not professing it, right? They don't have to defend against anything either, right? But if they profess it, then they have to prove that, right?
Yeah. And I've noticed states are starting to enact laws similar where they say police have to articulate the reason for a traffic stop immediately. That started popping up in states just like this year and last year.
Mm-hmm. But it need to be for arrest, because they will arrest you like in this thing right here and not tell you nothing until they got you hauled tied in the back of the car, and they might not even tell you then. Shit.
Yeah.
But as soon as we got him out of the car, you trying to get out of the car, he got super aggressive, flailing his arms.
I'm trying to calm him down. Don't say I got aggressive.
I understand. And I didn't say you.
Yeah. You was very aggressive to me.
Because you're coming out of the car. But listen to me. Just hear me out. Even if you think I'm wrong. Okay. You're getting out of the car. Look at it from my perspective. I have two cops with your son flailing on his arm. I get it, your son. I get it. I'll be the same way.
This is way too much.
I just asked you that question.
Yeah, well, I have a feeling this guy's going to get himself arrested. If there's 15 minutes left of this, and the other guy's already in the back.
Mm-hmm.
When you're getting out of the car, they have to flail on his arm. You're coming out of the car looking at me. What do you expect me to do? I can't have you rush cops.
You're the one with the gun and badge, and you got the force. I'm a threat to you? Is that what you're saying?
You're walking towards me as you said.
So I'm a threat,
Sir. Please.
I'm not trying to argue.
Hold on. I want Officer Kelly to explain everything to you, but you're trying to mince his words now, okay?
No, I'm
what
not
he's trying to say is he's trying to keep one situation resolved to its fact and to itself. You don't need any added extra partners involved.
Can I go to my car? I'm going to get that. I'm going to get this.
You sure?
What the hell? They're allowing him to go to his car to get something?
I was thinking that was weird too. It's like normally that's when he's gonna go grab a gun. He's gonna shoot that fucking dumbass deputy and
right. Right. You mean I'm gonna follow his car to go get something? No, the fuck I'm not.
That's what I was thinking, dude. I was like, damn, these sure are some cheery fucking trustworthy cops or trusting.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Connor, nice. You want to transport? Can we reach over there in a second? Yes, Mary, we'll meet you there in a second. You gave him a piece of paper?
No, I have it right here.
We are going to gather information.
So here's
Find
a
out
piece of
there's
paper with everybody's names.
Right here, sir. Right there are all of our badge numbers.
All your badge numbers? Yes, sir.
We can give you a phone number to headquarters if you'd like that as well.
Yeah, I need that because that's where you're taking.
Oh, but before I forget, that's what I forgot to say is, so instead of invoking the Fifth Amendment, the proper way to do it is invoke the Sixth Amendment right to counsel clause, and then there's no incriminating factor there. By the way,
really.
Right.
My phone number
Where's
for headquarters is on the card I just gave you.
If you look at that card, Nick,
right there. Phone number
STEELMAN.
for headquarters, the fax, the website, and as well.
yeah.
You need to elaborate on that because that's important. So why opposed to the fifth that is more appropriate to invoke the sixth rather than the fifth? Expound on it.
Well, yeah, just because kind of like we were talking earlier about if you invoke the fifth, and there's several clauses, to each, well, to the rights, like most contain several clauses, like the First Amendments, the freedom of speech and the freedom of press and the right to assemble and petition the government. And so, you have like multiple rights within one. So even though they say the 10 Bill of Rights, it's actually like 27 explicit rights listed in those 10 Bill of Rights. And then there's multiple implicit rights, such as Miranda, such as Ramos, and who knows how many more that haven't been found. But point being is that the incrimination clause of the Fifth Amendment is what people are invoking when they invoke the Fifth Amendment right to remain silent or plead the Fifth. And as the courts have recognized and fully established, the Fifth Amendment only can stick when there's a tangible potential link to a crime. That's why they can force people under threat of contempt of court to speak on the witness stand, because you don't have an absolute right to remain silent. It's only the right against self-incrimination. So to protect yourself from incriminating yourself by invoking the Fifth Amendment right to a police officer, you invoke the Sixth Amendment right to have counsel present during any questioning. And that separates you from the tangible link to a crime requirement, but still leverages the right to remain silent invocation.
That's a nice little angle right there.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
that.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
So like in a sense, that's what that dude did, right? He invoked counsel to do to call the lawyer that was on the phone or whatever video chatted. That's what he did. But then that bitch started speaking for him and fucked it up even more.
Dude, I wanted a picture of that. I got to get a clip of that where he's like in portrait mode with the cop rummaging through all of his shit, and the girl's face right there, the attorney's face right there, and he's all, "I'm so happy I got this app. I can't wait to talk to Sean about it."
And completely fucked it up. Yeah, she completely fucked it up.
Yeah, the cop was literally behind him, fucking going through his shit while he's saying that. Oh my god, and she's just sitting there. No, but see, here's the thing: you don't invoke your right to an attorney and then fucking get your attorney and then start speaking.
Like, you just shut the fuck up.
Yeah, and what she should have done is shut the fuck up and said, "We don't consent to any searches." That's it. You're not, and she could have left it at that. And then, as you know, that's what this guy's saying is then let them fucking break all the laws, and then you sue them later. That's all she had to say. She just said, "We don't consent to any searches. You don't have our permission to be here." There's not, I mean, so when you talk to cops, all you're supposed to be doing is invoking. You do invoking or dispelling. That's the only time you should talk to a cop. So, and it is all magic, right? So I don't know if you ever played, like I used to play like video games like EverQuest, and like the magicians, they do like invocations of spells, and that's why the magistrates are the magicians, they're the magi. Yeah, and they summons like the magicians on those games, they would summon golems and shit like that. Well, that's what they're doing. So it's all just magic. It all goes back to the esoteric Jews. This is where like the Torah and everything fucking actually originated from. You know, the law, the written law. This is all using spells. So the law, you know, you spell words. The law is literally just spells that these mad magicians have created and they cast upon us, and it basically gives them power over us because of these spells they created. You know.
You are absolutely correct, and that is, that's the myth of it, right? There is a so-called spiritual aspect to it, but there's another way of looking at it too. I like to say, it's a really social engineering, right? That these are abstract concepts, right? That people define and impose on the world, right? These are ideologies, right? The system is a system of ideology, right? But they spiritualize it, they mythicize it because they want you to believe that this stuff comes from God, right? These inalienable laws, right, supposedly are inherent to men and come from God, right? So we built this around it. So they make it seem like it's a physical institution that's copying a spiritual institution from God, right? It's supposed to be a reflection of that, but it's not, right? That's how they pitch it, because if I can convince you that these things are divine, then you're more apt to believe it. But if I just say, hey, we made this shit up and this is how it's supposed to work, motherfuckers gonna look at you crazy. But if I can convince you that God wanted it to be this way, then you're more apt to believe it. So there's one way to believe it in the spiritual aspect of it, and in this innate Christianic aspect of it, and then there's just a logical aspect of it of people just social engineering their surroundings the way that they want to see it. You got to have some support, some sense of government, right? Some way to rule the people, and ours happens to be this way.
Yeah, it actually is interesting when you bring up Christianity, because so I think that Jesus was actually, a political figure. It was exactly this. So he was anti-Torah. He was anti-established, not like necessarily anti-Torah, but anti
religion.
Yeah, because exactly, he was coming in to dispel that idea, to say, look, yeah, they claim that all of this law comes from God, but in fact, they're manipulating it for their own purposes, And so I thought that was interesting. That was one of the teachings that I got kind of recently from Jesus, so to speak, is that the Old Testament might be the written law. So the Old Testament's like the statutes. That's what it was at the time. It was literally their statutes. And now Jesus came and said, okay, you have all the statutes, but what I'm here to do is teach the lawmakers. I'm here to teach the judicial branch, is what it really was, how to, and the executive branch, how to execute those laws that are in statute. And what he was saying was, yeah, it's against the law to, do whatever the Torah says not to do, but who's going to enforce that law, and how are they going to enforce it? That's what I'm here to address. And I'm here to say that the only way to enforce the law is by loving your neighbor and forgiving your neighbor, not by trying to get punishment for, not trying to punish them and get an eye for an eye. Stop trying to enforce the law. So that's what my point being is that there's the law, then there's the other side of the law, which is how is that punished? How is that enforced? Right? So it's fine to have the law if people can have morals, basically, and say, look, it's bad to, covet thy neighbor's wife or whatever. But now Jesus is coming in and saying, what are we going to do? Kill the guy for it? No, love him and forgive him for it, and do that to every law that everyone breaks,
No, that's a great way to look at it, right? Because that makes sense. And that's a beautiful thing right there. And that's needed in the world. I wish we could have these conversations and actually, talk about it like that. Because I think on the extreme side, people take it too extreme and want to impose every literal thing of the Bible on everybody in the world and want to force everybody to walk with these things that they have interpreted themselves to mean whatever they want it to mean. You know what I mean? So I agree that there is some positive stuff in the Bible that are beautiful, but oftentimes it gets
Oh,
some
yeah.
people do it on the extreme stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, so they've actually done that. So this is exactly what they've done it again with Jesus, right? So then what they did was they said, okay, now Jesus is the law, and anyone that breaks that law, we're going to punish them by death, you know? And so, yeah, and they've idolized Jesus and made him exactly what he was trying. So the Buddhists call it the hand pointing at the moon, you know, and Jesus is the hand pointing at the moon, which is God. And that the Christians are looking at the hand.
and
Yeah.
I think you are right that they're trying to find a way to legitimize consequences, right? The punishing aspect of law. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are ways to, you know, make you consent to being punished. You know what I mean? If I convince you that this stuff is divine, then you agree to it. Like, I'm not enforcing it. This is something that you believe already, right? And I'm just here to, you know, like, enforce it. But you know, it's from God. So that's the interesting dynamic in and of itself, right?
Yeah, and Marilyn, who was in the chat earlier, she kind of points this out, is that if you're a real Christian, you can call it Christian if you want. I call it real Christian. You know, most Christians are fake, and so when you talk about Christians, I'm thinking, yeah, like fake Christians, right? But if you're a real Christian, then you would believe, so to speak, not like you would believe, but I'm saying that the idea is, as Marilyn would say, Jesus died for all of our sins already, died for everybody's sins already. Now, I'm not saying that like that's true, but I'm just saying if you take that to what Christians would tell you, they're going to tell you that. Okay, so what she's saying is they've already been forgiven. Their punishment was taken up on the cross with Christ. So for us to go in, if you're a Christian, how can you go in and punish somebody for sin when that's already been forgiven?
Yeah. I've heard it argued both ways, right? Some people are like New Testament Christians. Some people are Old Testament Jews. You got all these different sects. You know what I mean? I understand that to the word of the Bible, right? But the issue is all these different interpretations, right? So I understand what you're trying to say, but you know, you have 10 different denominations that all believe that in different ways, you know?
Yeah, well, we had, Beth and Emmett and whatnot arguing and normally I would, in this case, I'll name drop them, but because they were arguing that Jesus was actually pro death penalty. I mean, not that they were making a very good argument of it, but they actually
they argued nonetheless, right?
Yeah, and they believe it. No, they argue with me about it. Like, they're in agreement. Like, they were saying that like Jesus would support the death penalty, and I'm just like,
how the fuck did you get that from the text?
Yeah, apparently you can interpret anything from that motherfucker, right?
See, that's what I'll be saying, and people don't really realize it. I know exactly what you mean. People make these grandiose assumptions and don't even realize it, but it's their interpretation of what they think that person would do. And then they'll connect it with like 16 different verses. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They'll say, look at this verse, look at this verse, look at this verse, and it implies that. No, the fuck it don't. But they're certain of it.
In fact, I had it streaming. Here it is. Okay, so here it is. The thing that I have streaming on the thing here is people. If you sum up, all the commandments, all the law, all the statutes can be summed up into one clause.
You're echoing again.
Oh, sorry. All the statutes, it's amazing. All the statutes can be summed up into one clause. And that's right on the screen there. The one clause that the Bible says all law can be summed up in is love one another. For he that loves another has fulfilled the law. And so do you see, and so when you become the punisher, the only way to fulfill the law is to love one another. Otherwise, you're still breaking the law, right? And so, yeah. Anyways, I know we already went over that. I'm just reiterating that the punishers are breaking the law when they're not loving one another.
So let me ask you this though, Bill. You know, because it's I think that's an idealist perspective, right? To just expect everybody to love themselves. Like I would love for there to be a utopia to where nobody is trying to do anybody any harm, right? But in reality, I don't think there ever could be a time to where we don't have some type of enforcement arm to keep people in line. You know what I'm saying? And I hate to say that, right? And I'm a person who has faith in humans. You know what I'm saying? I have faith in humanity, right? But I do think that we need some type of government. It's hard to me to conceive some type of way of life that we don't have some type of, political system overseeing how things are supposed to work and reprimanding people, putting people in not necessarily prison,
Yeah.
but enforcement arms, right? Like, what does that look like to you? Like everybody just loving themselves and there's no law. What is that? Anarchy? What is it? Egalitarianism? Like, what do you think?
Well, so I'm looking at actual prison reform. Like, I think that that's something. I know that when I see a presidential election going on, I'm like, here's how I know it's a left-right paradigm controlled bullshit. No one ever talks about prison reform. That's one of the biggest problems. So instead of throwing, I don't know if you've ever spent a couple days in jail or whatever. It's like the dumbest place to send somebody that you want in your, like, to send somebody, period. Right? There's no rehabilitation going on. It's not helping society at all. If anything, it's making it worse. And so the thing is, and then we have the #1 incarceration rate in the world. Prison rate here is a problem. And the thing is that this is what I mean, is that it's a prison reform type situation where we realize that people aren't just committing crimes because they're bad people. People are committing crimes because usually out of desperation or out of hurt or out of some sort of trauma that they've experienced or mental issues that they have. It's got to be one of those 4 things, I would say, pretty much. And
I agree with that.
And so instead of saying these are bad, yeah, exactly. Now, if we can just address that issue, honestly, these people probably just need like a hug and like a helping fucking hand, and instead we throw them down and fucking kick them while they're down. And it's like, and no one's addressing that shit,
Mm-hmm. But do you think we could have a society to where we wouldn't have an enforcement arm? You know what I'm saying? Like, because whenever you say like the main law is to love one another like we love ourselves, like love your neighbor, right? I think those things are evident. Are you suggesting that we could have a society to where we don't have to have some type of enforcement arm? And what does that look
Well,
like?
I'm saying the enforcement arm would be more like rehabilitation rather than like whatever word they're rather than incarceration. That would be what it would look like, where these people are arguing for the death penalty or glad when they're seeing people serve years. No, that's not helping anybody. Even the victims of these crimes, it doesn't help them when man punishes their abuser. What that we leave that up to God, and we want to help and forgive. Right? When the abuser is holding animosity and thinking and feeling good because somebody's being punished for them, that's sick, and that's not helping them heal. Right?
So what about a situation like this? Let's say you have somebody rob a bank. What's the rehabilitation that you would do for somebody who either sells drugs or like did a violent crime, like rob a bank? What does that look like? Like, how do you rehabilitate somebody from robbing a bank?
For one, yeah, because the drug issue is a total separate answer, right? And so we'll get to the bank one, where it would be like, look at this person, they've got some sort of skills, they're motivated, that they're willing, and there's, we can throw in a list of skills that they have just for trying that, which are good things, and we can say, look at this person is trying to get money. They obviously don't have money. They obviously think that money is going to help them. And all of these things, right? There are motivations behind robbing this bank. There are things that we should look into and see, why is this person doing this? Maybe they're poor. Maybe they're having to try to help somebody. Maybe they've been influenced by society that, you know, having more than they need is a good thing, or whatever the reason is. Let's figure it out and address it and try and heal that person and help them to establish themselves. Be like, hey, look, why don't we show you the right way? You know, let's, instead of throwing you in a jail for a bunch of time and then you come out and you become a career criminal, or you just leech off the taxpayers. How about this? We're going to spend, you know, $2,000 a month incarcerating you. Let us do this. Let us give you $2,000 a month to stay the fuck out of trouble. You know what I'm saying? Even that, even though it sounds stupid, it's like, that's practically a better solution, you know?
No, that would be dope. But I think we are on opposite side on this issue, because I think that there are things that people should be punished for, right? I think you have people who are career criminals. I do think there are quote unquote bad people. I don't necessarily believe in evil people, but I believe that there are some people out there that have chemical imbalances, right, and are prone to do, you know, things that are negative for themselves and society. I think you just have creeps out there, right? And some people need to be punished, right? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I'm
let
not
me give you
saying
an
all.
example.
Sure.
I want to give an example of kind of on your territory. So my buddy got into a fight over like a $20 bag of bud, and like, dude, the guy freaking stabbed him. Luckily, my buddy is okay and he survived and everything, but he was actually stabbed in his, like, almost near his heart. I mean, this is crazy shit, right? Like, holy shit, dude! I never expected anything like this to happen in my life. And the guy got like a couple years in jail. And at first, and now he's like walking around again. And at first, you know, I was thinking like, holy shit, like this guy got like 3 to 5 years, or I think like 2 to 5, or like served 2 or whatever it was. And I was thinking, dude, this guy like almost killed my fucking homie, like, and he tried to, like, this guy should be in jail for like fucking the rest of his life, you know, is how, and he shouldn't be walking these streets. This guy's a fucking psycho, right?
Mm-hmm.
But on the same foot, it's like, now he's probably walking around the streets again. Tim was my buddy, has never talked, the victim has never talked to him again. He's never talked to, they never like reconciled. The dude probably just spent a bunch of years in jail around a bunch of idiots and came out a bigger idiot than he was before he went in there. And maybe he's thinking, next time I do some dirt, I'll try to cover my fucking tracks better, or get a better lawyer sooner, or some dumb shit like that. Like, not addressing the root issue at all. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, had they said, look, man, sat down with him, had they brought him, you know, into the hospital and showed him his victim, had the family and friends got to sit down and fucking, you know, do victim impact statements with him, and had he been able to do some, like, you know, gardening or something like that, like to connect to like something, to like get his mind out of whatever gutter he was fucking in at the time that he thought that was a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, rather than just call this guy a fucking scumbag because he appears to be, like, it just doesn't help on the holistic level. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not, there's no healing involved.
Right. So in reality, because I've been incarcerated before, and my reality dealing with incarceration, that there are, the majority of people that's locked up are people who are, you know, going through trauma, addiction, you know, have a mental illness, right? And then you have the minority, which is people who selling drugs or did something violent, right? You have the drug sellers, the drug buyers, mental health people, you know what I'm saying? Things of that nature. So I will agree with you that most people in prison and jail just needed some help, right? But I'm not going to then say that nobody deserves to be locked up. You know what I'm saying? I think that, you know, there are some crimes to where people deserve to be locked up, especially people who are like habitual offenders and people that, like, you know, do the PDF type deal. You know what I'm saying? People, you know what I mean? We do have scumbags out there.
Yeah. Even then, let's say the PDF type deal or something, because I want to make sure that I'm not going to exclude anyone from this, right? Because I believe in what Marilyn kind of preaches, is that no one is excluded from like the grace and forgiveness that we should, because it's on us, right? We're supposed to be like all forgiving. So let me get into this. Like, even a PDF, for example, they probably had some sort of weird experience, and I don't know. I'm not trying to I haven't thought about all this before. I'm just saying for me to
I
just be
got
like,
a
yeah,
good
well, they're
example
an
for you.
exception. We can just say fuck it.
Go ahead and finish what you're saying, and I got a great example I want to give you or something. I think you'll like.
Yeah, no, you'll be saving me from myself anyways if you go ahead.
So check it out, right? Here's one of these peculiar circumstances, right? So I'm at my cousin's house, right? And the dude comes in, he like, hey, y'all come out and follow me right quick. These white boys might be tripping or whatever. So we follow him out. We thinking like, you know what I'm saying, what's going on? Right? We thinking some like racist type shit going on, because that's all he said. So we kind of look at each other, follow him over there, and I go over there and he punches out the dude that I'm speaking of, right, is like in his late 30s, right? Maybe like 36, 37. Big guy, we talking about like 230, probably 6'1", right? Goes over here and punches out this kid that's maybe like 13, right? 13, 14. And this kid is slow, right? So punching on him. And all he's saying is, man, you should know better. I'll beat your ass. You keep your dick at these little boys' mouth. So come to find out, right? The little boy was PDFing another younger little boy, right? But hold on. This other little boy has his situation is dire because the one that was the victim, he was also victimized by his mother. His mother is into drugs and she was like selling the little boy too, right? Didn't have a place to stay, was in these projects, staying in empty houses, strung out on drugs, dragging this little boy around, right? And then the little boy that was doing the thing to him was with some incest trash people, right? So his environment wasn't the best either, right? So you have this situation to where it just kind of bred this, right? But this black dude takes it upon himself to get some street justice when really it's just an example of how you have just ignorant people in this society that just breeds this type of, what's the word? Indignant shit. What's the word? Not imbecile. What's the word? Degenerate, right? We do have these places to where you breed degeneracy, right? So I don't think nobody was truly at fault because you had a young man who was slow, right, with a family who was like this inbred family, and then you had another young man. His mom was through drug addiction and be around this type of stuff, and the two little boys probably took advantage of each other. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, I don't know why I went all into that. I was trying to tie this into what you had said, and I forget where the fuck I was going with.
I think you did. Well, I think you did, which was that it's people are usually hurt people was the idea, right? And that the reason that these people were hurting people, exactly, they were victims themselves.
And we was talking about in the context of people going in jail and the help people need, opposed to just locking people up. That was the context.
Yeah, and it sounded like you were kind of saying that might be a good idea to have more leeway on understanding people's situations and trying to rehabilitate rather than punish through incarcerate.
Exactly. And the question is, do you see that more so than just evil people, bad people, right? Is it a bunch of circumstantial shit opposed to villains, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so, well, you know how I think the body of Christ is the mushroom, and it does actually kind of, I don't mean to go off the rails, but in my utopia, it does kind of play a role in this, where that would be the quick shortcut, right? You could, if you gave somebody a good dose of mushrooms, and actually like John Hopkins and stuff like that can like vouch for this. Like they have like 1 or 2 doses can have lasting effects on people for multiple years, positive effects. And why I mean that is like even these politicians, for example. So we're talking about low level crime, or it's not like it's low level crime, but I'm saying there's multiple like types of crime, and like even people who are like wealthy people who are like committing crimes just to gain more wealth, not like, like blue collar crimes and shit, or like creating wars, or like, where they're not actually boots on the ground, but there are like major criminals and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, from that level of criminal to all the way down to a PDF or whatever. they take a high dose or a sufficient dose of the psilocybin mushroom, under the right conditions, so to speak, like in a therapy session or guided by a shaman is really what it would be. Or if they can do it alone, and do it for the purpose of healing, then I feel like all of that stuff can come out regardless of who they are, right? That it will work on them individually, and it'll work on their individual, their individual mental problems, and which I could say, in a way, like generally we all sort of have, being part of the society, right? Like we all have these, things that we haven't let go of, people that we haven't forgiven, these ideas that aren't true that we've bought into, and things like that. And like, if it can break us down, it can break anybody down, right? And help them forgive, the people that have hurt them, and help them to realize and reconcile with and heal the damage, literally the physical damage in their brain. Like it can not only repair damaged brain cells, but it creates new brain cells and links new neural passages and stuff, to help rewire the brain to make that person healthy and to fit mentally and physically.
I agree with you.
Regardless of,
Yeah, I agree with you. And I've done shrooms before, and I enjoy them. And if I agree with everything that you said, right, I think it's a monumental task to be able to like get something like that to be in the medical field or in law, right? I wish it was the case that, like you said, in your utopia. And then it's another thing how you kind of like how you mix it with Jesus and God. Man, if you could like have some type of philosophy, because you are of the belief that this philosophy has existed in the past, right? And you're just bringing it back to the forefront. Man, it'll be a monumental task to try to get something like that to fly these days, right? You know what I'm saying? Like that's crazy to
I'm
even
from Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I was born in Colorado. I spent most of my younger years in Colorado, and I would trip. That's where I did all my trips. And like, what's crazy is I used to tell people there is no way in hell, pardon my French and pun, but that they would never advertise or allow this, legalize this, because it's so powerful that because it actually opens up the doorway to dissolving like the concept of government and the concept of like world problems. It actually like creates like solutions to like world problems and like actual problems that we can't even fathom the answers to when we're sober,
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, there's no way they'll legalize it. Well, oh, sorry, I was just gonna say, but then they ended up legalizing it. Now you can get it in Colorado. There's like under in mushroom churches and shit like that. They're starting it pop up.
No, for sure. So you and your society, you would like advocate for like, how does that look? How does, if you had it your way, what does a society that uses mushrooms as a tool to enlighten everybody, like what does that look like to STEELMAN?
Yeah, dude. So I got it perfect. And by the way, it is possible. I was saying because they've now legalized marijuana, not only in Colorado, but practically across the board now. They're legalizing mushrooms. It's crazy to see what is actually changing. Okay, but to address that particularly, I wanted to point out that I believe that the world, like, I think there's somewhere in the Bible that talks about how the kingdom of heaven is like being established on earth. And I believe that the church, the Catholic Church, who is currently the synagogue of Satan, however, what they're doing is they're establishing the Church of Christ on earth for when Christ returns. And what I mean by that is they're gathering Christ's sheep as the followers of the Catholic Church, so to speak, getting these people to go in these buildings and take this mass. Part of the, every Sunday they go in and they take that communion, and that's part of the sacrament, and that's part of the rules. It's just like the mob. Everybody eats, and that's what it is. And what Jesus is, what's going to happen, what's inevitably got to happen, is that Jesus returns. The true sacrament returns to the Catholic Church, and every Sunday, in every Catholic church across the world, people are eating mushrooms. Overnight, the whole world would change.
That's interesting. Okay. All right. That's really interesting. I think that would change the world, and that is a practical way of doing it. You just institute it through religion and just use it as one of the basic ceremonies that they already do, the thing to where they eat the cracker and the wine. You just integrate the mushroom in there, and there you go. Voila, everybody's enlightened.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
man.
have never thought of it that way. And you said that this has happened before in the past. You actually believe that this used to be a thing, correct?
Yeah, but it was always done in secret. It's the string that has linked pretty much all secret societies and all deeper parts of the religions, like even the Buddhists, for example. You can't just go up into the upper layers of Buddhism. There's like levels to this shit, and only at the highest levels do you learn like the secrets, and it's always comes down to the secret is you got to eat the mushroom,
Right. So let me ask you this. Do you believe that, like, do you ever worry that if you do legalize something like that or some other type of extreme drug, that there would just be places that you look like, not places that you look like, but places like Baltimore or Chicago that's just riddled with drugs, and you just see, an overuse of drugs happening? Do you think if they did that to mushrooms, you'd just see a bunch of people just tripping all the time? It would look like a crazy society rather than, utopia?
Okay, so definitely not flat out. First of all, you actually pretty much abolish the drug epidemic. So first of all, even me as as a total advocate for mushrooms, and will probably love them as much as the next guy, if not more. It's hard for me to take them, and recreational isn't even really an option.
Well,
even now, like I haven't taken
people
them in years.
people microdose for recreational use. You know what I mean?
Or for therapy, yeah, you could call it recreational. I would say for therapeutic. See that, yeah, or for self medication. You could call it recreational as well. Sure, it can make things funner, but it makes life better. Yeah. But the thing
sorry.
is, so. Oh no! Please don't be so. So the thing is, though in the studies show, and I can give anecdotal, like my buddy who was an alcoholic and he had some mushrooms and it made him want to stop. I used to like smoke cigarettes when I was young. I took mushrooms and made me stop doing that. Heck, when I take it, it makes me want to stop smoking weed. And the thing is that my ex, she used to do she grew up taking pills for that stuff they give kids for ADD, and then she did mushrooms as a teenager and it made her stop taking her ADD pills. And the studies show that these things can have lasting effects on people, not just people with PTSD and all that stuff, but drug use can cure addictions like pretty much immediately. So now, and then it's not addictive. It's like the antithesis of addictive, I would say. You kind of got to force yourself to take it just for the betterment of yourself, but no one's addicted to mushrooms, right? That's not even a thing that's ever been a thing,
Yeah. So you don't think that people would like overly indulge? You don't think that people would abuse mushrooms? Because I'm not saying that I agree with that. I'm just want to know what you say to the people that's like, hey, if you legalize mushrooms, there are going to be people abusing it. There's going to be people jumping off of buildings. There's going to be people hallucinating everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you say to those people?
Well, first of all, when we get back to the people jumping off buildings, to be honest, I actually think that comes from just to get into the little nuance of this. It comes from like during the time of MK Ultra and during the time of like the Cold War and LSD experiments, and they would like give unknowing people LSD. See, the thing is that the number one cause of death for KGB was falling out of a window. Well, that's ironic because people in MK Ultra were falling out of windows at the same time. And so I'm skeptical at all if anyone on LSD even ever jumped out of a window, or if that was literally just the MK Ultra people who were doing with the same thing they were doing in Russia. But anyways, beside that point,
also to add to that point, there was a time that they were like actively demonizing the taking of any psychedelics, especially mushrooms, like in the 70s. Like there was a whole propaganda, mission to demonize mushrooms for whatever reason.
Yeah, yeah. It's well, yeah. And one of the reasons, well, okay, so this is okay. So here's really interesting. You bring that up, is like when I was a teen, I didn't get it at the time, but as I grew, I learned to what it meant. My buddy, I couldn't believe he was smart enough at the time to know this. We were like, he was like, I think that the hippies were onto something. I think basically was the nut of it. And when you start thinking about what the hippies were onto, and that Jesus was a hippie, and that the hippie movement was actually one of the biggest, most powerful political movements, that they literally came in and used force, not only physical force, to smash out all their windows and arrest them all, but then they created law to ban that shit. They shut down the hippie movement because it was such a politically powerful force, and it was the right way of living. It was what Jesus was teaching.
And still, man, did they ban the hippie movement, or did they ban the mushroom?
Right. So as soon as so let's get into that. So the whole Charles Manson event. Now, in my opinion, it's very possibly another false flag, because I think most people, when they think of serial killers, they think of Charles Manson, or at least if I told people Charles Manson was a serial killer, right? They'd say yes.
Right.
And you're probably smarter than know that. I don't know, but not that you wouldn't be smart if you didn't know that. But Charles Manson never was arrested for killing anybody. It's just one of the, he wasn't even at the murder scene, first of all, so for them to think that he is a serial killer proves the propaganda, because he didn't kill anybody. He admitted that one time, like a separate time, like during a drug deal, he thinks he might have shot someone or something. So he may have killed somebody at one point in his life. I don't know. Nobody's sure. But the fact is, those murders were not done by him. Yet he's attributed as this crazy serial killer. Yeah. But who did do the murders? Oh, well, those murders were the people who died or whatever. They were all linked to horror movie films. They had been actors in other horror movie films. And he was actually, yeah. So there's like a lot of, how all these false flags go, they create the false flag just like they do today. And then they come out with their solution. And what did that do? It demonized the hippie movement. It basically gave them a green light to, make LSD illegal. And, I believe that LSD is, so it's the holy water of the Catholic Church. And so if you go into these churches, you'll see a little dish of water at the door. Sometimes it'll be mounted on the wall, and it'll often have a pharmaceutical symbol on that water dish, or it'll have the symbol for Jesus Christ, the Christograph, whatever that's called, the Greek monogram for Jesus Christ, which is basically the pharmaceutical symbol. My point being is that instead of putting water in those dishes, they were supposed to be putting LSD in those dishes, which was available from water, touching it, right? So what they would do is they would dip your finger in it, touch it on your forehead to get that shit to go in, and then they go into church. And that's why those cathedrals are all fucking built with those, sacred geometry and shit. Because you go in there tripping LSD, like that's the prime place to do it, I mean,
could you imagine tripping LSD in a old school chapel with the damn colored glass and the geometric shapes, all the imageries of Christ on crosses, all that type of shit, bro?
Right.
I couldn't fucking imagine, bro.
Yeah, dude. So if you ever get interested, yeah, it's called the Harvard psilocybin experiment. I believe it's called that. So Harvard did a test where, and by the way, one Harvard professor said that he was a psychology professor. Actually, you might know him, Tim Larry. But before he was doing interviews naked on LSD, he was a Harvard psychology professor. And he said that he learned more about psychology in one night of LSD than he had learned his entire career as a psychologist. And he was a professor at Harvard. And they ran an experiment called the Harvard psilocybin. That was psilocybin. So this was not LSD, but he said the Harvard psilocybin experiment was where they gave students psilocybin in a church, and it was like overwhelmingly they all had profound religious experiences.
Mm. Yeah, I'm not surprised. And I bet that does do something to you. And then I'm interested in, I think there's a lot more to these motifs that we see in Christianity and shit. I think they all are symbolic to other things that we're not necessarily familiar with. So when we see these archetypes off in the imagery and stuff like that, and to think that you could go and trip and kind of trigger some of those, you know what I'm saying, those ancient symbolic symbols, right? And really trip on it, some shit like that, like that'll be hard, bro. You know?
Oh yeah. Yeah, so Alan Watts talks a little bit about this, and Alan Watts was like a Zen master, and
I love
he would
Alan
talk about
Watts.
how they have these like mandalas or whatever, where it's like these. Yeah, exactly, dude. Oh, and actually, he talks about, you know, um, LSD. He was actually appointed by the government, to trip LSD.
Alan Watts
You
was
know about that
appointed by
shit?
the government to take
Oh my
LSD.
gosh,
Fuck
dude! They
no.
paid him. They paid him to take the shit.
Fuck no.
Yeah, dude.
Why would they choose Alan Watts
Dude,
out of
let me
all
pull this shit
people?
up and see
So this
here.
dude was like an
If I can.
agent or something like that. Like, so they just went out and chose a philosopher to trip LSD
Dude,
and do
back in
what?
the
Report back to the government and do what?
something like that. So this is dude. Let's see here.
Man, I love
I was
Alan
trying to
Watts
like pull
too.
up. Oh man, I've probably listened to hundreds of his. I mean, I consider him, my Zen master.
Mm-hmm.
I love Alan Watts, man.
Yeah, you can just
Yeah.
listen to him too, man. You turn Alan Watts on with some dubstep music in the background of it, or you know what I'm saying, just turn something on with some deep
Dude.
music, man, and just contemplate on the world is the best thing in the
Oh,
world.
dude, I crushed, man. Yeah. So, and I started listening to him, like a couple decades ago, and like I had built a beautiful YouTube page dedicated to him, where I pull out his best like speeches, and I had perfect background music behind them all and everything. And then like, and it would be so valuable today. But once I like reached my, once I now I haven't listened to him in like a decade, right? Because like once I like feel like I attained the status of Zen master,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then I just kind of held a place in my heart for him, and I deleted that playlist because I realized I didn't want an attachment to it, right? It was like a mandala. It goes back to the mandala thing, so that actually they would create these things and then destroy them,
Right.
And so I deleted that Alan Watts, as like a symbol of, of attaining that Zen, I suppose, level of Zen. But at the same time, I wish, sometimes I wish I could just go back and fucking listen to some of the ones that I made,
You damn right. Because
They were
man,
so good.
Alan Watts,
Good.
Alan
Yeah.
Watts is one of our greatest like orators, man. The way that he brings his stories across, right? And his what's it called? Like teaching, what's the technical word for pedagogy? Is it pedagogy? Anyhow, the way that he, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I can't think of the word, but anyhow, Alan Watts is one of the most powerful orators in how he expresses his stories, right? He reminds me of a fucking like wizard, like somebody who sits up at a fireplace and just weaves a story, right? Except his shit is just straight wisdom, you know what I'm saying? Some Eastern traditional stuff, right? And the way that he says it is just so profound, not even profound, just how he projects it, right? The way he sounds just registers with people, man. He's a great orator, a great
Yeah.
orator.
And it's an interesting story about how I found him. So I believe that the mushrooms they speak volumes within one sentence. They're kind of like, they have like key, like they're really masters of spells, so like they can take one sentence and it can change your life, right? And one of the things that they said to me one of the first times I tripped was yin yang. And that was the message that I received. You know, I've received different messages on different trips that all led me to certain places, but so I searched, you know, I searched up that message, you know, what is the yin yang? And I mean, even though we all kind of knew what it was, that, you know, just growing up, we all have a general idea. But as soon as I looked up yin yang, it brought me to the first Alan Watts video I ever saw. You know, it was Alan Watts explaining yin yang. And then, of course, that led me into hours, and you know, like we said, you know, that whole page. And now we're here, you know, however many decades later, talking about him, all from that one message that I received from.
And what was so profound about the yin yang that you researched and discovered? If you want to share it, you don't have to share it if you don't want. But.
Yeah, well, it kind of, I don't know. Yeah, Marilyn might not be in here anymore. She said she'll return, but it's kind of what she touches on. It's kind of a lot of, well, see, this is the true secret of the, like, there's somewhat late. Let me pause this real quick. Now we're getting into like the true secrets of like, well, this is sort of the true secret. Okay, anyways, this is like really deep philosophy, right? So yin yang is actually the balance of everything, and that there is no good without evil, and there is no evil without good, and that it is a perfect balance, and that this idea that good is somehow going to win, or that light is somehow going to overcome darkness, and all of this shit is like just this stupid story that we've been sold to make us feel insecure and to make us like hate evil, for example, when evil is just the other side of the tapestry, you know, or the you know what I mean? So it's a balance, and it led me into all this other stuff, but basically it's ultimately coming down to the fact of the matter is the devil is God, and that God is the devil. And you know, you come to realize that actually that, you know, man, like the devil, I am God and I am the devil, right? And that they're not these two exclusive entities, you know, that they're part of the.
Hold on still, because I want my shot at explaining. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I want a shot.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, you got a better.
Can you hear me?
Please do.
All right. I don't want you to lose your train of thought of what you were saying, but you can't just say
I
stuff
can hear
like.
You. Yeah, no, sorry if I'm lagging or something. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, please do.
You can't just say stuff like God is Jesus, or Jesus is the devil, or the devil is God, without explaining what you mean, because that doesn't mean nothing to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, are you saying literally? Like, how do you get this out of the text? Like, what does that mean? Right? And then I want to give my example of what I believe like duality is too. But don't forget where you're headed with all of this, like, because I'm trying to.
Yeah, I didn't explain it very well. Yeah, no, go ahead. It led me into everything. It led me into all of Zen. You know, it led me into finding Taoism, and to realize, you know, and to going with the flow of life, and actually realizing that, you know, seeking. I want to let you explain, but it ultimately led me into everything that you would learn through until you become a Zen master. You know.
Right.
And letting go of it. Yeah.
Go ahead.
But I want to let. Oh, well, no, that's it. I mean, yeah. Even though it led me to yin and yang, that opened up the door of all the different Taoists, as you know, Alan Watts talked about all these different, you know, Hindu philosophies and whatnot, like the Bodhisattvas and like the, I don't know, the different levels of the Hindus, the different levels of the Buddhists, the different sects of the Buddhists and all that stuff. Right. And so I was able to like study each one of them through him, you know, through that message, and ultimately come to that realization, you know, that, as he says, he met a Zen master, and the Zen master said, nowadays he's trying to attach to as many things as he can. You know, that's when you're, yeah. Because the true actor, and so Marilyn always gets on these guys' asses like, you don't know your God. But that's what Alan Watts taught, is the true secret of the Illuminati is to forget that you're God. Not to remember that you're God, but to forget. That is where the play of God truly manifests. You know, stop thinking that you're God. Stop trying to find the answers. Live life, and that's how you are God. You know.
Yeah, I love that that speech of Alan Watts too, to where he talks about the Joker, and he's basically like, you people just need to lighten up because you need to go through this experience kind of haphazardly because you are God. You know what I'm saying? You like forgot what it means to be God, and you're going through this just to have fun. So lighten up for sure. Also, I do believe that the yin yang concept is a very deep concept, and it is one of those it's one of those barriers that every person should cross whenever they going into like the higher levels of thought. The thing that I learned from like the concept of yin yang or the concept of duality, some will call it, especially here in the West, is this that's what it is. It's like basically you can't have one thing without the other, right? Some things that we see that are opposed to each other, the yin yang is basically one and the same thing, right? Or degrees of the same thing, or the opposite side of the coin, in the way to which you put it, right? But you said the opposite side of the tapestry. So once people realize that that everything is one and the same, right? Even though you have these different extremes of the same thing, you'll get a better understanding if you start looking at things more holistically, right? And especially, right, you can look at the yin yang and the abstract, right? The abstract versus the tangible, right? Like look at something like law versus us how we enact on earth. You know what I'm saying? Like we're taking things from the abstract and putting physical representations of them on earth and acting like that they are actually entities in and of themselves, right? As if we didn't create them, like these things have a life of their own. Like when we talking about the legal system, there's no fucking legal system. It's just people perpetrating, people acting, right? But it's a physical. We make things that we bring concepts to life, right? And that's duality also. So that was one of like the intimate, well, not intimate, but some of the useful things that my interpretation of the yin yang or duality, comes to. If you if you're there still, man, I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. No, yeah, that is interesting. Yeah. And then that got me thinking about how it even kind of ultimately goes into the acceptance of death, right? So like, when I was tripping one time, I saw these like plants that had died, but like the way they died, you could tell that it was like doing something. They were like spread out in a way that their death was actually became their purpose. You could see that like the, and what I mean by that is that's kind of the yin and yang thing, right? Like, is that death must be the yin to the yang of life, you know what I mean? Or something like that. Like, I don't have all the answers now, but I just mean that it's nothing, right? Like we look at it as this, I don't know. It's just
No,
somehow
you're
it's just,
making a
we have to
good
accept.
point. No, definitely on psychedelics would give you a different look at what death means, right? And you're right. Whenever you get on a psychedelic, it'll make you more accepting of death and realize that it really is a part of life. You really don't understand that, right? Because people say that, but people who have tripped, right, really go into some
Right.
different place to where you accept that shit. Like, damn, this
Right.
is the ultimate thing that after everything is said and done, I'm not going to exist. And it really make you think about that, right? And it does something to you. It really does.
Yeah. Yeah, man, that's cool that, I can tell you've, had some deep trips, so to speak.
For sure,
Yeah.
man. And I love dealing with these things, man. Philosophy and just life and how this stuff relates and how it affects us and affects the world, unless you know how you need to go about your day. So these things are important to think about, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's one of the hardest things for humans to accept is death, right? I think that's probably where the whole concept of like heaven and things come from. Like humans not wanting to accept their fate, right? Like that's one of my
And yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt because I know what you mean because I know it's kind of mine too, right? Like, I know, but one of the things the mushroom, my buddy once asked the mushroom, "What's the purpose of life?" And the mushroom told him, "The purpose of life is to appreciate life." And
boom.
yeah, exactly.
Right.
And I think that, yeah, and I think that death adds an element, like to people like us, right? That it's wow, like it adds that much more appreciation to it, you know, because it's like, holy shit, like everything is fleeting. Like it's that's where you cry and you laugh at the same time. And it's just like,
Exactly. And that's the profound, because then it amounts to the question. This is why things seem so divine, because just as easily as there's something out here in this universe, and that's something being us, just as easily as us could be here, we could not. Like the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? Like our whole galaxy. If things are if we got even an inkling of how things work, the chances of us being here right now are just astronomical. It's hard for people to fathom. So that's where that divine aspect comes in, and that spiritual aspect, because just the pure odds, bro. You know?
yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's pretty wild.
So I don't really go too hard on people that's religious, because I understand that sentiment, like why something rather than nothing. And I don't have the answer. Like you say, like I don't have all the answers. I know that we're here, and like you said, a purpose enough for me is just being grateful for being alive, because when consideration that our life is just as significant as an ant, right? If you look at and realize that in the whole grand scheme of things, you and an ant is no different, then you start to be grateful, like being able to even have experience, because there's so much things in life they can't even experience life, right? We have these things like pleasures and luxuries and fun, and you look all the way around you, you know, the animals aren't doing the shit that we're doing in nature, right? Like what the fuck? How blessed are we to get to have this experience how we have it, right? When a fucking deer, think of a deer's experience, think of a dog's experience, think of a fucking gnat's experience.
And that's why.
And that's why it's hard for me to believe that. Here's the other thing, right? Some people look at this and be like, it implies a creator, because look at how everything aligns up. But then me thinking in terms of a creator, I think that STEELMAN, how could somebody create something on a subatomic level, right? How can somebody create something and put them in the deep trenches of the sea, right? That has all that pressure. How could somebody make something, like design something to live in high arsenic environments, right? How does somebody, and to think that there's somebody out there that's smart to kind of design every little thing? What about the viruses, right? These things have to be designed, every aspect of it. You know what I'm saying? So it's just kind of hard for me to believe in the opposite way, that even though this shit seems magical, that's a whole lot to put on one motherfucker to design and have what we have right now.
Yeah, but you know, to that point, like that. So I call him Mr. E. You know, on my mushroom trip, one of my last mushroom trips, I labeled him Mr. E, right? Because there's a level of mystery that just ultimately is part of his essence. You know what I'm saying? That we cannot know. And what I'm getting at is, it's not any more likely that shit could pop up randomly either, right? It's like a total fucking mystery how any of that shit could have come about, creator or not.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and then even if you do say creator, then it begs the question of who created the creator.
Yep, that infinite digress is what they call it, and you know, that's the age old question, right? That is the age old question. That's what a lot of philosophy hinges on. It's where religion comes into its inception. It's also how you get hierarchy. Like just off of that question right there sets the tone of what your place is in the world, right? It's really how your ideology, your cosmogony, right, and the way in which you see the world and how you express what you're supposed to be doing. Like that question right there dictates on what you do every day of your life.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I wanted to tell you about this kind of profound experience that this reminds me of, where I was tripping one time and I looked at a flower, and with that opened mind, that flower became something that I could see for the first time, right? It had these different tubes, you know, with these different little shoots coming up out of different areas. And then like, it was designed, you could tell it was designed like a machine. And I realized in that moment that was so obviously intricately designed, yet I couldn't see it before because I was so blind to the obviousness. And that if we could see, if we could, like, it was to me, it was proof of a creator, or not a creator, but of intelligent design. Because I could see the intelligent design in it. But then, like, when the veil is there, then we can't see that intelligent design. And I'm not trying to like say that I know for a fact that, like, there's a creator or intelligent designer, but that's how I felt in that moment. I felt like you have to be intelligent, not like you're not, but I'm saying I had this idea that you have to be intelligent enough to see the intelligence in the design, right? Because, like, if I'm not tripping, I'm not smart enough to see it.
Let me ask you this. So I agree with you that it does imply, you can look at it just like that. I would never take that away from anybody, right? Because that's plausible. It does look designed, right? But also, let's look at it from the other side, right? Whenever you think in the terms of billions of years and millions of years, and whenever you look in the present and you understand, I don't know if you're familiar with epigenetics, right? And what that means and how that can change you on the short term, right? So I can see a possibility to where things, when you talk about intelligent design, I understand that our bodies, adapt to the environment, whether we acknowledge it or are not aware of it or not, right? So I think that another possibility could be that humans are just evolving, right? And I don't mean in a Darwin sense, right? Because Darwin have his conception of evolution, and I have my own, right? I wouldn't dare say I know how the whole evolution thing works, right? But I do know that humans evolve to a certain extent, and then we change to our environment, right? We adapt to our environment. So I can have us, I can conceive of us right now just through looking at the progression of human evolution on the amount of time, right? We know the odds are astronomical, but when you consider we got a billion years in order to get here, well, shit, the odds start coming down a little bit.
Okay, let me tell you another, just so that you can kind of see exactly where my whole philosophy is coming from, that how it, my bigger picture of it is, before one of my first trips also, kind of like, I think before this, but anyways, so I was in the woods and by myself, and I was like, tripping really hard. It was coming on, how the come on is like the, whatever, but, and I was like crying yeah, dude. And I remember like crying my eyes out in those woods, and what was really weird about that was as soon as I stopped crying, dude, I could hear a baby crying off in the distance in the middle of the fucking woods, dude. And I was like, holy shit, dude, I'm pretty sure that was a real baby. And it was like all like this symbology of like, I was like reborn again, like a new baby,
Mm-hmm.
And like, and I was looking down, I was laying, facing the dirt, looking at all the little sprouts and shit in this big fucking in the middle of the forest. And I'm thinking, I'm like crying my eyes out or whatever, or like maybe just done, but like freshly tripping. And I'm looking at this fucking sprout coming out of the dirt, just this little sprout. And I'm thinking, holy shit, dude, this little sprout, this sacred piece of life in the middle of this forest. Like, how can this little piece of life be so sacred? And like, I kid you not, dude, like I was like having thoughts like that or whatever, like something like that. And like all of a sudden, dude, this spotlight, I'm not even kidding you, dude, just a straight spotlight of sun just goes, spotlights this fucking sprout that I'm looking at and thinking on. And it was God talking to me, dude. And it was God showing me that it sees and cares for every little sprout in the forest, like, let alone us as men, like, and I know I'm not trying to sound like a Christian talking like biblical bullshit or like self-righteous or like whatever the fuck, I'm saying, like, that's like, I kid you not, dude, God was there and he shined the sun on a sprout to show that it's sentient. Whatever the fuck this thing is, it's sentient and it sees everything and it's watching
So let me ask you this, man. Why? That's deep. That's deep. But to question on experiences like this, right? My question would be, why would a God intend for us to have to consume a plant in order to communicate with Him? And then even whenever you do communicate with Him, it's still through this symbolic type of gesture, right? He don't never just say, "This is going on. This is going on." It's always, "I interpret this to mean that." You know what I'm saying? So I'm not taking it away from your experience. I'm just saying that's the opposite side, right? If things are designed, why is God just doing all of this, right? It's a fucking
Is
show. If that's the case, like why we have to go through
sorry.
all of this? You mean I have to go and eat a mushroom that has been criminalized in order to have an experience with God? Like that ain't something I believe that a God would potentially do. Like, what sense does that make?
Yeah, no, I do get what you're saying,
I'm
and
just
there's sort of
playing
like
devil's
different
advocate, by
caveats,
the
like,
way.
and there are obviously mysteries to, yeah, so there's mysteries to it, like I'm not sure why, but to that point, like I've had times, and I know this is how Jesus worked. Like I believe that Jesus was actually probably a person who was working within the Freemasons, probably who the Freemasons at the time had their sacrament. I think they may have lost it, but I'm pretty sure it was like a council, the Council of the Round Table, the Knights of the Round Table. The Knights Templar, the Freemasons, the Knights of the Round Table. That Round Table, we can argue whether or not that's the sacred mushroom, the golden tablets of Joseph Smith. But it was the Holy Grail, because the mushroom grows up into the Grail, and this is where they were drinking the blood of Christ. Where I'm going with this is I believe that the secret societies were funneling mushrooms into this guy to make his point. But where I'm going with this is I've had God talk through me before, dude. Just like Jesus was having God talk through him before. And even though it's kind of damning to the question, because you're saying, well, yeah, why doesn't he just talk to us directly? Like I've had God when I'm tripping mushrooms, like I'm no longer speaking for myself, like I can actually be like a messenger for God, and God will like use me as a vessel, so and at the time you just, even that message like that God gave me, it's like he speaks to us deeply. Okay, here's the reason, there's reasons why. Okay, there's so many, like it's so right, it's so hard, it's ineffable, kind of, it's hard to talk about, but one of the reasons I came to realize was that, like, we are actually, like the Bible talks about, we're actually like heirs to the throne of Christ and all that stuff. But I think that this is like a trial or a tribulation. So here's what I mean. We're getting really into the weeds of it, but it comes down to this idea that we are actually tricking ourselves, right? So God is actually playing all the roles of everybody, tricking himself into thinking, I don't know. I can't get, I don't know, man. You know what I mean?
Yep,
I don't know.
it's deep. It's deep. No, nobody knows, and we all just we just chopping it up. So don't nobody got all the answers. It's just questions, right? So yeah, shit can get
Yeah.
fucking sticky, bro. Shit can be. It's a lot of fucking, like, this is what people have spent a lot of their life doing. Like, imagine before you had any type of these luxuries that we had. Like, people were contemplating this shit constantly. Think about when you don't have no AC, no electric, no car, no internet, no
Yeah.
phone, and you just in the house doing what? Thinking about it's about to get dark outside and everything is going to try to eat my ass. So I better have something I can pray to, or think about how life is and how it should be and where it should go. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, go
But
ahead.
I know God is real. Okay. So I know God is real. And one of the ways that, like, traveling is a really good way. I don't know if you've ever done that, but okay, here's another, not only through those mushroom experiences. And I was told by the mushroom, to your point one time, once that the mushroom is a placebo effect, but that everything is a placebo effect. That's the thing, once you realize that everything is a placebo effect, including food, then you realize that these are things we're not supposed to realize, right? We're supposed to continue the dream. So the thing is that we're dreaming, but the only way to continue the dream, maybe to like God, like we may be God evolving, we may be God, we may be the dreamer, and we have to pass that dream down to our children. They become the dreamers. Like God is this consciousness that just moves throughout time.
But
I
here's the
got a little
thing, though,
off base.
still. Here's the thing, though, still, man, because you know that he exists, right? But so does Beth, right? And y'all two would exemplify two different versions of what y'all believe to be the truth. So does Jordan Peterson. So does Andrew Wilson, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's version of
So
it, and who are absolutely certain
okay, yes, I
that
wanted to
they have
explain.
the correct version.
That's right. No, thank you for getting back. Right. Here's I want to say why I believe my version is better than theirs. All right.
Like a true Christian.
But you cut out, so I want to make sure you're okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, exactly. Well, like Jesus did, right? So because they're getting they see the thing of their whole problem with their philosophy is unless you're getting your worldview from basically somebody else's worldview, it's invalid, right? That's their whole argument. If you're not getting your worldview from somebody else's worldview that's already been established, then you're just using your own fucking subjective or whatever ideas, right? You're just deciding for yourself what's true, right? You're not letting somebody else decide for you what's true, and that's just the dumbest thing to say, right? They don't get it that they prima facie lose that argument, and while I sit there and try to tell them, look, unless oh, okay. Yeah, I'm telling them, unless you're making your own decisions, unless you're not just basing all of your decisions off of a book because it says it, you're doing it wrong, right? Yeah, we shouldn't be just basing our decisions on because a book said it. That's where they're getting all their answers. So when I talk about like God existing, it's not. I don't even believe like the God of the Bible of the Abraham. Like that was like totally evil, right? Like if God, it says in their Bible that God loves the smell of burning animal flesh, or in their organs and their entrails and shit. Like, that's just sick, man. Like my God told me to not eat animals. When I tripped mushrooms, I had that experience that you were talking about, that we were all equal to an ant, or that an ant was equal to us, and I realized that killing animals was very wrong to do that for food and whatnot, and I stopped eating meat because of that. Just because the book says to kill, I don't believe that they should. And I believe that if somebody took a bunch of mushrooms and was having a hard trip, they would hug a cow, even a farmer. That farmer would be like, oh, they'd become friends with they'd be like, realize that they don't want to kill their animals and stuff. Where am I going with this? Is that, but the God I'm talking about, which is not written down in a book, other than people like me who try to express it, but it's ineffable. So I had these crazy experiences where miracle after miracle, God was protecting me. So I had these two children, and I was stuck in Florida with this crazy chick. She was like running around the streets on drugs, trying to bring guys back and all that shit, and like dope, like totally off the fucking rails. You know what I'm saying? And I had to get the fuck out of there before the social services came. Because if they saw her around, I would have been fucked. And so I was like, but I didn't have any money and all this shit. And then like this woman came in and she's like some random person. And she's like, hey, I have an extra camper you guys can stay at. And then we went and stayed with her. And then when our time was up staying with her, this guy basically gave us $1,000 to get us a bus ticket to my friends across the country, who then I filled an application at like this housing authority who has like 3-year wait list, and like all of a sudden like they call my number and get us in. And like I know it sounds like a stupid little, maybe didn't explain it right exactly, but if you had seen the situation that like I believe was all based on my relationship with God, and that God protects me, like you wouldn't believe, dude, like what the experiences I've had, you know what I'm saying? And maybe it's just people, maybe it's just the world, but I believe that like the Spirit of God is like flowing through this shit. Like if you took everything I had today, you know what I'm saying? It does go back into the story of Job or whatever, where I wouldn't be afraid, because it's just like the dude David in the lion's den. Once you like cultivate that relationship with God, where that like where God has saved your ass. That's the thing, is God has saved my ass so many times that it would be rude of me to expect him not to save my ass the next time. You know what I mean?
But so What about so? This is what I would say, man, because I put you in the same boat as an Islamic, right? Because he will say the exact same thing that you said, and will say that you have a different God than he and his God is the real God. And I'll take some. I can line up 10 different people, right, from 10 different religions that will all say everything that you just say and be just as passionate. So, as a person like myself, who I'm supposed to believe, how do I make the discernment? How do I discern?
Okay, well, so my book, I call it The Origins of Religion because I link all these different religions together, even Islam, and show you how they're all linked. Hinduism, Buddhism, Christianity, the ancient Egyptian bull cults and whatnot, how they're all linked to that same religion. So they are all linked to the same religion. And is the Islamic book, is the God found in that book? No. Is the God found in the, Christian book? No. Is the God found in a book? No. Is God found in a religion? No. Does, you know, and that's all it comes down to.
Where
But
is God found?
so I had a mushroom trip one time where showed me that nature is the signature of God.
Agreed.
Yeah, and so we might not know where to find God, but I believe that God, his signature is all around us in the form of nature, and nature is pure beauty. I think, if it's untainted, so to speak. And by that I mean if we want to connect with God, and we should try to connect with nature more. Also, I think a lot of people miss that.
I do agree that whenever you look at these ancient traditions too, they all do seem like they are linked, or you start seeing the same motifs, you start seeing the same archetypes, you start seeing the same patterns, right? You start seeing like different things that all these different religions have in common. They just express it in a different way. So there are these ancient themes across these religions that implies like this priesthood that actually knows something else that's going on, right? At least that's what it looks like from the outside. And us as outsiders, we have to interpret these symbolic symbols to see what's going on. At least that's what it seems. It all could be just bullshit too, right?
Yeah.
It could, just to be fair, it could be people like playing like they have some type of divine knowledge and trying to get our respect.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Well, and I laugh because you said bullshit, because bullshit is so related to all of this, because that's the manger of Christ is essentially. Yeah. So the thing is, and it's just like the Masons today, like I mentioned. So the symbols are all there, like you're saying, and I didn't really want to push back on the mushroom thing because I hate to always come back to it, but that is what it comes back to. I don't mean to hate that it always comes back to it, but I don't mean it to like I'm force feeding it, but but the thing is, the symbols always do come back to the mushroom symbols. That's how you know that when I say that all of these religions have an underpinning, the underpinning is actually sacred mushrooms, even Islam. So if you look at the Islamic symbol, most people think that's the crescent moon with the star, but it's not a crescent moon with the star. It goes directly back to the ancient Egyptian. All you do is turn that crescent moon with the star to upright. And what is it? It's the bull horns with the sun disk. It's the same as the ancient Egyptian symbol.
Wow. Wow. That's very interesting. That's very, very interesting.
Yeah. And that's the same symbol that's on the Starbucks symbol. And you'll see that like on the Anheuser-Busch, Budweiser symbol with the eagle with the star between its wings. And of course, the right on the back of our dollar bill, you have the eagle with the wings with the star between it. Because in ancient Egypt, it was either it was the scarab with the horns and sun, or the scarab or the horns. So yeah, either wings or horns were interchangeable. Yeah, and that goes so far into. Do you know who did I ever mention this? Do you know who the Cottonmouth Kings are?
Aren't they a group?
Yeah, exactly. Just some old like underground group. I pull up their symbol if you really know who they were, and I'd show you that they're actually using the same sacred scarab symbol. It's Tech 9.
I don't
I
know
love
who the heck
checking.
9 is probably. Dude, I can show you right now. He's even using these esoteric symbols. Let me pull it up real quick, man.
I mean, it don't mean that they necessarily involved in these cults, though. I think regular people like you and I, we use these symbols every day too. So I don't necessarily. You think that these people are involved in these cults, these ancient cults?
Well,
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. But gosh, I'll look it up. But it's weird how I don't know. It's just kind of weird, I guess, how these symbols are kind of prevalent.
I do think there's a theme, but the question is it sinister or is it divine? I'm on the sinister side. You're on the divinity side.
Oh yeah, so that's what thank you for helping me get on my mind track. So what I was trying to get at is that so these things have a divine underpinning, and this was always been the case throughout history. It was the secret societies, even the Illuminati, which we call the Illuminati today. The secret societies who are so I mean I've considered myself a member of the Illuminati, for example, because I've learned because I've become enlightened through the sacrament. I know what the secret of the Illuminati is, which is that we're actually dreaming, and that we're actually the dreamer, something I'm not supposed to reveal here, right? Nonetheless, the tool of them, see, I've already said too much, right? You don't want to know.
Hey, we gonna cut that part out.
That's what you don't want to know.
Damn it, STEELMAN. I ain't gonna never see you again in my life, bro. What the fuck did you just do? We're gonna knock off my bro STEELMAN.
But the thing is, so when I tripped one time, I was like, either this is the secret of the Freemasons, which is why they were so hunted, why they were the original witches or wizards, kind of like wizards and witches and all that shit. It was the Catholic Church who was trying to hide the sacrament, because Jesus came and provided the sacrament in that Last Supper, and it's in the Dead Sea Scrolls that it was a mushroom cult, and that Christianity was all based on a mushroom cult, and the church trying to suppress that, idolized Jesus Christ, gave out the bread as his body,
Hold on,
hunted
Phil.
down and killed.
You said who says this? You said I could find this where? Because you started off and said the church covered up. Where is this at in history? What are we talking?
Oh yes. Okay, well, so I was saying John M. Allegro. If that's
who the fuck is that?
So John M. Allegro was an Oxford graduate and a Dead Sea. Yeah, he was a Dead Sea Scroll scholar. If you pull up Dead Sea Scrolls plus John Allegro images, you can actually see John Allegro handling and piecing together the Dead Sea Scrolls. He was appointed by the Jordanian government because he was one of the only people with the credentials to do this. He could read like Sumerian text. He could read Akkadian text. He was one of the only people that could read these texts. Okay. And so he was appointed by the government, by the church also, to decipher the Dead Sea Scrolls when they were found not long ago. And when he deciphered them, he wrote the book called The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross. And in that book, he reveals that Christianity was a mushroom cult, and he breaks down the original text and how it all translates and how it's all been mistranslated, and how it was them actually, using mushrooms and trying to hide it from the Roman authorities.
Now that's pretty deep. I've never heard of that before. So you saying the dude that interpreted or translated the Dead Sea Scrolls wrote a book that said Christianity was actually a mushroom cult? That's amazing.
Yeah, that was one of the, that's well, oh yeah, I know, right? That's a big piece of this. And then and I'm going to play a clip of him, a 30-second clip of him for us. And did you know that there are Catholic ceremonies going on in Oaxaca Valley, Mexico, where they're giving out mushrooms? as the body of Christ?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, that was another. So that's how I found out about this shit. I was in a political science class, getting my political science major, when we had a guest speaker come in and tell us how she just got paid federal funds to go down to Mexico and eat mushrooms during a Catholic ritual. And
sounds like fun.
Yeah, that's when I was all, holy shit. You got paid. That's, you know, that's where the word, pardon me, again, holy shit, because holy shit is the cow shit, you know.
Pun intended.
Yeah, yeah. I was like, holy shit, you just got paid to eat from the holy shit, and when other people are getting arrested for that, my mind was blown before I even ate the motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? All right, here's a 30-second clip of a Lego real quick.
I'm puzzled. Are you really seriously suggesting that Jesus Christ was a mushroom? I put pretty blankly, yes. Surely you don't suggest that Jesus Christ and his various disciples were not human creatures.
Yes, you are dealing with a secret cult, a secret society. The stories of the New Testament contain certain incantations, certain magic names which were really the names of mushrooms.
No, but
And
the
this-
writers, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, these men who wrote the story, you are telling me they did not exist?
No.
None of them existed?
No, it is part of mythology. It's part of mushroom mythology.
A sacred mushroom.
Oh yeah, and actually, I'll play this next. So this is my playlist. This is my playlist for my origins of religion. I made all these videos. You know who Jordan Maxwell is then probably.
Oh yeah, I love Jordan Maxwell. Rest in peace.
All right, bro. Here we go. Let me play this 2-minute clip of Maxwell. By the way, my friend that I was talking about that I'm doing the case for, he's also the friend that got stabbed. He talked to Jordan Maxwell on the phone, dude. He's like probably the only person. I'm like, dude, this guy is cool as fuck. We've been homies for so long. He actually paid Jordan Maxwell $200 like 10 years ago to do like a 10-minute phone call with him. And I was like, dude, you're like the only motherfucker that ever did that, dude. Like, fuck yeah, like props to you, bro. You know?
Hell yeah, that's dope. Jordan Maxwell was a fucking beast, bro.
Yeah. He changed the game, man. Well, listen to what he's got to say about this subject.
A sacred mushroom, the key to the door of eternity, the search for the sacred plant of the ancients, used to send the mind to another world and into the future. Let me tell you something. I've never tried any drug in the world ever. Not pot, nothing, ever. However, I am not so stupid as to not be well informed about the potentials for the mushroom. The magic mushroom, from all indication, is a sincerely important discovery that was made in the ancient and prehistoric world. This stuff works. The magic mushroom and other hallucinogenic drugs like that do something to the electromagnetic forces in the brain to open up your mind and open up your spirit to all kinds of profound things that you're just totally not aware of. So while this is a hallucinogenic drug, nonetheless, this is a very important stuff here. Magic mushrooms are not to be laughed at. It is not a light thing. This stuff is very serious stuff. And that particular kind of mushroom is called a Amanita muscara. The sacred mushroom and the cross, John Allegro, the third man in charge of the Dead Sea Scrolls, wrote this book. The sacred mushroom and the cross, a study of the nature and origins of Christianity within the fertility cults of the ancient Near East by John Allegro. John Allegro was the number 3 man appointed by the state of Israel, England, and America in charge of the Dead Sea Scrolls. The top 3 men that were picked in the beginning were all fired because of what they said was in the Dead Sea Scrolls that was not supposed to be said. All 3 men were fired. There is the Amanita muscara. Here in the catacombs of Rome, under the Vatican, you will find paintings in the old catacombs of Amanita muscara being the sacred tree of knowledge of good and evil. Well, the whole concept is if you take the mushroom, it opens up your mind to all kinds of off-the-wall things. Of course, you can talk to God.
Yeah, and then there's actually one more of Jordan Maxwell. I don't have the one where he starts show. I don't think I have the one where he starts showing. He's all making fun of the rabbis for being high on mushrooms. He's all showing. He's all, this guy looks like he's been on them for a long time. But,
Hey, still,
I want to play
I
one
got
more
to get
minute
out
of
of here,
him.
bro.
Oh, okay, man. Well, hey, dude, I really appreciate you coming on, man. You know, you carried the show with me, dude. Like, thank you, dude. It was a pleasure. I really appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Until we meet again. Peace.
All right, man. Much love. Peace. All right. Well, I'll probably get out of here in a minute then too. I'll just play this last one. But dude, due diligence is the best. You know, I really appreciate him coming on, and he's got a level head. He always brings good, interesting stuff to the table. I like his demeanor and everything. So thank you, Do. I really appreciate you, man.
The high priests of Israel would go out in the morning mist to find the manna from heaven. Those of you who have had the opportunity to study carefully will know that the word manna from heaven actually means mushrooms.
The manna from heaven was actually a mushroom. And many books have been written about the subject of the magic mushroom in the Middle East, and the drugs have been floating around the Middle East for thousands of years. We find in the scriptures that that which is referred to as manna from heaven is a word which means mushroom. Therefore, the high priest of God would go out in the morning, and of course, that's where mushrooms grow, is in the mist, in the dew, in the morning. It really doesn't make much difference. It's all Egyptian.
Allegro.
All right. I guess I'm getting out of here. Thanks a lot, everyone. Thanks for coming in, Marilyn. Peace.